So, I mean, all of these need the points because, I mean, Austin is closed, obviously. That starts on Monday. But in about a half a year, we got the Budapest Major, and that's the price.
Like, we can't lie to ourselves. Fnatic would most likely favor the achievement of doing into Major. So that's unlucky for them, but at least something.
No, we were watching the MRQs because obviously some teams were already fighting in a Swiss stage, and we were like, I mean, do we want Mattis to get to Major or get to Prague? And that was definitely the decision to be made after
but
if they would qualify.
But the Fnatic experiment didn't really work out in the MRQ. Crims got back into the actual lineup, so that's a big change. We'll get to that later. But what I wanted to say is that for especially Fnatic, as Crims said in the interview, it's a small major for them. This current lineup.
That's cute.
That was beautiful sentiment because I mean, there will be teams this week that are like maybe framed as online teams, but ENCE and Fnatic, they didn't play on any LAN this year.
And
last
insane.
year, I mean, the last LAN for them, was it like RMR last year or something? Was it Shanghai?
I'm not really sure. I think ENCE won some kind of LAN because
not this year though.
Not this year.
This year. Exactly. But the last year I saw a video on Twitter where Kaspersky went into his old school and he was celebrated, so that was kind of cool. So at least they have something in their sleeves.
Okay, let's look what's happening here on our LAN. Let's invite you guys to join us maybe. If you're Prague or around, I mean, Europe is kind of small, so if you're around, come visit us. Let's see what we got to offer.
Oh, hi guys, didn't see you there? Welcome to the Vodafone PLAYzone arena, or we will welcome you to this arena, because if you visit us, you will not only see the best tier 2 CS in Europe right now, but also you'll get epic prizes. When you visit, you get a Red Bull, you get 50 nets from our general partner Tipsport. Also, you can get this cool thing to put over your neck, so you can flex in front of your friends that you met us here and you saw Fnatic and ENCE play. Also, you can compete in many competitions to win another merch from Tipsport. You can win this epic playmat and hardware and stuff from Steel Series. Also, you can compete for this epic 3D printed map of Train and other maps. So we wish we will see you here in Vodafone PLAYzone Arena in Westfield Chodov.
Did you guys have any favorite prizes that we will playing for, or audience will be playing for? I mean, I like the beer for myself. That looked fine. That looked good.
That's not good for me, honestly.
Okay, yeah.
I would rather prefer the beautiful 3D printed map. I like these.
Yeah, for me as well. Honestly, I have a lot of them actually at home, and not my hobby, but my wife's. So I think I could add to it.
Okay.
I would have to say.
Does she collect like 3D print models of Counter-Strike maps?
No, not Counter-Strike maps, but maps in general.
I mean, that's a keeper in the Okay.
That's why I have the ring.
No. Okay, enough yapping about the general stuff. Let's look at the first matchup we have today. At 5 o'clock, we have 500 against ENCE. This is going to be tough for both of them, obviously, and even more so because it's LAN and they have a lot of maybe some spicy things to say about each other on Twitter, at least some players. So there may be some extra motivation to perform here.
Definitely. We know that both teams can spice the things up, especially, for example, Oxygen. We have to talk about him because he's the center of every spotlight. Yeah, definitely. And like his individual performance are targeted every single match. Like, he's doing well. Oh, maybe he's kind of shady. He's not doing good. Oh, something went wrong.
No, that's the reputation you have to work with, I guess. But on LAN, there is the one chance to prove himself. But first, let's look what the team thinks about Prague, what teams think about performing on LAN. Let's watch their interviews.
Hello guys, I'm Cirque.
I'm Rainwaker.
Hi, I'm Oxygen.
I'm Red Star.
I'm Spellan and I'm the captain of Team 500.
Welcome to Prague. So did you have the time to look outside the window or walk around maybe a bit, see something unique?
Not really. I mean, when we landed, we were already super tired, so we just skipped this part and went straight to the hotel.
How does it feel to travel the world but sometimes not get to see so much of the places you go to?
I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you kind of don't have that much time to go around exploring. But the way here from the airport, we saw a lot. The city is very beautiful, and I can see why a lot of tourists come here.
So you already went to the Tipsport PLAYzone arena to look at the venue. So is it really important for you to be prepared for the environment that you're going to step into?
Yeah, I mean, of course. It's always nice to be prepared.
This could be your second LAN win this year. So that could probably prove that you're not just an online team. Do you have big aspirations to win this time?
Yes, but it would actually be my first since I'm new in the team. So it would be my first LAN, and I hope we can win it.
So do you think you're going to be the crowd favorite? Do you think you can manage some explosive plays to captivate
I don't think we're going to be the crowd favorite. People usually don't really support us that much, so but we don't care about that. We'll just play our game.
Yeah, and hopefully you can make something happen. Best of luck in conquering Prague.
Thank you very much.
Well, it was obviously 500. I mean, that's kind of a curse, I think, of the professional player, that you visit the towns, you visit the world, and you can't do anything there. You have like one night to maybe go out, have some fun, but otherwise then it's practice, play. In this ecosystem, official,
Yeah,
right?
all the
And then
time.
you fly away again.
Like we know maybe one story that is kind of different for us on the Czech scene when NeoFrag played in Brazil. His parents flew there, so they had some time together. So at least like something, but it's after the unsuccessful matches, so it's kind of sad.
That's sad.
Yeah, it definitely turns the mood a bit down. But still, even if you don't really have a time, and as you said, in this ecosystem, you don't really have time. But but you actually get a knack for the city. You actually get a knack for the environment, and maybe you will want to go back. So that's a plus for the city and plus for the player, anyways. So I think there's a merit into it too.
Okay, let's zoom a little bit on Team 500 that we just saw. And Kote, maybe walk us through what you think about their quality right now, what the... oh, sorry, about the interview. No, that's not on you, Kote. That's an interview with Team 500.
An interview from 500. We have Rainmaker. Rainmaker, thank you so much for coming to the interview. How are you enjoying Prague so far?
I mean, it's really good, you know. We have a close mode to the arena, so we can spend some free time when we are not practicing or preparing for the enemy. So it's good. We didn't have much time to explore the city, but let's see what happens. Yeah.
Your team is kind of a Bulgarian representation. Do you feel proud to represent your country and your team here online?
I mean, of course, you know, we are currently the only Bulgarian team that's far in the ranking, so it's really an honor to represent Bulgaria, but I hope soon there will be more Bulgarian teams. So.
But for this match, you entered with a lose streak. You lost 4 series in a row. How do you feel about your form personally and form of your team?
I mean, we had some struggles. We got a new player, so. But I would say we would try to perform different on LAN. I think we are better players on LAN, so we will see what happens.
When it comes to the draw and meeting ENCE in the first round, are you kind of a bit sad because it's a hard start of the tournament? They have clean sheet in this tournament so far, so it's maybe the biggest opponent for you.
Yeah, I would say they're the favorites to win it, but I also think every team can win the tournament here. No one is like that weak. Everyone can win it, so let's see. We are ready, I would say. Yeah.
So what did you do to prepare for this first match? You lost with ENCE in qualifying rounds of this tournament. Was there something you took from the match that you can use today to beat them online?
Yeah, I mean, we analyzed our mistakes. We talked about, we lost the last 2 times against them, so we saw what we did wrong and we tried to fix it. So let's see what will happen this match.
There is a bit of a drama between Kaspersky and Oxygen. How do you feel about that, and is that an added motivation for you to beat them?
I mean, I would not say it's personally motivating me, but I would say it's a big motivation for Oxygen. Like, it's boosting him to perform, so yeah.
So that can help you. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you so.
Apologies, obviously, when interview is ready, we have to go to interview. But right now, your chance is up. So introduce us to the Team 500, please.
Yeah, I actually have to say that Davkoni kind of pickpocketed my things to say.
Everything.
But like, really interesting interview to hear Rainwaker's opinions about this matchup, either if it's beef between Oxygen and Kaspersky, or the other things. They've lost the 4 previous matches before coming here into Prague. So it's kind of a sad part of the season for them, but it's of course LAN, something different than online matches, so maybe they'll show us that their performance on LAN is definitely something different. We have Red Star in the team. He's playing like really well. In this tournament, he was one of the, let's say, watchdogs of this team. When they needed one player to step up, Red Star was their man. And of course, the international, not as stars really, but players with international experience, yeah, that's the right word. Thank you for that. Cirque and Rainwaker. Cirque 4 years in EG. Rainwaker, on the other hand, he was tryouted in Team Liquid. So they have an experience in Tier 1 scene, so I'm looking forward to them.
Okay. Storm, can you elaborate maybe on the 4-match losing streak? Because, I mean, coming to LAN with 4-match losing streak for 500, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but of course they can mentally reset. This is a different tournament. This is a different setting. It's on LAN, so that's a big difference. And from what I know, the 500 actually made it a boot camp here before they arrived actually a bit early. So
yeah,
a bit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I don't think that's going to be a point. I think they're just going to focus on the first match and see where it goes from that. And of course, they actually won a LAN tournament few months ago in Barcelona. So for them, this is a chance to win a second one in a row.
Okay, let's see what Davkoni stole from you on the interview with team member of ENCE.
For the first interview, we have Kaspersky from ENCE. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. You made it to the LAN with a clean sheet. You didn't lose a single series. Do you feel like the biggest favorite of the tournament?
Yeah, we beat all those teams online, and I think we are coming there as a favorites.
How do you feel about your LAN performance since you won your last LAN? So is a big motivation to prove you are also a good LAN team?
Yeah, I think so. We have, like, with this lineup, 100% win rate on LAN, and you want to keep it there.
For you personally, how big of a deal is to play for ENCE on LAN tournament, since it's a big organization with fruitful history? So how real does this feel for you?
I mean, it's really nice to play on LAN for ENCE. We would like, of course, to play like on Tier 1 events more, but we need to grind our way there.
You won your last match against 500 in the qualifying rounds of this tournament. Was there something you took from the match that can help you win today?
No, we didn't really look into it. It was like 1 month ago, I think. They prepared for sure. They will have something new, and we'll just came there fresh.
To make it kind of fun, you are beefing right now with Oxygen on the Twitter in terms of cheating allegations. How do you feel meeting him face to face in your first match?
I mean, he can prove he is not cheating there if he beat us.
Do you feel like it can be a big motivation for him?
I think it's like, might be motivation, might be pressure, depends how, like, what person he is. Like, I think he wanna prove us like he is legit, so he will have more motivation.
And what does your preparation look like for this match? What is the biggest weapon you prepared for in terms of the strength of 500?
I think we have more firepower than them for sure. We'll just destroy them.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview and good luck for the first match.
Thank you. See ya.
I just can't take my eyes off the knees of Davkoni. It's beautiful
eyes of the prize.
Yeah. But can you give us some cliff notes about ENCE? What can we expect of them?
Yeah, of course, very famous organization. It's for you to actually tune in. Created in 2018. They had the best years like 3 years ago when they actually managed to get to the top 2 NHL TV. They were second in a lot of tournaments. But so far, they managed to change a lot of things. International roster, of course, instead of Finnish. And when it comes to the favorites, they are the ones to see. They are the ones to look for in this tournament. And especially Glaive. We have to talk about him. 4-time champion, major champion with Astralis, of course, a huge legend, even a top 8 in 1980 and 1918 in HLTV.
Then we go, right?
And the rest of the team, I think, is a good matchup between experience and youth. And what they actually have together is proving to be the right cocktail to actually the all online matches that we have. Podi is an academy product. Is the only Finnish player that actually still plays for ENCE.
Okay. I mean, as you said, Glavy, of course, the veteran in the team. Huge amount. We'll probably discuss like how many major wins, how many participations, how many stickers does he have. But who are you cheering for? Or what for you is the player you need to focus on ENCE?
Honestly, for me, it's Neku, young French guy. Despite his young age, he's pretty experienced on the scene. He played for Mouse NXT, LDLC and so on. But his performance in the last matches is kind of in shadow what we saw in the Mouse NXT, so we'll see online how he will do.
Okay. Of course, let's see what players of ENCE think about Prague and this LAN as well.
Hello, my name is Paavo.
My name is Viktor Orujev, also known as SDY.
It's Netu. I'm Glaive and I am the in-game leader of Team ENCE.
Welcome to Prague. Since arriving, I have heard that you perhaps have been here before. Do you remember some of your favorite spots from before, perhaps?
Yeah, I think I've been once to Prague a long time ago. I was younger a bit, and the thing that I remember is that beer was very good.
So, is there any special spots you're looking to visit on your stay here?
I mean, we wanted to go to visit this restaurant. I think it's called Vitopnia or something.
Vitopnia,
yeah. Where there's some trains delivering the food or something, right?
Yeah, exactly. How important is it for you as a team to be here, and what's your aspirations?
Of course, it's very important. Like, we are trying to get VRS points, and LANs give like better VRS points than online tournaments. And we are just all excited to play on LAN again after such a long break.
Is there gonna be any difference for you personally playing on LAN?
I think we are a really good team on LAN. Obviously, like the first tournament we played with this team, it was Elisa Masters Expo last year, and I think although we won, like it was like a honeymoon. I think we are like I would say more activated in LAN.
And what's your aspirations? Is there any particular team that you would like to beat during the Conquest of Prague?
No, we played all of the teams online. We can beat them on LAN also.
Okay. Best of luck in doing that, and thank you for the interview. Good luck in winning.
I love it. I love Kaspersky with the sword. I mean, that's right. If nothing brings respect to the man, I mean, that sword will, for sure.
I think in KCD3, they might actually figure him out. So.
He can definitely be there. And I loved that they made the research, right? Vitopna, we want to get the beer delivered by train. I mean, that's the good stuff.
That's nice to see.
Honestly, that's what I would expect from especially Glaive to actually do some research as he's in IGL and he does do some preparation for the IRL stuff. But yeah, of course, the gameplay is the main one.
Okay, maybe we'll see, or let's look at the what bettors think about or maybe bookmakers is better than bettors, right? About what bookmakers think about this match, who they favor, because we said at the beginning, ENCE and fnatic probably favors to take it all, but maybe the bookmakers in the individual match, I mean, this team met already, we mentioned that, but this time, best of 3 LAN, it can maybe be a bit different with what we can bet on. Of course, our title partner is Tipsport, so the odds we will see are from them, but I think it's going to be more or less over the board the same as on almost every betting company. And for Tipsport, it's if you're Czech Republic, of course you can bet, and even if you're a resident here, you can bet as well. But of course, before we get to bets, before we know if we want to bet, we have to go through Veto, right? Do you bet even before when you know the maps sometimes? No. Right? You need to know the maps.
Definitely, and the first one will be Mirage, picked by Team 500. Definitely expected map pick. They are experienced on this map. They've actually beaten ENCE on this very map, 13-5 on CCT. And there is Dust2 from ENCE. Okay. Reasonable pick.
I would say so. Of course, the first bans were as expected because both of those teams actually have a first ban, the best team of the other, the first pick of the other team. Yeah. So the Train and the Inferno were actually banned first. So there's not a lot of to work with when it comes to the map pool. But we have to say in this regard that ENCE definitely have a better one. They are together for quite a long time now, I think around 6 months or something like that. And honestly, from what I've seen from them, they can play pretty much any map apart from the Inferno.
Yeah, and we have to mention before the match that they are coming into Prague almost with 8 streak winning.
Yeah.
But sadly, they've lost yesterday against Paravision, so we can't use that stat. But I wanted to mention that prior to that, they won 8 matches in a row. It was many 2-1 results, but still, they are in a good shape right now.
Yeah. How about the decider, Ancient? That's 2-0 for ENCE in this in a few last let's say weeks. So if it comes to the decider, is there a chance for 500?
Honestly, I don't think so, because these two teams actually met on Ancient 3 times in the last period of time, and 2 times ENCE actually won, and it was straightforward, I would say. And when it comes,
it's getting better. It was 13-7, then 13-10, right?
Yeah,
so it's getting
it might be an overtime on LAN. Who knows? Yeah, who knows what's in store for us? But I think on LAN is gonna even elevate the strengths of ENCE on this map. I think 500 are gonna struggle.
I'm not really sure, Storm, because last time I saw ENCE on this map was in a Y-Zone Pro Series, and they played not really terrible against Nexus, but they weren't like the dominant team, which I expected from them in that very matchup. So I'm not sure that Ancient will be that one-sided, and some people calls it a new mirage of bug matches. So anything can happen.
Yeah, it's the open map, right? Okay, we have the veto. Now we can actually look at the odds. So let's see what Tipsport has aligned for us. It's indeed ENCE as a, well, kind of huge favorite in this case. So ENCE 1.33, 500 2.88, and then, I mean, very low odds on it's gonna be 2-0. I mean, under 2.5 maps for 162. Do you agree with that? Do you think 500 won't take a map?
I don't think so. I think they're gonna take one.
Yeah, I think so.
Honestly,
At
I
least
do.
One.
But I like the last one the best, because that's a bit cheeky. Of course, we were talking about how Oxygen wants to prove himself on the LAN. So of course, I think that's gonna be a spicy one for the bettors.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it depends. Does he thrive in pressure because the pressure is on? Or is he gonna crumble when the cameras are on, when he's on a LAN computer?
Yeah, but it's about psychological mindset. You have something in your head that there are some allegations, so it will affect you, maybe in a positive way, maybe in a negative. We'll see on the server.
Okay. ENCE 500 then. Is there some, I mean, maybe advantage for Bulgarian team, because they are indeed all Bulgarians. They may not play on LANs, or they won LAN this year already, but they kind of are used to each other, right? They're from the same country, they speak the same language. Is there some advantage to that, or is ENCE just such a advanced team that this doesn't even matter, that they're from all around?
Definitely there is a huge difference, because even it stays in Europe, the different regions plays different CS. You are raised in a different types of plays and so on. So I think for Glaive it will be hard to manage to somehow manage the guys. Yeah,
of course he has a lot of experience managing all Danish-speaking players. That's for sure.
That's
but
for sure.
It's been a long time now, so of course he managed to get into the comms of international, English, and I don't think it's going to be anything negative about it for him, especially as he's the caller, he has the experience.
But for the youngsters, maybe let's say clutch situations and so on when Glaive's
there might be a bit of a time buffer before actually reacting in English in the proper way, like calling the positions or something. But again, they're together for 6 months plus, so of course that's probably going to wash off a bit.
And on CS, you're used to talking English.
That's true.
For sure they are. Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much, and we'll give the word or the space to our amazing casters. Julba, Pronogo, take it over.
Thanks, Desk. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the, well, it's going to be only 3 days remaining till the end of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague, and I am so excited about what is ahead of us. Luba and Pronogo here to bring you all the action of today. The LAN begins, and I'm so hyped. I'm just dancing in my chair.
Yeah, well, listen, it's going to be a very fun day and a very fun last stage of the event. We finally get to see players like Glaive take to the LAN stage again, and I am very pumped to see how he's going to play off of crowds and in ways that really we haven't been able to see teams like ENCE actually do in a hot minute. There they are on your screen. They are indeed the favorites for this matchup against 500. We heard all of the reasons why on the desk a short moment ago. But some of the newest additions for ENCE are 7 months tenured in the squad. They've been bedded in very nicely. You compare that to 500, who very recently had to welcome Red Star back into the lineup a month ago. And, well, they have been off to shaky ground. We're talking about a Bulgarian roster that they have lost the last 4 matches that they have played in, last 4 series. And so it has been some time since they have tasted success. After this event, they are not going to be playing Counter-Strike until the first week of June ends. So just to put that into perspective, ENCE, meanwhile, besides that one loss to Paravision yesterday, they have been on an 8-match winning streak. So success is just their destiny, it feels like, here in Prague.
Yeah, and ENCE seems to be really hitting the ground running these past few months. 500, ever since the MRQ came along, it's like they couldn't find their footing. Online or on LAN, of course, this is their first LAN, I think, since Barcelona at the beginning of the year, where they were on a high. Now completely different stuff. However, we will see if things can improve on LAN. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Vodafone Arena. Welcome to Mirage. That'll be our first map in the Tipsport Conquest of Prague LAN. Final 4 teams.
Ooh.
Only remain.
We've got Kaspersky already pushing up top mid, seeing if he can take a cheeky pick with Pody backing him up. Not going to end up translating in any kills, but I love the message it's already sending. And 500, we've known them to be a bit on the slow start on the T side, and it doesn't look like Mirage is going to be anything different, even in the pistol round. They're going to make every player on the other side work for that victory and see if they can't overwhelm them all at once. Pody, first point of contact, eventually falls back. This is looking like it could end up setting up for an A piece. 500 yet to immediately select a target, but that's what it's feeling like to me. They'll strike out from underpass, most likely, and see if they can't overwhelm the A site, but there's already 3 defenders with quick rotations available for Glaive.
It's going to be quite interesting to see what 500 is going to do. Only one piece of utility in that molly, and it's not really close to the site, so I'm very curious to see what the plan is at the present moment. Of course, they want to swing toward that A bomb site. Pody might be the first point of contact. We'll see what, of course, this pistol round gives us, but the CTs... Oh, look at Kaspersky. That's a good try, though. Spell on right place, right time, as he draws first blood on LAN. 30 seconds left on the clock as Nate finds a frag, but he needs to stay alive while his teammates rotate. Red Star cuts off one. It's a one-man advantage for the Bulgarian side as they're planting the bomb uncontested. It's going to have to be a man-down retake for ENCE.
Yeah, absolutely. And Red Star, he's already clotheslined Glaive on the way through the murder hole. Natio, though, finding impact from this ticket position, his second frag so far, absolutely still knows that there's somebody towards ramp. Rainwaker, though, has an opportunity. Sees Nachu. Oh, yeah, he's got him hook, line, and sinker. Even spraying down from the triple position, and he's lost control of the Glock, but so has Pody. Knifes out on LAN. No way, buddy. The finish hopper will easily clear him out, and now another knife out. He finds Purchase, and that's it. Red Star gets a knife kill in the first round of our series on LAN, and that's too much time passed. The man with impact, he is absolutely going to keep 500 up.
Oh, yeah, and that's a statement to start with as 500. They've been looking worse for wear for a while now, but if you win a pistol round like that, that must feel good on LAN. I'm not sure that in these booths the teams can hear each other, but you don't even need to hear the opposing side. You know what this means to them. Spellin, that entry frag, or that first frag was so important, so vital. Yeah. Cut off one of the defenders of the A bomb sign, and the rest was history. ENCE fought back, but it was not enough. First round goes to the hand of 500. ENCE on a force by 500, expecting that, at least in terms of a buy, but the SMG's doing damage as they find a 2-man advantage.
Crazy stuff from Nachu in particular on the MP9. You should expect this by now if you're going up against ENCE. Miraculous sprays through the smoke, still enough for damage, but nothing else for Pody. worth pointing out, I mean, the SMGs have been so money here for ENCE in their 4-spy victories. They very rarely end up getting the kills with rifles. They're always opening up with miraculous MP9 headshots or spray downs, and it's been no different for the first 3 500 immediately being reset here. This is now a 2v5, and the only low player is Glaive. Everybody else at full HP. These Galils have a lot of work ahead of them if 500 want to try to salvage this situation.
And this is not a situation that looks to be easy to salvage for the Bulgarian side. They got still 5 targets left on their feet. Only Glaive tagged up. That's also a big factor. Cirque, not a chance. Not a hope against the Frenchman as Nate, you decapitates him. And only 1 remain. Oxygen, not today. Good only for 1 as ENCE tie up the scoreline.
With 3 Galil saved over as well. And, you know, Mirage isn't a map like Nuke or something where you're going to have loads of smokes blooming and try to spam through them. But Connector is a position. Mid is a position where you might see stuff like that. And we've talked about this before, Yuba. Galils with that extra 5 bullets that can be so juicy at spraying targets down through smoke. Of course, the tracers are something that you got to be concerned about, but not this round. ENCE are not unhappy with that call. Sometimes it's more juicy to win that second round after dropping the pistol than it is to win the pistol itself.
Absolutely.
And you can see why. I mean, you're talking about just a pistol buy here for 500. No bomb plant in the last. Money a problem.
Not just that, ENCE, they got a pretty good looking upgrade in their hands as they have 3T rifles now as 500 try to swarm the site. There's the P250 in the hand of Spellin that manages to find the trade. Still a lot of work left to be done for the Bulgarian side as the CTs are rotating back. They're going to need to plant the bomb, and they're going to do just that. And let's see if ENCE is capable to do the retake as Nate, you doubles up. Only Rainwaker and Cirque with those Tech 9s on long distance. Not going to have a lot of luck with that, and Utility raining in smoke already on the bomb, and angles covered as Rainwaker dies. Cirque knows this is a lost battle, a lost cause, and he wants to save what he's got. He's going to get the loss bonus, so that's something. He's going to have a little bit of money, or rather a little bit of equipment to do some damage in the next round, but ENCE really firing back strong.
Yeah, it was great utility to break up the defense. It made you think, wait, hold on a second, why is SDY so far forward without help? Although it's a cracking shot to actually take his head off with the P250. But even then, a lot of that little utility 500 brought into the site ends up being really useful. The problem is sometimes the best utility are bullets, and well, 500 found that out at the hands of ENCE. Rainwaker mantling up for a cheeky peek with the Stiegel. Might have an opportunity towards triple, but for now, looks like he's just going to be forced back with 40 less health than he started with. And this is indeed an armorless pistol buy, a deco, if you will. Plenty of deagles on the other squad, and of course, Cirque just with the saved stuff. No investment from him, so he can try to build up towards that AWP. Best case scenario here for 500, the Bulgarian side able to actually plant the bomb, maybe get 1 or 2 frags, and then end up getting wiped. It's not realistic to hope for more than that, but miracles can happen. Let's see if they do so on land.
These Deeks are going to have to fire away, and should they find the first frag, that might be the opener. I hear the in-game chat, which means that we might be in for a pause, maybe of technical nature.
No, not after damage is done.
Oh, no, definitely not. The round is going to be going. I'm talking about when the round ends.
Oh, afterwards. Yeah, absolutely. That's always cheeky. Well, SDY, he's going to find 2 at the top of mid, and that's an easy spray down for him, and the bomb found. So there needs to be a technical timeout. Let it be after this cleanup here, as there's not been any damage found from 500. Their pistol round went aside. Not looking too successful. This is a little vulnerable position, and suddenly big damage found. But can they recover the weaponry? It doesn't feel super possible. Red Star will arm the A1S, and oh, it looked good for a spray down for a second, but not quite enough. Everything will be recovered. Glaive even scarpering off with a Lesser T rifle at the end of that, upgrading his MP9. And we get to see what all the fuss was about, as ENCE are now up 3-1. Surely by now, all the saving, all the half buying, 500 are ready for a purchase.
Yeah, and we're going to see that buy round maybe is going to pay dividends for the Bulgarian side, as ENCE really are looking good, though. That Kaspersky spray down looked worse for wear. It still managed to get the job done. No tech pause gonna happen, as we're gonna continue playing on.
Yeah.
Up in the hand of
Sometimes it's just fun.
Looked for a moment like that smoke was gonna get broken. Maybe just now that's gonna be the case. As 500 take control of mid.
He's got the nerdy lineups where you throw that HE without taking any damage. Very nice to see from him. Maybe all that chatter we were talking about was just a NS in chat. Possibly. You never know.
Or
Red Star, he had Glaive's number in the pistol, but is this an opportunity for him to do one better? Rainwaker traded. In theory, a 4-on-4 favors the T's, but they haven't really secured too much map control. They're obviously deep mid. Jungle, a position known, but nothing doing after that two-man swing down a ramp. They can just focus directly onto this connector position. Pody scoped up. Oh, he gets off the line.
Pody's gonna get tested. He sees the player on stairs. SDY might be the first point of contact, but Pody pixel perfect. As now things are not looking so easy, but with SDY dead, it's a 3-on-3, and the bomb site is in the hands of 500. They pick up the bomb and they're gonna plant it. It's gonna be another retake test for ENCE. They have the kits. They have a few pieces of utility as well, so this still could be a chance for them to claim the round. But good post-plant positioning from 500 as Red Star does some damage, but takes 2 dinks in his dome. 2 Bulgarians left alive, and they're going to try and stop this defuse. Only touching it, but spell it through the smoke. Oh, that's a good hit. And now might be in trouble, but scoped off was Pody, and not a lot of time left on the clock. They need to find the frags, and so they will. Just holding the angle is Pody, and do they have the time? The answer is a resounding yes. It's 4 for ENCE.
4 for ENCE, and even though they only keep 2 alive by the end of that, that was really miraculous. Pody had to find some repose. You saw just how sort of fluffy his aim ended up being there as the round went on, but he found the frag at the end to keep Glaive into it. The in-game leader from ENCE having to do a little bit of work on his own, leading by example. But really nice shot out of Kaspersky to get them an opportunity towards Tetris. And now we have a tactical timeout from the boys from Bulgaria. Looks like everything's all set. NKJ on the mic for a moment behind ENCE. They're going to be considering their options as well. Remember, when you call attack, the other team gets one too. We are about to get back into things here for round number 6. This is our opening series here on LAN, and 500 have not found much success. They at least got a bomb plant in the last one. ENCE had enough money for a full investment back. They've done a little bit of economic damage from the T side perspective, but not enough to uproot this AWP and 4 rifle setup.
Yeah, still looking solid for the side of ENCE, as Red Star wants to be a bit aggressive, might even have a chance as he sees Glaive towards short. Now they might even double peek him, double team him, but the swarm comes in from the Bulgarian side as they find the trades needed. Glaive in a pickle, he needs to find a frag, but that's not gonna happen. And Nate, you and Kaspersky, what are you gonna do in this position? Looking for a frag, but not finding it, and there's the lurk from Oxygen to end this round. Finally put a stop to ENCE as 500 fight back.
Hey, listen, that is an opportunity now. Absolutely 500 should be able to chain a few together here. The next buy is going to be a bit scrappy, and then after that, ENCE have nothing in the tank. So their success from chaining those 4 rounds together is starting to come undone as 500 do well to double their scoreline, but this is a really clean round, only losing a single player in the process. And I feel like had they not gone for that jump, that self-boost, up to that vent, it would have been a very different story. But here's Kaspersky with the A1S. He makes the skill jump, holding the line. If Spellin decides to move forward, he could very well be a dead man. But Oxygen making noise in underpass distracts SDY. Okay, the trades are coming in real thick and fast on the A site. For now, 500 have cut pace. Spellin inside connector. So much control given over to the Bulgarians.
Absolutely. So much trouble for ENCE as this CT side needs a multi-frag. Not gonna happen from one of their players. Nate, you with the FAMAS. Well, you want a Frenchman or a French gun. He's gonna search for a multi-kill, and he's gonna find 2. Might give himself an opportunity, but now between a rock and a hard place, he's continuing the frag. Only Oxygen remains, and Pody on the rotate. He's coming in, but Nate doesn't need any help as he cleans up the Bulgarians on A site.
Très beau, Nathieu. I can't believe he's done such a play. That's 4 frags with lesser rifles, every single one of them. Unbelievable. Upgrading to the Galil. It is definitely an upgrade over the FAMAS, but he makes the French gun look just beautiful. Gorgeous even. Look at this movement. Had the better of every single 500 rifler, and from the jaws of defeat, Frenchman tastes victory. Bon appétit.
That was beautiful. And that kind of shows that ENCE is ready. They're ready on land. They're feeling real good. That's gonna deflate the 500 players at least for a little bit. Tac pause coming in from NKJ, and that's a good call. You want your players to keep it cool. That was a good play there, but there's still so much Counter-Strike to be played in this match.
Yeah. I mean, we're not even through the first half yet, so keep a cool head on our shoulders. Congratulate the play. Talk about the highlight reel later. We got to win the map. Cooler heads are going to prevail in this series, and ENCE certainly has a lot of them. Nice early carpet bombing of that underpass position, but Rainwaker is the real duel, and Nathieu not going to be able to continue his success. You saw him checking all sorts of different angles there, but no support. That was an untradeable frag. SDY takes one back. That was the wounded player from the HE earlier. Oxygen falling, suffocated after all of that. Now the T's are grouping up to hit B, and Glaive is ahead of the smoke. He is absolutely ready. So deep into apartments, he can get so much map control, so much vision, and a 2-man spray down from the IGL. That telegraphs the play in a big way, and it seems like ENCE just can't stop winning.
Yeah, though 500, they can plant the bomb. They still have a hope in this one. 2 nades at their disposal. ENCE is going to have to do a retake once more, but with a man advantage, it seems a bit more easy. Though a long rotate needs to come in. All 3 players actually coming from short. I expected at least one to go towards Apps, but Kaspersky takes down Red Star, and it's only Rainwaker. Let's see what you got. What did you learn in Team Liquid? Searching for the first one, but not finding even one. Multi-frags galore for ENCE as they hit 6.
They do indeed. Kaspersky's peak, man, I can't believe he manages to make something like that happen into apartments. That's a duel that it feels like Red Star absolutely should have been winning there. So some commiserations, you know, the fact is 500 put themselves in good positions, but they didn't have the aim back. And then of course, this last frag, super untenable, right? How is Rainwaker supposed to do anything in this situation? In that way, maybe a little bit more common. You compare it to his time in Team Liquid. Some stuff is his own mistakes, other stuff is, well, let's just say it's an unplayable situation. Now we come into another tactical pause. It's been back to back so far. Neither team really wants to let go of the tactics, let go of the opportunity, and NKJ has a lot to say apparently, which is promising to see. I also, at some point, might want to see them just decide, hey, guys, we got this. We're in the lead. We're comfortable. They're taking tacticals. They've taken 2 in the first half. They only have 1 remaining. I mean, that is tactical and strategic dominance. That is evidence that they are really hurting for a game plan right now. Let's see if 500 have found it. We get into round number 9.
They're going to have to find it. And they're going to have to hurry up with that. Find a way to strike back, as ENCE really is not making many mistakes. And the ones they do, they kind of fix with the mechanical plays. Pody getting out of dodge as that smoke fades. And now a passive hold from the side of ENCE. A bit of intel gathered towards mid. Again, 500 are going to want to split the A-bomb site, and the attack starts now. Nice. Nathieu draws for his blood. Now in trouble, the 500 side. Nathieu just needs to stay alive. That's not going to happen. 4v4, and SDY dies. Now, ENCE on the back foot. Now a chance to 500. Maybe an opportunity to bite back as Oxygen wins the duel on mid. Now, there is not a hope in the world for ENCE to retake this.
No, absolutely not. I mean, that was only one prong of the attack. Cirque falling in connector gave them a little bit more confidence than perhaps was warranted. And its defenders starting to crumble. They will start to look for a little bit more exits, but it's clear. In this 2v4, the CTs are just here to cause trouble, not here for the round win. All of 500 staring them down from the defensive line. A-main, Palace. but there's nobody there. There's no contest. A couple upgrades will be had. Maybe more so in the skin department than the gun department, but nonetheless, the CTs will burrow into their spawn and wait to be put back there into the next round. That's a third from 500. And honestly, all they needed to do, right, was hit with pace, multi-prongs, leave oxygen on the lurk. That catches off Glaive, and the rotations are sort of starting to be mapped out now for the Bulgarian squad. I think they're getting a better feel for how ENCE are playing the CT side. Problem is, this is Glaive and this is LAN. You can't count on them doing the same thing over and over again. The definition of insanity is not something you're going to see from the side of ENCE.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're going to have a few tricks up their sleeves, and feeling good on LAN, that's something to be expected. The boys that want to prove themselves, and of course Glaive and SDY that already have a lot of experience under their belt. Don't forget, when it comes to LAN, SDY probably played the most entertaining series in the history of Counter-Strike in Cologne during his time in Navi.
High accolades, but you're right. Was a very memorable one. Nateju, speaking of memorable, is going to have an opportunity to go again. Not successful. Red Star wants to write his own little sonnet. Absolutely glorious on the frags. SDY trying to claw back, but Pody's already been taken out of the picture. This is a Glaive 1v2 attempt. The bomb is going down.
All right, what do you got? The mastermind in a clutch situation against two T-side players. A long way to go and no kit on him. Don't know if there was a kit on the ground. Might there be a chance for him to grab one? He does have a smoke. He has an HE. There still might be an opportunity here that resides in his hands, but 20 seconds left on the bomb. He's going to have to speed things up, looking for the frag, but not finding it. And at this point, it's a call just to save your gun.
Yep.
There's no chance to clutch this out. You're going to have to just save what you got and hope that the next round might be a bit more fortuitous. Oh, actually, he's going to save an op. So that's right. Going to give Pody a bit of happiness, of course, in the next round. But 500, keeping themselves alive in the first half.
Yeah, they can't be beaten back completely. ENCE are not able to put them to bed in this first half entirely. Still an opportunity for 8-4 scoreline for the favorites, and maybe that op can be instrumental. So far, Pody has been very mobile, but I almost wonder if it's too mobile. He's moving so far, so fast, and coming off of angles at heartbreaking timings when he goes back and checks the demo. There's so many opportunities where he had to find a right move and to, push things forward, but with this tactical timeout from ENCE, they are also joining the camp of teams with only one left after the first half is complete. So we'll see what NKJ has to say about it. But right now, I do think they're going to have a game plan. It's going to be something cute and clever with that saved AWP. They don't have a lot of money to invest around it, so we'll see what they end up pulling. But they ideally do want to do more than just tie the first half, if they can. If they can.
Well, they're on good course to do just that. They can break the economy of ENCE, and the firepower in the hands of the CTs not looking good in this round either. Should they lose this one, 500 might see themselves tying up the scoreline at the half. That's going to have to feel really good for them, as they've been struggling so far before this two-round streak happened.
Oh, well, things are all good for now, but Spellin knows. That was calmed over. Pody was deep looking for that underpass option. And he pulled the trigger fast enough, that could have been a kill, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. Can't be lingering in your mind. There we go. Fast as lightning. Pody will take oxygen out, and that's a pick. That's what you need from the saved AWP.
Absolutely. Gives them a +1 Rainwaker scene. And now they're going to have to think, could there be an offensive push from the CTs coming in anytime soon? What's the plan for the 500 side? It seems that they might turn to the old faithful unless Glaive gets decapitated, and that's going to happen, bringing us back to a 4v4. Pody, his position already changed. He's ready to take on this B push. Let's see if he's going to have a bit of luck with that. First point of contact will be Red Star, and Pody does not have the luxury of missing, as the rotates are not going to be so quick. One player actually coming to short, a bit of trouble for the player on A side, but Pody is the main man now as he draws first blood. Rainwaker still making noise on A, and what's the call now for 500? A player coming at their back, but they're going through underpass towards A, and Kaspersky might be in a pickle here. MP9 is going to have to do it all.
Then they keep throwing Molotovs to delay Pody, but there it is. Surf drops the bomb. He drops the player stairs. Red Star has fallen, and this is over. 3 kills from Kaspersky. Unbelievable scenes. And would you look at that? ENCE post their 7th in unbelievable fashion. That's another A-site multi-kill from a player with the wrong gun for the job. I can't believe this.
Yeah, doing good work with those budget guns as, again, the individual play comes in from ENCE, and you can say that that was a mistake from 500, not checking the site completely, so little time left on the round, on the clock. And now ENCE at least securing a minimal lead at the half. Smoke gonna be broken, and Pody lightning fast as Cirque hits the deck. That's another +1 for ENCE.
Yeah, and they're really aggressive behind this. They've got 2 players in mid. Glaive gonna go ahead and relieve Connector. Opportunity for Pody to start rotating towards B, and that's exactly where 500 seem to want to go. They've basically lost every position possible. SDY, he's gonna drop his smoke. He's gonna stay burrowed in at the cart. Top of mid is not T control anymore. And they might carpet bomb him plenty of times, but with the flashbang, he's actually extricated. Really nice play from ENCE to take that control and make 500 work for it. But now, Kaspersky needs to continue, and he will. Oxygen brought down by Pody's AWP in a funny angle, but you know Kaspersky had that kill locked up anyway. Dead in multiple fronts. 500, they are looking for a last gasp on this T half. They do not want this scoreline to read 8-4 in favor of their opponents. But it just might.
Pody ready. That op could spell Spellin's doom, as the rest 2 players from the side of 500 want to hit A from ramp. Nate, you in trouble. He's going to get taken care of. Now, a bit of trouble for the ENCE side as they lose their opera as well. Glaive tucked in, not able to find anything. And they're falling 1 by 1. It's a 2v2 with 20-ish seconds left on the clock. Kaspersky, he doesn't have the luxury of dying. He needs to stay alive, and same could be said for SDY, but he whiffs his shots, and now again, an individual play necessary from somebody on the side of ENCE for them to take this round. Ooh, he catches the first one, and Red Star is low. This could be a chance for a clutch, and he's had a solid map so far, looking for the next player, but he's tucked in, and Red Star collects 5 for his side. It's going to be a minimal lead for ENCE at the half.
Coach for Team ENCE. Hello, Sense. How much time did you put into preparation for this LAN finals?
I mean, to be completely honest, we've been just working the whole split non-stop. We didn't really have time to prepare specifically for this because, as I told you, we've been just, even yesterday, as soon as we land to Prague, we were instantly playing a match. So, not really a specific preparation, but we are prepared for sure.
What is the biggest struggle you are working on right now?
Our biggest struggle actually is that sometimes we tend to react too fast, right? So yeah, probably it's something on those lines.
Right now it looks like the preparation paid off. You are playing pretty well. From your side, are you happy with the performance of the team in the first half?
Yeah, of course, because to me, I'm always more scared of the first games, you know, and since the first, in my opinion, the most difficult ones are the first and the last ones, you know, so it's really important to start with confidence, to start with being aggressive, making kills. I'm really happy with that, yeah.
And of course, you are the biggest favorites of the tournament. Are you dealing with that, with the expectations from your team, from your players?
We have bigger expectations than that. It's not only about a tournament. For us, we just want to be on tier 1. So we take every tournament as what it is. We need points, and the better we can be in that tournament is better for us. So it's nothing changed in that side.
Okay, thank you so much. I have little gifts for you this little night, and Red Bull as well. If you want to win these gifts as well, just come to the Vodafone PLAYzone Arena in Prague. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Heard a bit of insight at the half as ENCE have a minimal lead. 7 rounds at their hands. Let's see if they can finish things off on their T side. It is 500's map pick, so we'll see what they got on the defense, Pronoga.
It was a heroic performance from both Rainwaker and Red Star, and though Kaspersky looked like he had detected all the threats, at the end of the day, the antivirus was overcome, bypassed for a 5th round from 500. This is their map pick, man. They need to do absolutely everything they can on the CT side, and ENCE can sometimes be scariest on their offense. Gonna be going with pace towards A already for what might be an explosive pistol round. Setup good here for the T side, going into only 3 players. But Cirque is already on the quick rotate through connectors. Felon gushed from long range, but there's a double man setup under dark, and it's not fully cleared. Only one has fallen there, and Rainwaker, he's going to try to double up, but the Frenchman has other ideas. Now in a 2-on-2.
Yeah, 2v2, but they can't plant the bomb. They can't even get close to the site. They're going to have to clear at least one of the Bulgarian players if they want to do so. A lot of time left on the clock. Should they decide to do something sneaky and rotate back? Not going to happen, though, just yet. They have a flash on NateU, but neither player actually have Kevlar, so fighting could be an issue. Let's see if they can actually do something. Spellin left on 6 HP. He's going to have to just stay alive, not budge from this position, and hope that Oxygen can get the next frag.
Yeah.
A lot residing, of course, on this round, hoping to get that advantage as ENCE, or rather maintain that advantage at the beginning of the second half. And it's a slow one. Radio silent, the side of ENCE.
Yeah, Spellin looked over and almost got dropped by NateU, but as you mentioned, staying alive on 6 points of health, that's still enough confirmation for 500 to feel justified in their committal towards the A site. And another Glock shot will absolutely ring out. Well, smoke grenade has been picked up, and that will wall Spellin off from the site, allowing an opportunity for the bomb plant to go down. But Oxygen still wants to challenge from stairs. There's no hope for actually trying to stop this bomb plant, though. So they will get that at the very least. And a nice swing. Oxygen brought down by NateU. And no HP to work with. Spellin will also fall. The IGL not able to clutch up for the Bulgarian side. And ENCE will fire back their T-side pistol just like 500's. Will it be the same? Will 500 CT side be able to use the force buy to actually break the bank? That's what I want to know, Hugo.
Yeah, look at this. It was a really good setup from 500. Even one extra player rotating back, it wasn't enough to give them an advantage. Were it 3v2, could have been a completely different story. And 500 deciding to just go on the pistols. They're going to have USPs, one Zeus at their disposal. And also that Deagle in the hands of Rainwaker, something we didn't comment on. Cirque only on 2 kills. He's going to have to improve his statistics, especially when he gets the big green in his hands.
Yeah, it's been a common refrain, all too common, if you're a fan of 500, that Cirque is underperforming. And it's just consistent, really. But this is a little bit of a new low. Rainwaker will go down, but Red Star still there with the Zeus. Cirque trying to rock out with the Deagle, not able to do anything, and I don't think Red Star's going to get too close. Oh, he does actually, but with the USP instead, so no embarrassing screams. And Kaspersky turning around, also clearing Spellin. They end up clearing a couple of the players with SMGs, but actually, they only end up saving a single AK-47. Nice little shot of our crowd watching, enjoying the sights and the scenes. I'm sure a lot of ENCE fans, a very popular brand in Counter-Strike now. Not just in, of course, Finland, but I think worldwide. Yeah. At least Europe-wide, surely.
Definitely. European crowd likes ENCE. That's a definite, been for years. All right, first gun round of the second half as 500 need to fire back, and there's Rainwaker. That's the first frag, and a good way to start off this round as he takes one of the 2 players that had the SMGs. Now, what's the plan for ENCE? Do they want to pick up pace and go towards A? The answer seems to be yes. The rotates are coming in. 4 players already around that A bomb set, and ENCE might need to disengage and take a little bit more time to spread that defense.
They have plenty of utility here. It's not a problem of them being able to actually execute onto the site, but feels like maybe 500 are all too aware already. 3 smokes remaining for them as they dispatch 1 towards Palace, and Bulgarian side continuing to remain poised. Remember, ENCE were on a bit of a bonus with so many SMGs still in the back pocket, but they don't have much money in the bank as some of their other players had to reinvest. So they drop this one. It's going to be a bit scrappy into the next. They were hoping for at least a bomb plan. Spellin getting a little too curious, I think. Absolutely. Could get domed and does. NateU will defang this defense. And Cirque now looking for his 3rd frag. Might just be his 12th death instead. As the bomb is getting ready to go down. Red Star, very impactful position. Nature swings are a little bit too quickly. But Glaive will finish the job, and now Oxygen here to continue threatening. With the bomb down, this is a 3 versus 2.
Oh, look at Rainwaker. That's good timing. And now only Pody on his feet for the side of ENCE. Ooh, that's a good shot, but not able to capitalize on the players towards CD. It'll be a 500 round.
Sir, well positioned for the trade if Oxygen did go down, but keeping 2 alive is certainly better than 1. Less investment required into the next. But right now, right here, we have an opportunity for 500 to start chaining together some rounds. But the bomb plant did go down. ENCE will have a buy into the next. It's going to end up looking as if they won the last round when you compare the equipment.
Absolutely. Not going to be looking too good. Or rather it is at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah, okay. They decide not to invest into all the rifles, keep some more utility instead.
Well, 3 AKs still can do a pretty good amount of work, as well as the digs, should they find one head. Might tilt the complexion of this round, as 500 are trying to bring it back. Been at a disadvantage ever since the start of this map. Now they want to chain together a few rounds and make it easier for themselves to mount a comeback. It won't be a huge one, so this still could be a very active map, highly contested and important for both teams.
I do love the slower style that ENCE are putting on a round like this, where they have all the utility that they need, but maybe not as much on the weaponry side. They will execute out, and Glaive making a lot of noise, keeping Oxygen interested, maybe pulling Rainwaker away from ladder as well. But now the attack is starting to foment. It'll be a bit of a creep forward here for the ENCE players. They still have the ability to withdraw, but they are about to commit beyond all reason. Spellin brought down in sandwich, and the smoke keeps it only Cirque.
No. Rest are through the smoke, and Rainwaker, it takes 1 as well. Nate, you and Glaive unable yet to take a rifle, and that could spell trouble for ENCE. Bob at least gets the plant, and Glaive gets a rifle. But they're going to have to still fight an uphill battle as the Bulgarians are readying their retake. They have kits and they have a smoke. As soon as they can, they're going to have to smoke that bomb off. But Glaive finding the first headshot, and that's a good start. Nasty Y, that's a good position, but he whips the spray. Glaive now fires back, brings it back into a 2v2 and takes another one with him. Rainwaker, that's a position you can't get out of, and Glaive getting the 4K. That must feel good for the veteran on land.
Absolute scenes on A site. It continues, even though the halves have switched. And this time it's Glaive to get the multi-kill. At least one of them with the lesser weapon. Although maybe on the T side, you'd call the A1S a lesser weapon too. Great recovery there. And one of the factors being that 500 didn't invest in head armor. They had no helmets on, I think, 3 of their players. And so it was a lot easier for Glaive to long range, take care of them, dispatch them. Uncharacteristic precision, but the veterancy comes into play eventually. And now, with just pistols equipped on the CT side, things are looking very grim. ENCE have crossed double digits. Some of their rounds feel like absolute BS, but at the end of the day, they passed the sniff test. Oxygen will he be drowned out in the smoke? Yes, the answer is yes. SDY has his number. And that was really the only opportunity it felt like for the Bulgarians to get much done in this round.
Yeah, still searching for something. 2 upgraded pistols in their hands, but you can't really hope for much. It's ENCE on the verge of 11 as Pody almost gets the wall bang completion kill on Red Star. Left on 30 HP, Spellin on 15, and it's not looking good for 500. Of course, they're going to have higher hopes in the next round should they lose this one, but as expected, though, 4 players residing on A might still spell a chance for them, but 2 of them get taken out, and Rainwaker, that's not great timing as Nate Yu's going to get a freebie. Pody finishing things off, and 2 rounds left for ENCE for them to take the first map of this land.
There's a lot of teams that could do very, very well for watching how ENCE take this mid control on Mirage, especially considering the window boost. You know you're up against pistols. Some of them have been upgraded. You don't want to enter into these really short range angles where you might not even have the vision advantage necessary to take a fair fight. that's leveling the playing field way too much in favor of the pistol player. So the fact that 500 don't get anything in window, it's not because they misplayed necessarily. It's just that ENCE had a very slow, deliberate take. And you saw how uncomfortable it was for even Rainwaker. I know he's only got a P250. It's not like this is a fair fight on the best of days, but he can't even look at his opponent because everything else around him is collapsing. The fact that ENCE are taking it so seriously in a round like this really shows their level. They are dialed in, you.
Oh yeah, they're feeling so good at this point. And 500 might be in trouble. This could be their last buy of Mirage. They're gonna have to make it count and start chaining together rounds. Otherwise, ENCE, we might see them run away with the opposing team's map pick. ENCE, do they want to pick up pace? No, just sending Kaspersky under the window, and Rainwaker sees the play but does not expect a re-swing courtesy of the ENCE player, and that's another +1. Short-lived though, as Cirque finds the trade. As the Y through the smoke wants to play, but Red Star ready. And a +1 now for the Bulgarian boys. Ooh, that could spell trouble for Oxygen, but he was ready for that play and finding frags of the Bulgarians. Nate, you finally firing back, but Cirque on the prowl. 3 kills so far, but he might toss a wrench into their gears as he takes down one. Nate, you with an all-to-do 1v3. Time is on his side, and as he finds one, he might give himself an opportunity here, looking for the next one, but unable to find him. And 500 grasping at their last straw, keeping themselves alive on their pick.
Yeah, the young Frenchman aim a little hyperactive there, not able to stay steady on the default angle, and Cirque finds some significant impact in a world where he started this round with 2 frags. So it's been a stinker for him, but at least there's a glimmer of redemption here in round 18 as he's able to make things happen. Staving off map point. Remember, 500 picked this map, man. It doesn't look like it. But ENCE are going to move on to their own map pick after this. And this cannot be a 2-0 for the Bulgarians.
Yeah. Ooh, a good start as ENCE now pick up the pace. They want to split towards A. Red Star might be in trouble, and he has to reposition. The A site now less guarded than at the beginning of the round. Still 2 players there as Rainwaker strikes from short, gets traded back. And Nate, you collecting heads. He wants more, and he wants to swing towards CT in Cirque's crosshair. Or let's see if that off is ready. Flashed off and smoked off now. Locked out is the 500 side. Red Star must go for a desperate play, but desperation means a mistake. Only 2 Bulgarians left, and now Cirque left alone. And they know where he is. They know that he was towards CT spawn. Nate, who's gonna collect him, and it's 5 map points ENCE.
And the crowd cheering quite a bit for that kind of play. 500 on death's door on their own map pick. Man, this stinks. Cirque gets his AWP, and that's no improvement in his rating, no improvement in his impact. Sure, you've got op presence, but with the utility that ENCE have been throwing, it's almost an impossibility for him to find impact. And for him to burrow in that position feels desperate. Feels like ENCE have this in the bag. Locked in as Pody takes Rainwaker out for the pick. It's only SMGs and a Deagle left.
Not looking good. It seems that Mirage has said what it's got to say as Kaspersky collects 2. And now they're trying to muster something here. Oxygen gets a frag, and he's going to get an AK for his trouble. But is that enough? Is that even close to enough? Red Star, quick rotate through underpass. He might cut them off. That could be an opportunity here unless they're not careful. They could die, and Red Star might save his team in this round. Does damage, but it reveals his position, and ENCE can now proceed to B.
Yeah, it's only Oxygen going to be coming in from market. Let's see what haul he managed to pull. AK-47 in hand, smoke on his belt, and a whole lot of chips on his shoulder as he's trying to make things happen, make magic happen to prevent ENCE from stealing away 500's map pick. In what feels like a walkover, Glaive will trade. Red Star in the 1-on-2. Lots of HP. In theory, favoring the sole Bulgarian left on the server. But time is not his ally. Time is not his friend. He has no kit. He'll find the first frag, and there's the spray down. Surely, Kaspersky, he's got the AWP. I don't think it's enough, and there it is. The knife comes out to finish the job, and ENCE will take Mirage.
Oh yeah, salt in the wounds of the 500 players. They started the map with a knife kill, but they're ending as the losers of their pick as ENCE finished the job with the knife, and that's a statement to start. ENCE winning the opening map of the LAN, and that must feel really good.
Oh, it feels immaculate, feels wonderful. And as we get to see some of these replays, some of these highlights, you got to remember, man, 500 picked this map thinking they had a strong showing, a strong chance on Mirage. And there were signs of life, but nothing that tells us that the favorites are going to do anything but take this. There it is, the finisher. Kaspersky, you called that out earlier, man. They were the beneficiaries of that knife kill in the smoke at the start of this campaign on Mirage, but it was not to be. ENCE will take it, finishing it in style.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, that's only the first map of this 6-series LAN, so there's a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. If my info is correct, we're going to just cut to commercials, then back at the desk.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu. Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, nothing probably sums this map better than we started with knife kill while defusing. We ended with knife kill while defusing. Yeah. I mean, it was up and down all over. I think nothing maybe demonstrates it more better than the 10th round we have prepared for like further analysis.
Yeah. Do we take a look at it right now?
Yeah,
or
we can take a look. Yeah.
So let's go for it. In 10th round, players from 500 who chosen this map didn't do anything like overthinked. They played simple CS during the entire half, and that's exactly what we could saw in the 10th round, as you've mentioned. Almost during the entire first half, they were trying to play more like A-focused defaults. lurking either palace, a stacking ramp, and 1 or 2 players were splitting from mid. So that was really interesting to see. Rainwaker played really well on side of 500. Unluckily for Bulgarians, Cirque wasn't like really in his best shape.
Yeah, I mean, some players definitely performed well on this map. You mentioned Rainwaker. On the other side, I would say Kaspersky had very nice plays.
And Natu.
Natu, for sure.
My goat. As I've mentioned him, and I'm proud.
You placed your bets on the right guy,
yes,
I'll say.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, there were times when 500 almost climbed back into it, but again, maybe the veteran Glavy stood in their way one time with beautiful 3 kills. Always someone, always something that went wrong for 500.
And even if they had I think a pretty good mid-round call, I think it was the 11th round after the 10th one you just mentioned. Yes. They managed to go into Kaspersky. He's behind default on A side. There's only like 15 seconds to plant the bomb. Simply no space, no time, and they were all killed by Kaspersky. 3 kills in a row, and denied plant, denied the round. And I think that sums up I would say most of the play by 500, at least in the first half.
And we need to praise the game style of ENCE as well. They've played simple CS. Maybe
it worked.
One round was somehow different on CT side. All the other rounds were straight into default 2-1-2 and just defending the bomb side. And the only one I saw the round which was different was the 10th round, as we mentioned, where they tried something different. So we can take a look at it. No, that's the first round.
Yeah, that's
the knife you've mentioned.
That's the knife.
Exactly.
Almost a ninja defuse. It was very close to actually pulling it off, but as you can see, the knife kill just went there, and of course there was a heartbreak for 500. They managed to lose the second one. The conversion wasn't successful, and from there on, ENCE ruled most of the first half, actually.
Yeah, losing the second round cost 500 really much.
Crucial.
Then they've lost 4 rounds in a row, then tried to do something with that, but the result 7-5 was somehow for them pretty sweet. I thought that the first half would end like 8-4.
Yeah, it looked like 8-4 at best, for sure.
Yeah, and SDY actually had a lot of say in the first few rounds in the first half for CTs, because he had like 4 opening frags in 5 rounds, so that's a lot on CT side. And even thanks to him, they managed to pull off the lead, as you can see, 4-1. I think it was even 5-1. Until 4-2 it was actually, until the things went a bit south for ENCE, but still they managed to pull through a half 7-5, and from then winning of the second pistols, and it was pretty much their map.
I mean, 13-7 looks like it was kind of steamroll, but it doesn't tell the full story, because we don't have big streaks. ENCE only won like 4 rounds in a row. That was their best. Other than that, it was always 2 rounds, then nothing, then 1 round, then 2 rounds. So there was no big streak of winning for either team.
But still, I think the final result sums up pretty well the
I have to agree.
dimensions that we could have seen on both sides.
I mean, just losing the force, right? After you win the pistols, and then just losing against CT force even more so.
That hurts a lot.
That's the fact. Like usually for a CT side, if you lose pistols, you go for the force, you hope for the best. It worked out this time for ENCE really well. But for 500, that was unlucky that their economy was, I don't know, pretty weird, because they had like 3 pistol rounds.
Yeah, there were not that many saves. I think that's something that ENCE did kind of better. They were always trying to work with the economy, and I think that's maybe Glavy calling. That's maybe the a little bit of the veteran power showing up, because he knows when to save money on, definitely on Mirage.
That's for sure. And as we can see, the KD for Nadu especially, 225 impact. That's, I think, even more impressive stat. And he actually had like 3 or 2 rounds with 4 kills.
Yes.
A lot of rounds with multi-kills. So he had actually a lot of impact, as we could see on the screen.
Yeah, really difference maker in NQ. They found the right person into this match, and well, let's see how he will work on their own map, because it was enemy map pick.
How about snipers here? You mentioned, Podi, that you were pleased with the performance of this player.
Yeah, he played really well. He was able to find opening frags. He was playing op on the CT side, which, unlucky for Cirque, wasn't a possibility on T side for 500. Sure. The losing streak was so bad he couldn't afford the big green.
That's a bit of a blunder for their T side, actually. But still, they managed to get at least the 5 rounds. The problem I could see in there, it was the other half of them. Only 2 rounds that we managed to get on CT side. That's just not enough. Even if you lose pistols, 2 rounds are simply not enough.
Yeah, but despite the pretty close first half, Cirque just wasn't in his form, at his best. He had like 1 or 2 kills during the full first half. That's so small achievement.
Yeah, I mean, that's talking about snipers and AKs, but let's look how players deal with, let's say, different kind of weapon.
Conquering Prague takes a special set of skills. We tested all the players' accuracy with a much different weapon from what they are used to. It's 5 arrows per player to determine who is the best shot on each team.
Let's see.
Oh. Okay. It's just a warm-up shot.
Nice. I'll be happy with 2.
And we start with 0. Oh my, Yeah. I think he's got the hang of it. I can support it 3 times the charm.
Well, let's see. All right, that's actually very good.
Oh, yeah. The target is the goal. That's other left. Your other left.
And the winner of the archery competition for Team 500 is Cirque with 27 points.
So maybe Cirque needs a bow and arrow in Counter-Strike as well. I mean,
he didn't have his sharpshooting boots today.
It's kind of op situation, right? It's 1 shot, takes quite a time to roll out. So there is some maybe natural skill in him for a bow and arrow.
I'm waiting for the other clips to see if it's some kind of pattern or not.
I mean, I was there recording with the guys. I don't think Podi did that well, but we'll see later how players from ENCE did, because every team, of course, tried their best with the archery as well. Now let's look into the future. Let's look at the Dust 2. I mean, we before mentioned it doesn't feel like it could be 2-0. Are you still kind of certain about that, Storm?
Oh, so you're putting pressure on me, right? Yeah, well, you're right in that, because of course right now it looks like it could be a 2-0 for ENCE. Everything seems to be looking that way, especially the statistics, 65% for ENCE. They're playing it quite a lot. They even played in Swiss, managed to overcome some opponents on overtime on this map, especially on their way to the LAN. But 500, yeah, of course, they have a lot of individual players that have a lot of quality. They have a good, usually, very well shooting player on the AVP role. So I think it's going to be extremely fun to watch how Podi and Cirque actually clash out on this map.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, Dust, at least based on HLTV, of course, our favorite site, that's heavily favored in ENCE favor.
Yeah.
So 65% for them, 25 only on Dust 2 for 500.
A small number of games for 500, that's for sure. Only 8 times they played it.
Indeed, but Cirque, definitely you need the op on map like Dust 2, right?
Cannot live without it. I think that's the, that's the AVP paradise, that map.
Yeah. Let's say maybe the only position B isn't as useful as possible is when you are taking short. You can use the rifles there as well, and maybe it's sometimes even better option, because of course you need to take fights towards the ramp, towards the goose, or towards the default on A side.
You have to be flexible, you have to be fast.
And even on the B side, the choke point to the upper tunnels is like so narrow. The AWP is an easy target, pretty. If you swing, let's say, from close towards the car, the AWP has to be really quick at its trigger.
Okay, you, of course, mentioned Rainwaker as the maybe impactful player.
Yeah.
Very much so. He was on Mirage for sure, but Can we expect the same performance on Dust?
I think so. It of course depends on the spawns they will get, because Dust 2 is a really spawn-based map. If you don't get a single spawn towards long on the T side, you are, well, unlucky. And what's interesting here, it's Rainwaker who is playing at their default long position on the T side, so maybe he will get some chance to shine again.
We will of course have ENCE starting on T side, as it's their pick. 500 chose to go with CT here. Do you think that's a good approach when we're talking about that map like Dust 2, where it seems to be leaning towards T's more often than not?
I think it depends on the matchup, honestly. I would even say it's 50-50 maybe, but of course statistically you're right. I think it's still a bit CT-sided right now. I'm not really sure about that. But at least from what I watch actually at the Tier 1, Tier 2, it's 50-50. So I don't think it matters. I think it's their personal preference to actually start on CT, try to get the bank rolling, try to get the rounds rolling, get the momentum and take it away from their opponent, because of course they lost the first map and they have to win the second one.
Yeah, really interesting player to watch will be Oxygen in the first half from 500, because he's the B anchor. That's the bomb side you have to hold, because retake is almost impossible. On the other hand, I'm really looking forward to ENCE gameplay, because as I've mentioned on the first map, it was simple CS. They didn't overthink, and even on the T side, they didn't commit any like stupid strategy. They played really well structured CS, so I hope we'll see the same on Dust 2.
I mean, that's what's Dust all about. We'll see how they go. Luba, Pronogo, I think you should take us to the map.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back as ENCE took map number 1, 500's map pick, and it seems that ENCE players, Pronogo, are feeling really good on LAN. And how would you not feel good on LAN? It's a good atmosphere. We saw the crowd, and of course, ENCE hitting the ground running in this tournament.
Yeah, in a big way, stealing away their opponent's map pick in a way that didn't feel like a steal. If I told you ENCE had picked Mirage, you probably would have believed me looking at their game plan, looking at how cool, calm, and collected they ended up being. Of course, dropping the pistol in the opening and immediately firing back CT4 Spy, a victory for them. And they chained 4 together, and basically it was history from that point onward. A dominant CT side, sure, but much better on the T. And that's a little bit of a change. Normally, especially on a map like Dust 2, which is our map 2, which is always nice, little alliteration in numbers. I love that kind of pattern matching. I will say, Dust 2, T side, ENCE hasn't necessarily applied their trade best. Their best work usually on the defense, and that's not going to be an option for them as we get into our second map, because as far as I'm aware, 500 have actually picked the CT side. So when you're considering that, it's something that you've got to think about. Are ENCE going to continue bucking the trend? Are they going to have a really solid T side again, back to back? Because that's what is required of them in order for them to just basically cruise through this 2-0 and make it into the semis.
Yeah, and ENCE, they're a good Dust 2 team. On the other side of things, you got 500. They're not feeling completely natural on Dust 2. So it all kind of makes us think that this is going to be a 2-0 affair, but you never know what's going to happen on LAN, especially in an opening matchup. You might feel really good on one map, then things are starting to feel a little bit more uncomfortable on the second one. You still are trying to kind of adapt to the equipment at hand. You're trying to adapt, of course, to the chairs, to the desks, and it's really not an easy situation to be in, especially if you don't really have a lot of LAN experience. Of course, some players that are currently playing in this best of 3 do. Some are yet to collect the experience playing on LAN, though you did cast ENCE a couple of times on Dust 2 in the past few days. And how are you looking at their gameplay?
Yeah, right now, I feel like Dust 2 is definitely a map that ENCE can lock down. Of course, Train was removed, as it is the permaban of 500. So failing that, I think Dust 2 is actually one of the more consistent maps for this European Combine. Comparatively, I don't know that 500 have as much of a game plan. They have suffered a bunch of losses lately going into this LAN match, and they really wanted to turn their favor around, make sure that they can take up their own fortune here. And Prague, it's just not going to work out the way that they wanted with already being down a map. So I hope to see them rally comparatively. I think when you look at ENCE's tactical game plan on the T side, they do a lot of short pushes. They're almost always going to be hitting that A bomb site in some way, shape, or form, even if it means dropping down into CT spawn and then pressuring for a B split. That is an opportunity here that ENCE might end up going for, and they are on that T side. So let's see what happens as we get into map number 2. The pistol awaits.
Oh, they want to take long as soon as possible, but 500 readying that mid push. Glaive, he's going to be contested. He might be in trouble, but he heard the footsteps, and that's a lot of info gathered for his team. Only one A-side defender, and Glaive just needs to tuck here. Oh, the missed shots, they might cost him, and he's going to die. But Pody, right place, right time, and it's a 2-for-1 trade for the side. They're going to let the ball and the frag, and it's find one, looking for the other. A few wits, but he's still alive and battle ready. 3v3, let's see what 500 can do on the as they're already swarming the site. Nate, you found one frag so far, and he's looking for more, but his job is just to stay alive with the bomb planted. Keep their heads cool as Nate Yu collects Cirque's dome. Though he gets traded back right away. Not a lot of time left on the clock, but another ENCE player is down. Kaspersky, all eyes on him. Good for one, but no time to defuse the bomb. It's going to be the first round for ENCE.
Yeah, the firewall did its job there. Kaspersky is going to be able to guarantee the ENCE pistol win. And, you know, 500, they had a very advantaged fight there. At almost, you know, first glance, you're like, wait, why is he, you know, staring down long with a Glock from pit? That's crazy. But what it came down to was time. They essentially gambled in a way that there were no kits on the position. But at the end of the day, it works out really nicely. Nate Yu pulling his weight in a big way on this pistol. And that is going to be not just the bomb plant, but the round 1 with Red Star unable to avoid fate. Now we get into the buy round. The CT Force is a real thing. Spellin and Cirque on scouts. No Deagles here. Instead, Red Star on the A1S. And of course, double MP9.
Oh, Oxygen, does he want to go through that smoke? Does he have the guts? So far, so good. As ENCE are playing it passively towards mid, that might give room for the Bulgarian boys to collect some space, and you want to collect that first frag. Tilt the balance of power in your favor, even when you're outgunned. Find a way for your opponent to be outmanned. A lot of control gathered for ENCE as they have control of long. They have the B tunnels, and 500, they're going to need to pull the trigger. They're going to need to find something, and some intel needs to be gathered. Might give Nate Yu a chance, but he's just going to get destroyed by that MP9, and that's a rifle for his trouble as Oxygen upgrades to an AK.
This looks like good for a 500 CT forced by victory if they can maintain composure on the A site, because that's exactly where ENCE are moving towards. With only 45 seconds left, SDY, a very impactful opener, but now he's tagged by the scout. How much more damage can Spellin do? The swing is here. So many defenders. So far, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Pody's found Oxygen elsewhere on the lurk. Now Red Star feels the pressure. He has to rotate over, thinking that that's where the bomb is going to go, and maybe it is, because right here, right now, Glaive is starting to peel away.
Yeah, but SDY still lurking in that smoke, did not have the courage to peek through it. The Red Star finds one frag, and SDY collects the freebie on Spellin. They know where that M4 is, and they can play around it, but they need to collect the bomb first, and that might spell trouble. Smoke down, and Red Star, he's going to gamble towards A. That gamble might pay off. So little time left on the clock as they're going to need to hurry up and find the frag, and they do on time. A good call for ENCE, not struggling to plant the bomb, rather killing the player that is left, and that was enough to collect the round.
Yeah, Glaive rotating over and getting picked in the mid, that ended up almost spelling disaster for ENCE's T side. But as much as 500 were able to throw chaos into the mix, at the end of the day, it still comes up snake eyes for him. They get no players alive, no rifles saved. That means that we are going to be looking at most likely a very light investment into round number 3. ENCE can just go ahead and finish the job. Lots of HEs to carpet bomb Pody down. That makes him vulnerable to the pistols, but of course ENCE can simply rotate over to the other site.
Let's see, a few upgraded pistols on the side of 500 as one gets taken down. That's the SMG in play. Spellin, good timing, not good aiming as SDY turns and collects. It's a 2-man advantage against the pistols, and a Deeg is going to have to do its work. Not going to be in the hands of Oxygen as Cirque falls as well. Red Star 1v5, not going to happen today, my friend, as ENCE knock on the door of their 3rd round.
It's looking real good so far for ENCE. Nice and clean, losing only one member, the aforementioned Pody, tagged earlier by the HEs. Sailed on through, courtesy of that Deagle headshot. But now we get to see the real pièce de résistance. 500 are going to be mounting with their AWP onto Cirque, who needs to do a damn sight better than he did on Mirage. Only posting 5 frags, it might have been. Very, very miserable sight for the Bulgarian Opper. He wants to change his fate in round number 4, and he has the AWP to do it.
All right, let's see what that sniper's going to do. As he's going to search for instant impact and take control of long, and through the smoke, Kaspersky goes. Good only for one, but one is enough in that state of affairs, as ENCE have a long time to prepare their attack.
Very long time. 1 for 1, usually favoring the T's. Spread that defense a little bit thinner. So far, it has looked very similar to ENCE's Mirage in that they are methodically taking the map control necessary, sussing out exactly where those CTs are, punishing them for any more predictable moves, and suffocating them where angles do not get cleared. A little bit of a duel in mid. Doesn't go anyone's way in particular. This is going to be a 4-on-4 indeed, but the B site, a concession for 500. They are very much focused on this mid, maybe to a lesser extent A. The utility is going to come in and potentially bait them out. That's going to open up SDY for the flank.
Yeah, but what is the plan for SDY? He's so far apart from his teammates. Spellin might take him down, but SDY quicker on the trigger. Left on 25 HP, but that's inconsequential. Cirque finally fires back, but still a man advantage for ENCE. 30 seconds left as Glaive slithers toward A, and only Cirque remains towards CT spawn. 1v3 needs to tie up loose ends, and that he does as SDY hits the deck. Might give himself an opportunity still. Does he want to commit, though?
Feels really hard to argue for this, but he has found 2 frags already with the AWP. So what are 2 more? Problems. Pody posted up towards short. Shouldn't be possible for Cirque to make this happen. He'd have to roll back the years to his days in NRG if he wanted to make something magical happen here on the A site, and nothing is given to him. He will return to whence he came. This is going to be a 4th round in a row for ENCE's T side. And I saw what was happening on that desk. I saw the realization start to set in for Storm, you know, thinking about how, oh man, this really is going to be a 2-0, isn't it? And it's definitely a possibility here. And I think ENCE are making a very strong argument. And Cirque, on the other hand, not making a strong argument, but won't quite be sailed on through. Instead, it's just a jump scare, and you saw some laughter from the side of ENCE. They are all smiles on the second map.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's a way to maintain momentum that's gained on map number 1. Just get the pistol, get the first buy round, snowball what you already got, and ENCE are looking quite confident in this best of 3. Don't forget, it's a double elimination bracket, so if 500 lose, they still have another chance tomorrow. But they're going to have to use it. Oxygen is going to get tested. That D going to have to do work, and missed shots means he's dead. The bomb site belongs to ENCE. SDY, though, makes noise. That could cost him his AK. He's not going to expect the player in lower tunnels, so Rainwaker will collect. Bomb planted. What is the plan for 500?
Right now, it seems to be to scrape away with this AK. They're taking a very long rotation. If their intention is to go for this, which very much does not seem to be the case, they're going to be doing it in a very roundabout way. Glaive, not quite vulnerable to a flank from behind, but might be able to hear something to suss out a potential hunt. Remember, the money is flush for the side of ENCE. So if they start to figure out, oh, these guys aren't even going for it, maybe they start to go peeking. Right now, this is a 5th round for the T side. Our European Combine representing many a nation, finding unparalleled success as they burrow into the car. Your local fallout shelter, apparently.
All right, 500, what you got? Show signs of life, otherwise ENCE is going to capitalize on every mistake made. We've seen that on map number 1. Dust 2 seems to be the same story. Tactical timeout called by 500. They're going to have to talk things through, and they're going to have to fire back as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're not looking for 2 drubbings in a row, but so far this one looks even worse than Mirage. there were signs of life in the midst of that T side that 500 took to start things off. Obviously, most notably the pistol round that started things off with a immediate knife kill. You imagine what that did for confidence and vibes, and yet it all petered out after that. Immediate punchback from ENCE's defense, the CT4 spy, leading to 4 in a row before any reprisal. That's when you start to think to yourself, man, where did it all go wrong? And in some ways, it still feels like 500 are playing Mirage. They've taken that tactical pause. Maybe they can find some repose. AWP onto Cirque. Burrowed in short. Opportunity for a pick. Instead, it's Red Star that opens us up. But now with Cirque dead already, a second kill in the latest edition. Man, that's impact. Rainwaker, top of mid. They're crunching onto them, and Pody cannot do a thing. So there is still a sign of life. 500 letting out a sigh of relief after that one.
As they collect the first on the board, they're feeling a bit better. And that's what you need when you're up against the team that is on so much momentum. Just fire back, find a way to play aggressively, and that's what paid dividends to 500 here. Just look at their plays. No reason to be afraid, just pushing forward, pushing through, and finding the frags, catching the ENCE players off guard, left, right, and center. That's what actually got them this round, but they're going to need to do better than that.
Oh, in a big way. You can't have it be like this. Not when you're trying to defend your honor on LAN. ENCE, on the other hand, are still primed for victory. They have their own reinvestment. SDY deliberately going to a MAC-10. ENCE are one of the only teams to do this on the T side. And they are absolutely going to be powering onto this B site. This telegraphs pace, and SDY run and gun clears Oxygen out after the Nachu trade. We're looking at a 4-on-4, and the B site is where the bomb's going down. Will 500 dare?
Oh, that's interesting, though. Pody misses his shot. Now they know that there's not so many players on that B bomb site, as Pody is going to take his time to rotate, but that frag from B actually was enough for the Bulgarians to tuck tail and run. It's going to be 6 for ENCE as 500. This LAN, at least the first match, is slipping through their fingers slowly but surely after losing that map number 1. Not a lot of presence, not a lot of life on Dust2 so far.
Yeah, listen, 2 sandy maps and their prequel posting. Coarse and rough and gets everywhere. 500 are no Darth Vader, that's for sure. They are getting bowled over nice and easy. Surely there's some more gas in the tank for the Bulgarian squad. We need to see some more life in them. Not going to get much support from the crowd, or at least that's according to those opening interviews. They said, Spellin said, we don't get a lot of support, actually.
Yeah.
And, you know, just kind of dismiss that. Doesn't matter to us. Might have been nice. Might have been a little bit of an uplift, an updraft to speed things up a little bit more. But with pace, they end up clearing mid and then immediately doubling back to B. That takes some balls. You're talking about an ENCE team that just ran you down with a MAC-10. So for them to abandon the B site at the first port of contact and then double back afterwards, 500 clearly have a game plan. Let's see if it works out for them.
He's going to have to. As ENCE are already collecting 6 on their T-side half, it looks quite good for them result-wise, money-wise as well. Both teams standing strong currently, so that's not going to be an issue coming into the next round, whichever team loses. The problem for 500 is they're going to need to chain together rounds as soon as possible, and it seems that Cirque's op is going to get tested once more from the presence made from the side of ENCE, still maintaining those 2 men towards B. They're going to have to, at some point at least, group with their teammates as Oxygen. Actually, I was going to say, forced to use his smoke, decided to fire back first. Not enough info collected for him to throw that piece of utility. And now the B bomb site is going to get locked for the next 20 seconds. Not a matter for ENCE at this point in time, as they have 3 players already on short, and only the op can stand against them.
There's lots to talk about here with the tactics as ENCE are starting to push forward through short. There's opportunity here for Cirque to find impact, but he misses the flick, and the flashbangs force him back. Long is where he will make his stand. So far, ENCE working the picks. They have 15 seconds to get that bomb planted on A. It has to be now, and it will. Uncontested. surely 500, you have to go for something like this. You might be a man down, but you need to reclaim some map control. You need to claw back middle and short as well. Spellin, in theory, had the drop on Nachu there, but the reactions of the Frenchman way too fast. And I can't believe it, Yuba. 500 are falling away and giving ENCE the first half won with 7 rounds.
Yeah, but what can you do at this point if 500? Realistically, going on a retake means you're probably going to lose all the guns you have, and money isn't the issue for them just yet. But there's still a few more rounds left to be played in this first half, and they want to conserve what they got. ENCE on the other side, looking pretty, looking good, as they lead 7-1. And search for more guns as Red Star will not take his to the next round.
Yeah, pinned to the wall there at the end. Man, it sounds harsh to say, but every decision 500 have made, pick Mirage, lose it. Pick CT side on Dust 2, run over so far. For absolute sure, they have lost this half, but even if they come on a miraculous rerun from this point up forward, I mean, maybe that gives you a little bit of momentum going into the second half, but they are exasperated. You can see the player cams not pleased whatsoever. And Cirque looking for some action towards that boost spot. I was having this this debate with myself, Yuba, because sometimes these VODs, they go on YouTube.
Yeah.
And YouTube, you're not allowed to say certain words. And so do we call that position that Cirque was scoped up in on a live? Do we call it that? Is that it now? On a live? Okay, I'm just saying. Might be an option there.
A bad position to be in either way. I'm, of course, referring to the caster position at this point. You can't really say the certain call out, right? But first blood drawn by the sniper of 500. Might give them a lifeline in this round. The HE grenade only touching Kaspersky a little bit. Though Cirque knocks him down for a +2 for his team.
Yeah, Spider Sense is tingling. Positive KD with all the saving. Not a lot of action has befallen Cirque. He'll leg glaive, which is good impact. Oh, still ends up taking Rainwaker's head. Almost looked dangerous for a second there, but Natu on the flank, SDY as well. The double op setup maybe baited them towards Cirque, and the fire will burn him alive, but he found a third frag in the round. SDY, this would be a 1-on-4 with the first found. He puts the bomb down, but only enough to bait out some action. He's actually found 2 immediately and suffocating 500. This was a 4 versus 1, and it's now down to the final duel.
How has this happened? SDY 5 HP in a dream, but Spellin good timing to proceed from short, looking for the frag. He just needs to blow at him, and SDY will fall. Let's see if he can clutch. As you said, 1v4, not gonna happen, as Spellin maintains a lifeline for his team. But that was costly. That was a Pyrrhic victory for 500 again, and showing their individual prowess on land.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You cannot count SDY out. Look at this guy. He is just phenomenal in the clutch, especially when you consider his LAN experience with Navi. You were talking about some of the most entertaining LAN that has ever been recorded in Counter-Strike history. Certainly some of the most entertaining final action, I'll tell you that much. Maybe we're already predicting ENCE to those finals, but a lot of Counter-Strike to be played before then. Let's find out. 500 have posted a second round. Is it where it ends? Kaspersky cuts Oxygen short. That's going to be another kill found in the lower tunnels. Cirque has to fall back, and after such great impact, it almost was for nothing. He burned alive as op was recovered. And another secondary op setup here. Spellin on that sniper. This worked out okay to bait them forward in the last round, but ENCE, they learned from their mistakes.
Yeah, and Dust 2 is so difficult to play on CT side. When you lose just one player, you get in trouble. You need to go for a desperate play. Cirque needs to make a good one, and that's 2. But is 2 good enough, as 2 players on his side are the only ones that stand between ENCE and 8. And still a lurk there for ENCE, as they can consider a different approach, a bit of a slower approach on long, trying to bait the 500 players to commit to the site. Kaspersky just needs to find the flank. It's going to take a while, but he might get a chance. And should he do so, that's going to make it so much easier for his team to get to the site.
Well, Spellin's burrowed in with that sniper. He can hold for the cross. Nachu, as the smoke dissipates, is going to make it over to that side, but it is a really nice setup here for 500. The question you have to start asking yourself is how long before you consider the CT infiltration. Persky here. Oh, he's got to control the spray, and that's not going to be it. Not how ENCE wanted to get onto the site, but they will nonetheless. Spellin, damage dealt to him. Not enough for the HE to do a single thing, but still, control here in the 2-on-2. Nachu knows exactly where Rainwaker is coming. Oh, still brought down. Glaive, can you do it? Can you clutch up 1v2? Found the first. Spellin on such low HP. Oh, he's toying with them. The pistol might be out by now. And indeed it is. The IGL battle, it's prolonged, it's awkward. It's not what you were hoping for with the highlight package. But he's giving him haircut after haircut, and eventually Spellin has to fall. That's an 8th for ENCE.
We can't say it was pretty, we can't say it was good looking, but you can see Glaive just laughing it off as he collects another round for his team. It's 8 for ENCE, and they're 1 foot in the next part of this LAN.
Man, you know, you see ENCE last alive, or Glaive last alive on ENCE, it's so deadly for the other team. Not necessarily, again, in the prettiest way, but you start to think to yourself, oh, it's just Glaive. I mean, he's the IGL. How bad can this be? And well, to put it nicely, he uses his brain more than he uses his aim, but still ends up working out. Composure there as we factor in how much of a massacre this has been on Dust 2. It feels to me like, honestly, they have to rally. They have to get these 2 extra rounds back. Big thumbs up. Yeah, there we go. You have to see 500 score these next 2. Get a little bit of momentum under their sails. Once we do that, things can be all right. Things can be, well, a glimmer of hope anyway. With any luck, the T side of 500 will put up more of a fight. We're getting back into things here for round number 11. 2 more rounds to be played in this half. 500 don't have a glorious buy, but Cirque's still on the AWP. Let's see how well it works out.
Well, you're just talking about their T side, but they still have a mountain climb on CT. They need to collect these next 2 rounds to give themselves a chance, and Rainwaker wants to take things into his own hands. Missed shot from the op as Rainwaker can slinker back to short to safety, maintaining a 5v5 with at least a little bit of intel gathered. He knows that there was presence in front of Long, so with that being said, 500 don't yet need to allocate players to that part of the map. Only now do they send Red Star towards Long to take control of things there.
And Red Star's the sole shining light on his squad. Obviously, Cirque posting positive again, but really it's been Red Star's multi-frags that have given 500 chances in these rounds. And so for him to be the one to hold this long position, ENCE would do well to avoid that. Not that they know exactly where he is anyway. Kaspersky playing with fire. Spellin and Rainwaker trying to hold for any mid push. But like I said, ENCE really do favor these short takes in these mid rounds. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try to attack both places. Glaive cut down by Rainwaker, and sure, the trade is there, but Spellin very close. Not cleared by a Molotov, and that's what happens when you play contact. 500 getting maybe a little bit lucky here. Oxygen's head is off.
And that's
now
big.
All of a sudden, this is B.
That's huge as Nateyu collects the head. They can plant the bomb with SDY still on the lurk. And Spellin on 11. SDY will take him down. Cirque does not have the luxury of missing a shot, but he's getting spammed from both angles. SDY collects Red Star, and he's going to get number 3 in this round. It's another round that goes to the hands of ENCE. And they're strolling, steamrolling 500.
Yep, absolutely. We had a short technical pause earlier because of a keyboard issue on the side of 500. At this point, wouldn't be surprised if some mouses get smashed. This is looking real rough for them. Save your peripherals. Guard your mice, guard your keyboards. SDY looking unplayable here. And it's so sad. 500 had an opportunity, and now they've lost oxygen at the beginning of this one. The spawn working out for SDY.
Everything seems to be working out for them, though 2 kills, 3 rather, go into the hands of 500. Maybe a straw to grasp, maybe a chance to use, as DY wants to make a play, but Red Star shuts him down, and it's only Kaspersky. 1v3, bomb on his back, and enough time left on the clock for him to play around this.
This is still very possible, but it would be absolutely soul-crushing. You would watch the Bulgarians lose all hope immediately. Red Star has been found. Spellin can upgrade his Alligator. Cirque, on the other hand, still working with that sniper, and Noise is cut. Held for the cross, the smoke not covering everything. Kaspersky knows that was his best opportunity to sidestep Cirque's sniper. So 45 seconds. Let's see how long the pole has before he ends up pinned to the wall. There it is. All right. ENCE will be held at an arm's length at 9, but that is still a crushing first half. 500. They at least score the last one, but they really need to rally. They need to show up to Prague.
Right here in place at Vodafone PLAYzone Arena, you can try a lot of cool medieval activities such as archery, so you can try your archery master. Let me try first. It's kinda difficult, for me at least, but I think you will have more skills than I do. Okay, not bad. Try yourself. There will be a lot of competitions for straight products as well. So try. If your arrow is shooting straight, you will win straight.
All right, we're back for the second half. Let's see if the Bulgarians have something to show. They lost their map pick, and ENCE lead with 9 at the half. After the first half of Dust 2. Looking good are the favorites, and they are the best ranked team on this LAN. That must feel really good coming into a LAN and completely destroying your opponent so far. 500, they desperately need to start the second half with the victory, Pronogo.
Yep, ENCE have been shooting straight. And you know what, Luba? I'm feeling straight. Let's see if ENCE can make it happen to double digits on the pistol. 500. Well, they've got an interesting idea, moving towards the seldom used B site, Natu, and Kaspersky here. Ladder with a smoke, and Dooley's on his back if they pop through. There it is. Good teamwork already, and the spray comes on through. Can he get more than one? The answer is yes. And look at that, just like you like, 2 headshots from the Dooley's.
Yeah, and that's a good start as the Dooley's collect 2. Now the Bulgarians need to fire back, but again, Kaspersky dealing damage. The USP's coming into play, but a lot of damage dealt toward the side of ENCE. Even though it's a 2-man disadvantage for 500, they still have a chance, though. SDY still collecting frags, even though he's on low HP. Again, finding the head. Spellin finally with an answer, but with an all-to-do in this pistol round. And the bomb, look at where it is. Or rather, he might get a chance to collect it, but the CTs are swarming in, and there's so many of them. He's going to have to be quick and find a way to isolate these duels. Looks for the first, but not able to find it as ENCE get to double digits.
Everybody was so low, so wounded. You almost thought maybe Spellin can go for the ace clutch in the pistol. Not to be. Easy double digits for ENCE, and we might be going back to the Deskin record time here, ladies and gentlemen. Did 500 have anything left in the tank? I think the answer is no. Somebody sprung a leak, and there's oil all over the floor. The garage gonna stink for a while here as ENCE trying to put them to bed with style, with speed. I don't even know if you need many more tactics in the CT side at this point, but Pody doesn't think so. He's got the Alligator out. Automatic shotgun.
Well, at least the odds are looking quite tasty for 500, if you believe in them. You can get 60 bucks on the dollar, and that's not a bad deal. Of course, with the expectation of 500 finding new life in this best of 3.
Yeah, that would be a new life indeed. Second life is what they need. But we're playing Counter-Strike, so let's see how well they can do on that. Pody, he's salivating versus these pistols. Oh. And the first is found, second as well, yeah.
Pretty.
Mow them all down. Delicious. Natu finishing it off, and well, that's 11. So at this point, the hardest possible mountain to overcome. 500 would have to make so many rounds in a row just to even maybe make us feel like, oh yeah, there's a potential chance for a comeback. I think those odds just went up actually. So yeah, it's probably like 69, 70. Nice.
Not bad at all. Of course, this gun round is going to have to work. He's going to have to do some damage if 500 want to bounce back. ENCE, I've said it many times before throughout this series, feeling quite confident so far. The push towards long comes in as Spellin finds one. SDY good on the trade, but nowhere to run as they're going to re-peek him and destroy his head. That's an advantage for 500 and a good chance of collecting around a Scout, an MP9, and an M4. What stands against them and number 4.
Yeah, I thought you were going to tell a walk into the bar joke. 500 are going to grab a round here, most certainly. Nate will be able to trade out. Rainwaker's AK upgraded for the Frenchman. And now a 2-on-3. It looks like they're still interested. I mean, why not? You've got so much confidence with such a bank of rounds to work with. Kaspersky looking around. He sees Cirque jumping around with that Scout. Remember, 2 AKs have been picked into this round by 500, so it's not like this is a force buy from the T's in the way that they have lesser weapons. And yeah, we are going to see ENCE tuck tail and save their equipment. Kaspersky has a full utility belt, so that's going to work out wonders for him into the next round. They don't have to invest nearly as much as you might think based on that. Maybe somebody can buy a kit, but otherwise, there should be another force buy around this purchase. 500 do get to 4. ENCE held at an arm's length yet again, but it's only for a short time, it feels like. Their inevitable conquest in Prague will continue after this short break, this intermission where 500 decide what to do.
Well, at least that's a chance as they start things off well on their T side, collecting, well, at least the first gun round. ENCE, of course, on a buy and a better one than they've had in the previous one. So they want to continue, and this is a big advantage for ENCE currently, as they know there is a lot of margin for error. 500, not with the same luxury on their side. And look at Pody, so aggressive so early. Will that do him good, though? That smoke is blocking things off, so he still has a chance to find the opening pick. So much utility used, and Pody needs to go back. No chance, SDY overstayed his welcome on short. And that means first kill goes to the side of 500.
Yeah, when the utility is raining down like that, it's so hard to maintain focus on what's directly ahead of you. You got to be thinking about all the mollies that are landing at your feet. Glaive forced back. He burns to about half health, and Red Star will at least take that information, but he comes back in. Experience leading ENCE to a 4-on-4 now. Short is the name of the game. 500 will be committing to the A site. It's only Rainwaker to attempt some kind of lurk, and Kaspersky will almost certainly make noise when he falls off to try to help the defense.
4v4, ooh, that rotate towards mid.
Oh yeah.
Might give Rainwaker a chance. I was expecting them to save their guns as soon as the bomb is planted, but Rainwaker not gonna give them the chance. At least finding one, and that was the op. Not gonna be in the hands of Pody in the next round. A bit of trouble for ENCE at this point, as they can't really save. At least they can save, of course, what they got, but they can't collect that op. They don't have the luxury of fighting a player whose location they don't know. So they just need to pull back, hold what they got, leave 500 to get the 5.
Yeah, keeping 3 alive is the name of the game on the CT side. If you're newer to Counter-Strike, only having to drop 2 guns lets you keep flush with weaponry and with equipment. Even if we have to see an MP9, a FAMAS, something like that, brought over to the teammates. The buy will look surprisingly good for how little money they actually had coming into this next round. That being said, 500 finally getting to 5. Still a long way to go, a big mountain to climb. They'll be setting some records in rock climbing. Not my favorite medieval activity. I do like archery a bit better. Shout out to Mr. Vogel, but we are going to be looking at an opportunity here for Cirque, and he will make good on it. Clearing SDY, that's the MP9 out of the round. Everybody else on a rifle. Kaspersky already felled, though. This is starting to look like they can chain some together. Cirque in trouble in mid, though.
Glaive. Look at that. That's a chance, and that's an easy frag, a freebie for Glaive as he brings it back to a 3v3. Do they want to commit, though, with Pody so low? Bomb is going to get planted. That's a definite. And then searching for the next frag. If they find it, of course, they're going to commit to the retake. If they don't, it is expected of them to try and save. But a smoke will hold them off for longer.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a save. Pody will upgrade to Cirque's AWP. Glimmer of hope there, economically speaking. wrapping around there. I think even if Pody was full HP, they'd consider the same thing. The B site is so difficult to retake because there's so many little burrows that T's can be in an attempt to avoid flashbangs and utility. And they did not have a lot to speak of anyway on the CT side, so clearing all those positions, almost impossible. Luck would have had to be on their side. And I think a lot of their victories are a little bit more on the technical hard work side, but Luck was definitely smiling upon them for a little bit here on Dust 2. 500, chaining some together. Very cool, calm, and collected. Our ENCE in the face of this mini comeback. Only 2 more mistakes required for ENCE to chain together the requisite rounds to win and clinch the match. Let's see what else 500 have in their disposal, because the onus is on them to keep reinventing themselves. Eventually, ENCE will be able to figure them out.
Just a matter of time, though. And the thing is, if you're 500, you want that to happen as far away to this point as possible. Pody, that seemed like an easy shot for him to hit. Uncharacteristic miss, but it's not going to cost him his life. Only 50-ish HP. So he can continue to fight. Battle ready with the op. What's the plan for 500? As they've taken control of long, they left one player toward mid just to play the lurk. Pody might have a shooting gallery here, but there's an op on the opposing side, and it will claim Pody's life. It's a +1 for 500.
Might be the most impactful kill Cirque has had so far in the series. Glaive, though, cuts down Oxygen before they can properly cross into the site. STY is here as well. Plenty of room for ENCE to find a little bit of action, a little bit of control. Stave off this attack on the A site long enough for Kaspersky to get into a nice position. Glaive has a duel against Rainwaker, isn't going to end up winning. That applies a lot of pressure, and STY dropping 2 is going to be even more so. 500, they trade Nachu out, and this is a 1-on-3. He swings out, but it's not fast enough. Cirque, the correction, the turret. Now that's uncharacteristic for, that's what we know old Cirque to be.
And a sigh of relief. Visork, he knew that this round could have gone the other way had he missed his shot. Managed to convert though, and 500 is still in it. Just getting a bit closer to tying things up. As NKJ needs to call the attack timeout, they're gonna need to think of something, as now 500 seem to be on a roll. Slowly but surely getting closer.
Well, they were on the cliff's edge, about ready to drop into that lower bracket, but it looks to us like they are slowly pulling themselves back up onto even playing field. Battered and bruised, but not out of it just yet. The Bulgarians will continue turning the screws on ENCE, making it difficult for them, defending their honor. Great adjustments from Cirque here, and it has to be said, Pody whiffing in mid, that was really the first opportunity here for ENCE. Now they've been cut down, they've lost all members, they've saved no guns. Their tactical timeout makes a lot of sense to be used here, and they will be investing into a bit of a half purchase. Not quite what they would want, but still doable, still a possibility. As they continue to try grabbing that elusive 12th round. 500 moving towards long in a big way. Not a whole lot of defenders here.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to use what they got, and they don't got much. Pody with the 5-7, just spamming away, not finding anything so far. The Bulgarians getting to the site, they can plant the bomb now, and what's the plan for ENCE? They have money for the next round, but finding the first, that's a step forward. And that'll make things just a little bit more difficult for 500. Rainwaker again on the backstab, finding Pody once more. And this is not feeling good for ENCE. A bit awkward for them to do anything here. Rainwaker just W gaming as he collects one more. Finishing touches on this round as ENCE are locked out. But 3-on-3, not enough time for them to mount a retake, but definitely a good chance for them to take some of these guns, make it easier for themselves in the next round, and a jumping headshot for Natew will make him collect the M4.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, Natew on the MP9 is like a sleeper supervillain. It's crazy how many frags he comes away with on these ecos, on these forces. Most notably, second round after losing the pistol, you put Natew on the MP9, you can almost guarantee you got a really good chance on a Dust 2 conversion. So to see him find success even in a round where even in a round where they were not favored, and they don't end up winning. 500, they get to 8. That's a record for them in the series play so far in Prague. How much more can they improve upon that? Will this be when ENCE changes up their fate? They upgraded over to rifles. Pody on the AWP again. They blow open their own smoke, making sure, see what else they can do. And yeah, Pody will take Spellin out immediately. So that's a man advantage for the defenders, funneling 500 towards short.
Yeah, M4's holding the A site. Can they do it though as Glaive misses his shots? Kaspersky dead as DY, good for one, and Glaive needs to go back, but Pody still interested, sniffing around the site. Miss flick, he needs to reposition. 500, they're gonna get the plan. It's gonna be a 3-on-3 retake.
Yeah, 500 do well to shuffle the bomb onto a high HP player. Rainwaker would have been felled by that HE. Hot posted towards long, but nobody's there. Nobody's even in pit. Rotations are going to come much closer to that box. It'll be Pody, and it'll be Glaive. Nachu coming in from CT spawn. He's going to self-boost, and he does end up finding... Oh, Glaive ends up finding Rainwaker. That lessens up the pressure. Nachu can absolutely move through here, but there's no time for the defuse at this point. They can't get up fast enough. Nachu can only hope to kill every single member of 500, but they've got money for days, and that's a 9th for the Bulgarians.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good for ENCE. They fought bravely, but it wasn't enough, even though 2 players left alive. Another round goes to the side of 500, and just edging closer as they get another on the board. Only a few. Rather, only 2 remain for them to tie things up. And should they do so, all the momentum is on their side. Don't forget, ENCE seems to be extinguished so far on the CT side.
It's really hard for them to post anything, and at the very least, they do have the AWP saved over. You saw Nachu go in for a hunt for that weapon, give Pody a nice chance. He did find the opening pick onto Spellin last round. Let's see if he can improve upon that, or if this rifle tower that's being assembled looks into lower mid. Oh, it's going to spot Oxygen on the boost, but I don't know how he takes SDY's head there. Looking unplayable as he mantles up. Cirque. Oh, he has him. Hook, line, and sinker. Kaspersky penetrated by that op shot. Perforated as they're looking to find plenty of map control towards long. But that keeps Nachu burrowed in towards B. There's almost no way that ENCE can comfortably move towards the A site and stack unless they're admitting it's just a gamble.
ENCE needs a multi-kill, and that's what won them Mirage. Plenty of rounds won by heroism of their players, but not gonna happen from the captain. As Pody knows he's under threat from long, needs to go deeper towards short. It's gonna be another 500 roundless. Pody can make a multi-frag happen, miss shot. And now they know the Opera's position. Now they can hunt him down. A lot of trouble, and Nateyu, or rather, yeah, Nateyu, can he help him? The answer is no. Did manage to get the frag, but Cirque, good positioning, as only 1 round separates these 2 teams. 7 in a row won by 500.
Yeah, this is a crazy comeback. The one that we did not think possible, and now I'm starting to be the one eating crow. Maybe Storm on the analysis desk was right. Maybe this won't be a 2-0 after all. Double digits secured. This will be the final tactical timeout that ENCE can pull. Looking for any little thing they can muster. And NKJ has a lot to say. Let's see if they can finally avert their woes. Sometimes it does take a little bit too long for the screws to get turned and for you to really start having those gears slot into place. The puzzle piece starting to come apart here for ENCE, but maybe they can still make things happen. Maybe they've got a little bit more of an idea now.
What's the plan, though? What can you do at this point? They're gonna have a bye, but that's not the prettiest one I've ever seen in my life. And 500 on a roll, just trying to avoid Cirque's up that dealt damage from that position so far a few times before. And do they want to pick up pace? The answer seems to be yes, as Oxygen already in pit has a chance to find a multi-kill. Oh, that was perfect. That was beautiful as Glaive hits the deck and sneak to pull back. And another +1 for 500, finding a way once more to get the edge. Though Spellin gonna get blown away, but still a 4v4 that favors the T side.
It depends on how active ENCE get from this position. Pody posting up long. He finds Oxygen. That's impact. Exactly what they need as Cirque is on the other site, not able to contest. But SDY getting way too ahead of his britches there. SDY is going to be felled, and now we've got Pody holding short. An angle you'd say favors him. Is that where 500 want to go?
And 500 just waiting for ENCE to make him this step. They could catch them off guard. Rainwaker in trouble as he gets double teamed. Again, the advantage for ENCE and Pody. Using this timing, might be able to catch Red Star off guard. Nice. Now the only Bulgarian left alive, and a bomb quite far away. Oh, no. Pody just needs to stay alive, and he's doing just that as he pulls back towards A. It could be a 1v1, but he doesn't have a smoke to cut off CT spawn. Looking for the flag and tapping away at Kaspersky. He knows where the last player is. And there's the clutch from Red Star that saves 500 and equalizes the tie. 500 saving themselves on Dust 2.
There will be no other savior. You will save yourselves. And now it's their turn to take a little bit of a tactical timeout. Let's talk about what just happened. Red Star, the man, the name on everybody's lips. 1 versus 3, and he's still able to make things happen. Tap, tap, tapping away. Ridiculous long-range duels. It all came down to the fact that Kaspersky thought he had the advantage. He was just going to watch the angle. Not ready for the Ferrari peak. Man, they're playing it like it's a pug right now, and it's working wonders. So much momentum. They tied us up, Yuba.
Oh, yeah. And that clutch gives so much momentum, so much wind in their sails, completely, though, extinguishing ENCE as well. And look at the money on ENCE, even with max loss bonus. What can they muster up? We're going to all 24 rounds on Dust 2, and that's not something I expected to say. ENCE are gonna have not the prettiest looking buy, only 1 rifle in their hands, hoping they can win with this. If they do, they're gonna, if they don't, they're gonna have a buy in the next one. But now aggression comes in as Cirque hits the flick. Kaspersky needs to do something with that M4. He's gonna need to find a multi-kill in lower tunnels, but the Bulgarians are waiting for him, and that Molotov will reveal his position. SDY so deep, but he has nowhere to run, nowhere to go. They can wait him out and find another advantage.
Yeah, this makes it tricky. Cirque gonna be the hunter-seeker, looking for the last CTs to threaten him. Oh, that's an unfortunate whiff. Red Star helping to support. Kaspersky getting felled, cut down in those lower tunnels as he tries to take a peek. That's the rifle gone. ENCE have to start to fall back, and all this utility used in unorthodox ways to try to clear SDY from this bizarre angle. He drops down and he'll drop out. Oxygen blankets him with bullets, and now it's just Nachu and Pody with just a few 5-7s. Almost no hope for this one. They're going to need to rely on that buy to take us to extra rounds at LAN, or 500 will storm the gates and make it all the way back. A ridiculous comeback after a 9-3 first half.
And of course, 500 now on the verge of getting an advantage, not something that we've seen for a long time in this best of 3. Bomb planted round over. The rest of the ENCE players just hoping to find a gun, hoping to find something. Rainwaker could be the victim, but he's looking for kills and collecting them easily, as his gameplay was stellar so far, especially in these positions where he's isolated, but always managing to get through the lines. Pody at the very least got that M4. And they're gonna have a buy in the next one should he save that gun.
Yeah, I don't know if he saw the shadow there on top of the box, but nonetheless, Rainwaker will fall away, and Pody will indeed save that gun into the next. ENCE now playing for overtime on a map they started off with 9 rounds on in the first half. They only needed 4. They've only found 2. It's shocking how good 500 have turned out to be on the T side. Not what anybody had on their bingo card. What is this, 9 in a row now?
Oh, yeah. They had 3.
Yeah.
When ENCE hit 11. And still on 11 and 500 on map point. And this is kind of the classic ENCE gameplay. I mean, we've casted them so many times before in the past few months. They have a really good T side on Dust 2, but then the CT side comes along, and sometimes this is what happens. Their CT side unable to hold. Can it hold now to at least get us to overtime? A double op setup on the T side as Red Star and Cirque both have the big green in their hands.
Well, that's an interesting little flavor. Red Star holding for any long pushes. They feel like ENCE are desperate, but it's a bit more of a passive setup, waiting for 500 to make the mistakes. Our defenders lie, looking for an ambush. Pody forced back. Plenty of control in CT spawn, and well, it helps that Nachu is so far committed to long. They know that they can freely rotate over the rest of the site. Looks like 500 might be considering another play, though. And a couple of CTs have already cheated towards the B side anyway, but not nearly as deep control. That's going to allow the Bulgarians to continue moving towards that B site. Let's see what ENCE have in them.
That's going to be attack towards B, a split towards B as two players are going to be the hopes of ENCE. Glaive, good position going through the smoke, but should he die, that's just going to make it easier for 500. Glaive does not have the luxury of dying. Kaspersky tucked in. Will they check him? That's the question. They took care of SDY. Kaspersky only good for one. Glaive on the rotate needs to find something. He needs to give them a lifeline in this round. Otherwise, it's 500 all the way as they complete the comeback. Destroy ENCE on their pick. It was 11-3 and 500 taking 10 in a row unless Nate, you and Pody can make magic happen, but that does not seem to be in the realm of possibility. 2 grenades at their disposal. They're going to use them right now, but they're going to need to find the kills. Otherwise, we're going to map number 3 in the opener on this land. So many angles to check in. A Bulgarian on each guarding it. The Frenchman not waving the white flag just yet, still trying to do something, but there is no time, there is no chance. 500 making it work, and we're going to the decider.
Going to the decider indeed. Nuba, I cannot believe it, but 500 complete the miraculous comeback on land versus Glaive. They prove that they have something here to say in Prague, and maybe the Conquerors won't be the highest ranked team after all. We're going to find out as soon as we hit to that 3rd map. Join us for that.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC. Game on.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we witnessed was what I believe is called caster curse, because at 11-3, it was, I believe, Luba who said something along the lines of, nothing's really working out for 500. This doesn't look good for them.
Yeah.
And from that point, nothing worked out for ENCE, like nothing. So what happened? What happened? 11-3, I mean, 11-3.
Honestly, hard to say from ENCE's perspective because everything just fell apart on the second half. They even managed to win the pistols and the conversion. It was 11-3.
Yeah,
but then 10 rounds in a row for 500. I mean, I can't even.
There was something crazy, and honestly, maybe Podi better choose XM rather than all because there was a good round where he got the most kills, I believe, in one round during the CT half.
Yeah, I think it was 3, maybe.
Yeah,
actually.
Triple kill with XM.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, we mentioned the op duel at the beginning, that it will be very important on a map like Dust to have a strong sniper to back your team up, because then you can like play along, you can play with the map, right? And we witnessed Cirque coming back definitely in the second half.
Yeah, in the first half he only had like 1 opening frag. In the second half he had 4 more. Actually, he finished on 5, and he had extreme impact, as you could see on your screen. Of course, you can just watch replays now. But when it comes to Cirque, in the second half, 24th, 23rd, 21st, 20th, 18th, 17th, and 12th, all of those rounds he actually managed to get 1 or 3 or 2 kills. And most of them were opens. So his impact to the game as an op on this map was huge.
I was pretty scared that Cirque will somehow follow the path of the first map, but during the second half he stepped up, and there was a great performance by him. That's one of the highlights I talked about already, Podi's work with XM. And what's interesting also when we talk about the importance of duels between Podi and Cirque is the fact that Podi even once wasn't able to kill his opponent on all.
And on this map, that's especially harsh for whatever team he's playing for.
Yeah. I mean, he got dominated. You don't need to be like performing super well. You can be, it can be 1-2 or something ratio like that. But Podi got dominated in the op duels for sure. The long distance just belonged to Cirque.
It didn't even matter in the first half, that's for sure, because the rest of the team performed and Cirque didn't really find his footing. But when it comes to the second half, it just exploded. And I think that was the motivation, that was the main factor of why 500 were able to manage 10 rounds in a row.
I mean, there were some close rounds. We saw some amazing clutches, like Red Star, when the score was 11-10, so that was pretty important clutch he performed there.
There was a really beautiful play from lower tunnels. He was able to isolate those 1v1 duels. Exactly what you want in this situation. It was kind of, well, I didn't understand why Podi decided to leave the crossfire he had with, I guess, Kaspersky on the middle. There would be easy situation for ENCE, I believe. There was a wrong call to make, to go long.
Yeah, there was like 30 seconds to go, so rotate all the way around. That would be very difficult for Red Star to do.
Yeah, in comparison with the first map, I think ENCE on the city side did overthink some stuff with those rotation and so on. And maybe this was the crucial moment that, well, sent us to Decider.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote at the halftime like whole spiel about tempo. You know, you lost the first map, now you're trailing a lot. Like, how can you get back into the game? So, how was it that they got back into the game? Because they definitely did.
Well, we mentioned Cirque, we mentioned Red Star. I think even Raidwaker managed to wake up.
Yeah, do you think it was individual?
It was definitely individual. Okay, it was definitely strategy as well, but individual plays managed to get them some important rounds, especially on Red Star and Cirque.
Yeah.
So you need one player to step up, 2 players to step up, and then just the whole team starts to work better.
Like, you can have a great teamwork, but at the end of the day, it's all about the fight, all about the firepower, and, well, Bulgarians proved us wrong if we thought it will be 2-0. So, well played by them. And maybe what's interesting is the difference between ENCE and 500 on this map, because, yeah, we praised Cirque for his amazing open duels with Op on this side. But, for example, Kaspersky, he has 5-0 in open duels as well. So, Storm,
and even
here we can, like, somehow manage to, let's say, well, prove that that even Oh, I lost my
train of thoughts.
It's okay.
Well, we'll let you figure it out. Before that, let's take a look at how players from ENCE dealt with our special weapons.
Conquering Prague takes a special set of skills. We tested all the players' accuracy with a much different weapon from what they are used to. It's 5 arrows per player to determine who is the best shot on each team.
Astralis director in front. It works every time. It works fucking every time, bro. There's one on target. The Legolas is here. Legolas? Yeah, like AVP. Oh, what happened?
Maybe we'll save one arrow actually.
Oh shit. Nice, Casper. Let's go, bro.
I did better than you, bro.
Oh, oh, mama. You got this. Imagine he shots like the black dot. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay, not bad, not bad.
Bro.
Hopefully I don't have like this on chess, bro.
And the winner of the archery competition for Team ENCE is SDY with 38 points.
So for ENCE, it was their rifle, not their sniper, who won the archery competition. Kotti, you had the point finally caught up in the brain.
Exactly. Thank you for the tactical timeout we got here. Yeah, I want to say that even riflers can make that impact. Kaspersky had 5-0 in open duel, so that was pretty good from him as well. If we want to highlight something from ENCE and their T side is the ability to just run and shoot, find the opening kill, and that was working. And it's something that can work even on the Decider map.
Yeah.
But honestly, I have to point out, even on ENCE side, there was a really noticeable person. It was SDY, especially in the first half. He managed to take out anchor players on both A and B 3 times in total and managed to get the round for the team. A lot of multi-kills. It wasn't enough, though.
Yeah, SDY, definitely his career is very interesting. Now it led him to ENCE, and he's definitely playing very good rifle there. So let's move on to Ancient, our decider that's await us for these two teams. I mean, beforehand, the Mirage was up and down. It was no big streaks of win rounds or for any team. Dust, complete opposite. It was a long streak for ENCE, then even longer streak for 500. So what is it going to be on Ancient? Because I think it was you, Thomas, who mentioned Ancient is kind of new Mirage, right?
It was me.
It was. But okay, I agree. Then Kotti, go for it. So is it going to be more like Mirage? Is it going to be switch rounds of winning rounds?
I think so. I think so. I'm really looking forward to Red Star. He showed us what he is able to do on this very map, on those two. And I think he will be one of the most important person in the Team 500 to prove us they are able to upset ENCE in this matchup. Because he's usually playing the A anchor position, and it's a not really popular position, to be honest. The opponent teams are either going full execute A and you are alone there, or they are not simply going to your position. So that's the reason why I am looking forward to his presence on server, because the A anchor position shows, just for me, that you need to rotate, you need to think, you need to have a good game sense, good timings, and so on to make an real impact.
You're often left alone there, and you have to make a decision.
Like, you are not able to, let's say, clutch 1v3 on B side.
Yeah, sure. Anchors are often undervalued, I think, in the opinions of the majority, but they're very important players. And I have to say that what you just pinpointed is basically what matches Ancient with Mirage. It's basically B side on Mirage. It's the same thing. A on Ancient and B on Mirage.
Oh, for sure. But, I mean, if you look at the history of this map between these two teams, the last two, even in our tournament, it was not heavily in favor of ENCE, but it was in favor of ENCE, for sure. 10-13 and 7-13, respectively. So, can this be different, and how? Is it, again, the individual performance or Cirque, of Rainwaker, of Red Star, people like that?
Hard to say. I think right now, more than ever, it's going to be about the mental fortitude, because both of those teams managed to clinch one map, but 500 is going to feel much better, especially after those 10 rounds. Momentum is a very big thing in CS, especially in CS2, and I have to say that that's going to leave a mark on ENCE. It's going to be about the start. It's going to be about the Nice, who's going to pick a side. You pick the comfort one, you feel more adequate on the side, you manage to build some rounds, it's even easier, it's a decider, it's essentially best of one. Yeah. So I think this is going to play out, this is going to be the most major impactful thing on the whole matchup.
I have to say that I didn't choose Red Star out of the blue, because on the A side he will usually take duels against Natew, who proved us that he's ready on LAN on the first map. And when I said that Ancient is new Mirage, I'm really looking forward to these duels, which are, let's say, most often about timing. On A side, when the A player is in donut, you are able to find a gap in the defense, you are able to push through, find some lurk, and so on. So it's part of the map that isn't really, let's say, popular, but I really like it.
I remember that before the match we said that the odds for it being just 2 maps was like 1.62 or something. Let's see what changed, because now ENCE still heavily favored, but not as favored as before. For obvious reasons, I guess.
Yeah, and over 21.5 rounds on the map, I would say go for it, honestly. When it comes to the trend between these two teams, I think it's worth a shot.
Oh, I think this can be a long one for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to overtime or anything like that.
And Kacpersky is performing well, and honestly, this is the main factor. Natew and Kacpersky were the 2 important factors in the last match in Conquest of Prague that actually ENCE won 13-10 on this map. Natew had 24 kills. That's insane.
Yeah, and together with Kacpersky, he is also in a great shape today. Yeah. 40 kills on Kacpersky, 41 on Natew. And on the other side, maybe it will be Rainwaker who will try to make the difference.
We mentioned briefly, and I don't want to go too much into it, the Twitter war or something between Kacpersky and Oxygen. Of course, some allegations there. Can you imagine, even like remotely, what would happen if this match was online after comeback like this? What would the Twitter say?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, if all the players said that it's gonna be spicy here, then it would be even spicier there.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, I think the internet would break down.
That would just be blown out. So this is I think perfect opportunity for 500 to show no, we're very good team, and we do comebacks, and that's just how we play.
And that's honestly what I said, because 500 have a lot to prove here, and this second map did prove that they can pull off some impressive wins and comebacks.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk, or let's other people talk, maybe that's a better way to put it. We send word to our casters, guys, take it over, last map of the first match.
And here we are, map number 3 for our opening best of 3 in this competition. Don't forget, there's always the losers bracket for the team that loses this one, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be comfortable if you lose this map. And ENCE, they're going to rue their wasted opportunities, Pronogo, if they lose the decider.
Oh, there's going to be a big ruining. Listen, at the end of the day, it's still called the losers bracket for a reason, and you don't want to be losers when you were the favorite. When you were up by 11-3, that is a ridiculous capitulation on Dust 2. Make no bones about it. So now we set our sights on Ancient. And you know what? 500 aren't exactly slouches on this map. Will it translate into LAN, a map where you do need to be a bit more quick on the rotate when you have all of those very frenetic utility battles? It's really, I think the way to describe Ancient is like if Inferno Banana was kind of the entire map. I mean, really, it's so much utility raining down everywhere in mid, in B short, and there's so many angles that you're going to have to check, and everybody gets stuck into it super fast. It can be a very aggressive map. It obviously makes for some entertaining duels. Let's see who ends up scoring that T-side start, because I think whoever does that is going to be able to set the pace.
Absolutely. Of course, 500 starting on their CT side, as I would assume they won the knife round in the end of the day. We're going to start with this pistol, as ENCE are trying to find a way to bite back after losing 10 rounds in a row on their own map pick in the previous Dust 2 that was played. Now it's Ancient's turn. show what it's got. Red Star might be in trouble. They're firing on him, but still alive. Finding one, looking for more. Not able to do so as he's traded back. Still a lot of CT presence toward this site, so it's not going to be easy for ENCE to get through as Cirque does damage. That might be enough. Rainwaker takes care of nateyu in the main position, and now ENCE, is this attack crumbling? That's the question. Glaive, that fadeaway headshot gives them a bit of breathing room in this round.
Ooh, and you look at this. They cut noise, they slow things down, and immediately 500 abandon the A-bomb site. If Glaive has the wherewithal, if he can look for all of these potential lurks, Rainwaker might get cut short, and Glaive is watching, but that's the bomb as well. A very important duel. Rainwaker immediately doubling back. He'll burrow into where he found his first frag of the round, and this is going to be a slow pistol indeed, but certainly not without action. 40 seconds remain on the clock.
Now, let's see what the plan is for ENCE. Do they want to wrap back around to the same site they try to attack? Is it consequential that Spellin has a kit? That's also one of the questions, but ENCE need to plant the bomb first, and Rainwaker will be tested. Let's see. Glock can do some work as Glaive hits the deck, and now they need to check this position. Not a lot of time left on the clock for ENCE to clear. Spellin just jiggling, just making Rainwaker collect another frag and a 4K to start things out. ENCE with no breath, it seems, in this best of 3.
Yep, nothing like that. You just end up getting gassed out on that first pistol. It was a really interesting mid-round situation. We don't get to see a lot of those in the pistol rounds, but there's also no bomb plant. And that means that there's more than likely no force buy. Glaive is going to have to think about what he wants to do in this extended timeout phase, that also called the second round by some. Really excellent play from Rainwaker. Another thing we rarely see. How are you possibly going to expect to get so many headshots with a CT Glock? And yet Rainwaker made it look easy breezy. He's been playing very well in this series.
Oh, look at this. Another chance for him to get a few more kills under his belt. Good position. Takes down 2, though. Cirque takes care of Glaive. nateyu managed to take down Rainwaker with that Glock, and they've retrieved the rifle, but nateyu on such low HP. Pody as well. So this is still a lost cause for ENCE, and they can make some magic happen. Losing a rifle, not the best thing for 500, but should they find the kills, it'll be quite easy for them to retrieve that gun. Yeah. Spellin on the backstab, easy as you like, and only Pody now with that Deeg, trying to at least do some more economic damage. Not gonna happen so easily. They're gonna take that rifle, and they're gonna take their second round.
Yeah, softens up the armor of Red Star, otherwise all easy breezy. They recover the A1S, no problems there. For the first time, it feels like in the whole series, a second round swing hasn't come out to absolutely smash 500 after a pistol round win. Helps that there was no bomb plant. Of course, ENCE did not have much to work with here, and it plays well for 500 that they've decided to go for that more slow push, even respecting the pistols that ENCE brought into the last map. A lot of flashbangs and a lot of utility blanketing the middle of the site, but it ends up going ENCE's way. Spellin, though, a fadeaway jumping shot. He's going to take Kaspersky out of the picture. Now we've got a 3-on-3, but you'd still say ENCE have a bit of an advantage. Oh, especially now. Oxygen running out of breath. Glaive will take his head. 2v3. This round has gone haywire very quickly. 500 still have a small chance. The bomb has not even been retrieved yet.
Yeah, the next kill could prove to be crucial. Should Spellin, or Cirque for that matter, find the correct timing, they might still have a chance in this. And Cirque wants to fight towards mid. Pody quite deep. He's going to collect the frag. Might get traded back right away, but now Spellin left alone, but they don't know about his position. This could still spell danger for ENCE. Should he manage to catch them off guard, though? Spellin caught off guard himself. They know where he is, and they'll take care of him. ENCE finally cutting this streak of 500. As don't forget, 500 were on a 12-round winning streak if we count the previous map as well. ENCE finally getting an answer.
Yeah, we had about a 10-minute break, but still, that's a lot of momentum in your sails coming into this. So very important that ENCE fire back and exit their drought. Managed to find some excellent action in the mid-round. And you got to see a little bit of an example, a slight sample of how utility-heavy mid and even B short can be on this particular map. So much utility invested in giving ENCE their advantage in terms of map control, forcing awkward moves from the defenders, and that's how Oxygen ended up giving over the tie game 3v3. So, ENCE are looking for a second round here. It's versus a scuffed buy from the CT side. We got a FAMAS, we got an MP9, of course, Cirque just on the 5-7. Two A1Ss could still write something. They are both in mid and A, so far from where ENCE are bringing the action here in round number 4.
Let's see what ENCE got. Let's see what 500 got for that matter. As you already said, it's not the best looking buy you've ever seen in your life. SDY could be under pressure, could be under scrutiny. 2 M4s with a solid crossfire, but he has a chance to isolate them. Kaspersky, on the other hand, catches Cirque, and SDY is a dead man. Not going to be checked. Rainwaker collects a frag. It's a 4v4, and that maybe slows things down for ENCE. Do they want to pounce on the site already? Spellin waiting with that MP9. He's going to have to do a lot of work. 1 for 1 might not suffice. And that's provided that he actually finds that one frag with so many Ts coming towards ramp. His teammates close, but they're cut off by that smoke. Now the attack begins. Spellin destroyed. Nate catches him off guard. Red Star not spamming the smoke just yet. 30 HP on him. And do they even want to commit to this round?
The answer is yes, especially with that incendiary kill. Nateju burning to a crisp after planting the bomb. This is a 3-on-3, and Pody's found 2 in the smoke. You can't step to this man. Phasing that smoke was a horrible idea. Now Rainwaker caught between a rock and a hard place. A second round for ENCE. They tie us up beautifully.
Feeling good for ENCE right now as they fire back right away at the beginning of the decider. It seems that that second map comeback from 500 did not phase ENCE so far, at least, judging from their performance. A good molly had managed to burn Nate, but not much more done by 500. They tried to do the boost in the smoke. It was a quite easy double from the ENCE player. Now only with USPs starting pistols, trying to do some damage for 500. And SDY has a chance to collect some cash.
Oh, yeah, money maker. Let's see. I'll spray down a couple. He should only be good for 1 here with that range. And wow, Cirque is doubling up with the USP versus players with helmets. So that was a nice little flashy moment, but at the end of the day, an easy mop up in mid for a 3rd round. They get their advantage. Maybe get some of the crowd back on their side. Yeah, we like to see that. I see some Fnatic jerseys as well. We know that they're waiting for the 2nd series today. Fnatic will take on 9 after the action concludes here, as we wait for 500's CT timeout. And Yuba, I gotta call back to now 2 rounds ago, technically, when that incendiary burned Nate to a crisp. I am shocked. I didn't think the CT incendiary could do a single thing in this game. I'm amazed. That might be the first time in recorded history since the patch when it got a kill. Impressive.
It's, yeah, it's been rough times for the CT incendiary ever since the patch came in. Well, at least they got an MP9, so you can't win them all, right? As long as the SMG is busted, the CTs are going to put it to good use. ENCE in the lead. Only 1 round separating these 2 teams as 500 are back on a bye. A few pieces of utility missing, though. They're going to have to put these guns to good use as they are easily taking control of mid. ENCE want to strike towards A. Not going to be an easy job for Spellin as he's cut off by that smoke. ENCE can already plant the bomb. Those Spellin, that's a forward position as they take 1 frag. Still a player with presence, but Pody through the smoke once more gives his team a short-lived advantage as Cirque takes care of Nate. So many trades going in, and finally 500 disengaging. They're going to leave ENCE with a little bit of breathing room.
They have 1 flashbang to make this retake a possibility, but little do they know, ENCE are not committing to the site. A bamboozle here as ENCE are leaving Pody, who might not be playing around the smokes himself, but definitely a smoke criminal of his own kind. Just a different genre, spraying so many players through that. Cirque holding for him, but it doesn't matter. This man cannot be stopped. The Finn from ENCE Academy proving his worth. Now, in 2v3, the lurk comes around. Kaspersky will finish the job. Nail in the coffin. Oxygen, can you escape? You can gracefully exit stage left, but instead he wants to force the issue, and that's ill-fated for a 4th round for ENCE.
Doubling their advantages, ENCE. Still a long way to go to win this best of 3, but should they do so, that comeback, that 500 rather, managed will be completely forgotten. Don't forget, today we have one more best of 3. We're in the upper bracket, of course. It's a double elimination affair, so even a team that loses this map still has a chance to go to the finals. I'd really love if at some point of the tournament, the production team can set up a crowd mic, because we've seen them. There's not a huge number of them, but they are quite loud.
Oh, yeah. Listen, we can tell. They've been cheering. And you know, when the second series happens, the cheers will commence even more. For now, 500 looking for some pistols, the MP9 on Spellin. A little bit of HE damage to Red Star. Very tense. 500 trying to make something happen with a little bit of a force. They've got money into the next for Cirque's AWP and a couple of rifles. So regardless of the outcome here, ENCE will be able to have their metal tested properly against a rifle buy in round 8. 500 want a little bit of impact here, and they seem to believe that it's going to be A, but that's a misread. Glaive calling the bomb over towards that ill-fated B site. We got 2 T's in Red Room, ready to paint it. With a fresh coat, Oxygen. Oh. So low, and SDY will gun him down immediately.
Yeah, that was a peak for Oxygen to remember. Didn't even stand a chance to fire off a single shot, and SDY wants to put that SMG to good use, but now he knows what's going on. A lot of intel gathered at the very least, as ENCE can waltz to the other site, plant the bomb, finish off this round, and get number 5 on their T side. The Bulgarians locked away on the other side of the map.
The regular MAC-10 buys that ENCE do on T side are just another reason why I think, you know, it feels like they are a cut above the other squads. There's not a lot of tier 2 teams that will do that. But when they sniff out an eco, or when they just want to go with pace, SDY is not shy about leading the charge with the MAC-10. Glaive neither. A little bit of a stalemate in the mid position, but Spellin gets brought down by the Frenchman. Nachu finding impact all the way down to the swamp, as they're slowly pushing their way back to where they began this round. Maybe Red Star and Cirque will meet the business end of Pody's AK, but it doesn't look likely. And the rifle round will come out in round number 8.
Good atmosphere in the Vodafone Arena.
We like that.
Yeah.
We like that.
Hopefully, will you and I get a chance one day to get to Prague, enjoy some of the beer and sausages.
Ooh, sausages.
Yeah, that sounds kind of dirty when you say it like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was etiquette. I have to learn how to say it in Czech. You know, I know how to say dziękuję. I know how to say jak se máte.
Ooh, Spellin.
That's not it. Pody. Ooh, he's already going to cut this short. Oxygen. Good for a trade, but Pody doubles up the fin. Striking hot. The iron is Red Star trying to force the issue and stay alive ahead of the smoke in mid, but he's likely to come up against multiple Ts. ENCE are a disciplined team on Ancient so far.
Very disciplined. Not giving 500 a lot of space, even with the man advantage. Red Star needs to find a multi-kill. Bad spacing from ENCE. We talked about their discipline, not showing it right now. Is Red Star somehow still alive, pulling back and finding a frag? Wow. That should not have happened. It's a 2-on-2, and it's an active round now for 500.
Yeah, that was absolutely catastrophic. That was a 4 versus 3 where they had a lot of impetus to move forward on the map, and now 500 are the ones being active while the T's park. This could very well be something in favor of Glaive and company. He's currently clearing a whole lot of angles towards that short position, and that's exactly where Rainwaker is coming up forward, but oh, that's not the aimer you want, looking for those headies. It's Cirque and Rainwaker on the other side. Business end of the Frenchman's gun, not good enough for more than one. Cirque finishes the job, and that's a 3rd round for 500.
Oh yeah, 500 now. That round could be a difference maker. Still a long way to go if you want to be happy with your CT side half, and seems to be a technical issue. Hopefully gonna get resolved soon, as we've seen Spellin on the side of 500 talking to an admin.
I have it on good authority that Cirque squeezed his mouse so damn hard to get that kill that he burst into his big hands, you know? It's just what happens when you're a unit That good authority being my fan fiction, of course.
Oh, that's an interesting piece of fan fiction. Gotta read that. It's on your blog, I assume.
Yeah, my Twitter, VuCSGO.
Brilliant. All right. Hopefully the tech issue should be over and done with soon. 5-3 in favor of ENCE on our deciding map of our opening best of 3. Seems that Dust 2 has been all but forgotten so far, as ENCE are playing like nothing ever happened, though this previous round could end up costing them, as it seemed to be a shoo-in for them to grab another one. But Red Star somehow managed to stay alive for long enough for his teammates to actually tilt the favor toward themselves.
Yeah, and those are the kinds of rounds that aren't necessarily replicable unless ENCE are just going to make it a habit to make such mistakes. And that seems a bit uncharacteristic. I know we just got hot off the presses of ENCE dropping an 11-3 advantage on Dust 2. You know, fnatic and 9 could already be getting set up here, but instead we're going to see a little bit more action between these two squads as the replay package comes in. But still, it should be ENCE's map to win. It should be the favorite for the squad moving forward here for this match. You just think about how often ENCE have been under the pump by teams at the tier 2 level. And, you know, at some point you start to hope maybe they can be a bit more dominant. Maybe they can start getting some 2-0s. And it looked like that was it on LAN, their home turf, so to speak, considering all the veterancy that they've got on the squad. Wow, NKJ has been specking into teleportation.
Well,
no wonder they're good.
Must be some sort of an advantage where your coach can teleport.
That's right.
Just blink toward the 500 booth and see what they got, see what they're prepared to do.
Well, you do it as a jump scare tactic, and they think maybe they started to, maybe their coffee was laced with some mushrooms or something. What's going on here? Why is that guy looking at me? No, at the end of the day, it's just going to be back into the action here momentarily. And it's really good that 5 are able to score that third round. Without it, it feels like they would have been potentially getting run over again by the T side, and it would have all been for naught. But after what happened on Dust 2, I'm not ready to count them out no matter what the scoreline is. 5-3, ENCE get back into it, round number 9. Doesn't look like too much pace here, but Glaive hunting for something towards the B-bomb site.
Oh, that's a good start. Red Star finds a frag. Spellin, though, gets destroyed by Stupshowski, and that puts ENCE in a position where they have a 4v4. A lot of room gathered, though. Bodhi, that's a slap in the face, as he was the first one that started spamming. Got dinged through the wall and left on 14 HP.
It is satisfying, not that you would ever know it all unconfirmed, when you take some damage through the wall, you put some bullets back, and maybe you hear that dink sound communicated through. Who knows? But either way, it's a nice way to shut them up. Pody gonna have to think a little bit more hard about his lineups. He wasn't that far from the money. Kaspersky entering onto the site. Oxygen, oh, not long for this world. Snuffed out. And with the incendiaries down, those Molotovs are gonna really force the issue here. Rainwaker has to start to fall away. This is a save for ENCE 6, then at the very least, they've secured a tie first half. That's assuming 500 have enough life left in them to score 3 in a row on the trot.
Yeah, and this is not what you hope for when you're 500. You were kind of fortuitous to win that previous round. You'd hope that that's going to be a start of something, maybe deflate ENCE a little bit, but no. ENCE just striking back, getting the relatively easy trades. Rather, Kaspersky showing some really good aim. And ENCE is going to be on 6. The only question is, can 500 hold on to all of the remaining guns? ENCE have a good bank, so they can send a player or two on the hunt, and Kaspersky is doing just that. Just missed the timing. Could have taken that op away. Not going to happen, though. ENCE 500 saved 3, and he's a bit mad. He knew, or rather, he knows what could have happened.
Would have been really funny if we then got it piped in that, sorry, Kaspersky messaged you, tech pause, but no, that's apparently intentional. Listen, he did really well to entry onto the site, clearing Oxygen. That was the frag that won the round, so for my money, he can spray wildly all he wants. Polish powerhouse over there on the side of ENCE. Has been playing very well in the series. I'd say the same about SDY, of course. It's been Red Star and Rainwaker, really the two rifle duos for 500 that have kept them in this. Cirque, of course, having a late game resurgence there on the sniper is what allowed the T side to find any sort of action on Dust 2 in a few very impactful rounds where you know otherwise it would have been ENCE's game. But even despite that, without that Red Star 1v3, maybe we wouldn't be here. Maybe we would be casting fnatic and 9 instead. Not 500, march on. Down by 3 rounds and moving ahead of a lot of utility. Noise made. Pody knows Oxygen is there. They have a sneaking suspicion that Spellin might be as well. Oh, is the trade coming? No.
Oh, that's
it's a
nice.
2-man advantage now for 500.
That's a good setup for 500. Bait and switch that destroyed 2 players on the end side. That's a way to fire back. A 2-man advantage now for 500. What is the plan for ENCE? What do you have in store for us? Glaive just send SDY to his grave. The Dane and the Frenchman, the ones alive on the side of ENCE.
Let's see, the IHEL has a sneaking suspicion about where Rainwaker might be, but he's caught another member of ENCE on this push earlier, and it looks like this will be no different, or will it? He spots him out, he's gonna spray him down. There's another player nearby. Oh, he might be brought in by Spellin's shoulder peeking. Has he any idea that the low HP of Oxygen might take a flank? That A1S barrel can betray you so easily on the CT side, and right now, Glaive's at a standstill. 35 seconds, adjusts in time to headshot Oxygen, and suddenly might be able to claw this back. Now a 2 versus 3. Started out as a 2v5. They're still going towards A, and that's where a lot of these members are.
Absolutely. Now still a chance for ENCE. Can they take care of Red Star, though? He just needs to find one, and that should be enough. Good positioning. They don't expect him a chance to swing and not to find anything. Only damage dealt to Nate you. There's a chance still for ENCE. As Glaive took care of Red Star, now the CTs are coming in, but no numbers left on them as Glaive collects Cirque as well, and saving themselves seemingly, but Spellin taking the clutch, and that's 4 for 500.
Wow. To think that they almost won a 2v5 off of the back of what would have been an ace and a clutch from Glaive. A call and a half, and a lot of really solid individual plays. Not quite enough to get over the finish line, but they make it so scary. They make it so dangerous. There's 2 more rounds to be played here in this half. And after this ENCE tactical timeout, we are going to be seeing exactly what else Glaive has up his sleeve, because that was miraculous, man.
Yeah, that was so close, right? That's not a situation that can ever happen if you're 500. NKJ taking the tack timeout. Let's see what they have in store. I mean, already on 6 rounds on the T side, you got reason to be quite happy, even if it ends 6-6, right?
Yeah, 500 would be happy with that. ENCE, though, they're looking for a little bit more. They've got 2 tactical timeouts left. We'll see exactly what ends up happening here after 500 have already burned through 2 of their tactical timeouts, it must be noted. Full buy, despite all that economic damage. If ENCE break them here, they basically guarantee an 8th based on the money. Let's see what happens. Spellin making it way too obvious. Glaive will cut him short. That's the 5th kill he needed. Comes 1 round too late to guarantee a 7th immediately, but might still be in the cards for ENCE as they push. Oxygen spotted Pody. Is there more to be had here?
Oh, so many players. Oxygen in trouble. He needs to slink back. Not going to happen. Well played by Cirque. Good position. I expected all of them to swing, but only Kaspersky doing so means there's no answer now. 4v4. That alleviates some of the pressure that was under 500.
Well, they're now moving over towards the A site, and CTs have rotated to accept them with open arms. Red Star might be the first point of contact here, but there's enough on quick rotations. You can always retake the A site. Comes down to how much Glaive can sell this. He's steady, throws the smoke, and starts to move up towards this short position. Red Star finds Nachu. Lackluster awareness on where he might be, and even multi-frags. Pody, the only one left alive to plant the bomb. He has to get out of there. Rainwaker pressured in Donut. Cirque held at an arm's length. This is a dirty mid-round here.
Absolutely. Rainwaker takes care of Glaive, and they know where the last player is. So many Bulgarians around Pody. Had he found that one, it probably would have been inconsequential anyway, with the CTs just swarming him. Again, a one-round game as 500 back into it.
Back into it in a big way. I mean, listen, they could have absolutely dropped not just the last round, which was a 2v5 attempt. It got cut down to a 1v1. But this round as well, it still was seconds away from going to a disaster for the CTs. Denying the bomb plant doesn't deny the buy, though. ENCE have one more in them for our last round of the first half. There's a lot still to fight for here. These teams neck and neck, inseparable. Rainwaker and Cirque holding in the murder room. Oh, up ahead of it. SDY spotted for just a second, but he evades the spray. And now Red Star under some pressure. Cirque rotating all the way to Brokey. Might be an opportunity for him. Stare down the barrel of Pody. It'll be an op-on-op battle here, but SDY might be the first one to fall.
Yeah, Cirque ready with that big green. How fast are you? He didn't click, and that's going to cost him his life. Red Star managed to find a frag, and so did Rainwaker. That's an advantage for 500, but ENCE have found a foothold to the site. Bomb planted. It's going to have to be a post-plant play, and they're swarming now, but Nate finding the kill. Pody falling. That's a good trade from 500. They can be happy with that. As they have kits, they have time. It's not against them just yet, and SDY so low. He is going to have to beat Pixel Perfect, sees the shadow, finds the frag, somehow still living is SDY. Finally, they can take care of him. Nate, you 1v1, but Oxygen, he's going to tie up the scoreline at the half. 500, keeping themselves alive on map number 3.
I just met CEO of Team Sinners, Milan, but what are you doing here? Because you are right now playing semifinals with Nexus of other tournament. Also, you are watching. How are you doing?
I'm multitasking, as always, but I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. It's a bit bittersweet to be here because, like, we were hoping to obviously, you know, be in front of the home crowd and deliver some decent CS, but maybe next time.
Well, yesterday you beat 9, I think. So do you feel like you should be here instead of them, maybe?
It depends, man. Like, our performance right now is so inconsistent that we could be here and we also couldn't. So it really depends on how the players usually sleep the day before.
But from the side of a fan, how are you enjoying this event? Because you get to see players like Glaive, like Crims play here in Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. So how are you feeling about this event at all?
I came to see the GOAT, who's Matis, obviously, but no, it's like respect to PLAYzone because they did amazing job with setting up the venue. It looks really nice, and so far I'm enjoying it. So I'm looking forward for the finals.
That was a great answer. You respected PLAYzone, so we got a free Red Bull for you for that. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. It's all tied at the half. Map number 3 is just given and given. ENCE had a lead, but he had a much more confident one on Dust 2, and obviously it means an ENCE lead doesn't mean anything unless they can finish things off. The pistol round might show us the complexion of the second half. Luba and Pronogo here to bring you all the action live from Prague.
And Prague, Ideminato, we've got more Counter-Strike to be played. The second half of Ancient, our decider in our opening best of 3, it's delivered in spades. There was a miraculous comeback on Dust 2 after a drubbing on Mirage that had a little bit of signs of life for the Bulgarians, but nothing that we could have predicted the outcome here. And now the odds still in favor of ENCE, courtesy of our partners at Tipsport. Must be said, though, it's not going to be easy. On the defense, Glaive going to have to call some nice rotations. A map like Ancient can be very tricky to figure out where your opponents are coming from, and the smoke landing towards A is a little bit of a fluke, but Glaive's shot is anything but. Caught off guard by the side rail, but Kaspersky still here to try to hold him at an arm's length.
Yeah, how will he be able to do so? In the smoke, just waiting. Doesn't have the courage, but look at that, Cirque through the smoke. Oh, that was beautiful from 500 as they take a man advantage in a post-plant position. Smoke not on the bomb is going to be toward Donut. Pody takes care of the opposing team's offer. Still a chance for ENCE, but they're going to have to speed it up. Just touching that diffuse, not doing anything other than that, and that's gonna bait them out as SDY collects 2. They know where the last one is. The 2 players are gonna swarm him, and ENCE collect the pistol in the second half.
Oh man, everything onto SDY there. Pody helps to clean up. Nachu throwing his body at the problem as well. But teams on CT side pistol do not buy kits in most maps. You want to deny the bomb plant as frequently as possible. And while they weren't able to do that and still end up scoring that pistol round, that's going to be very nice for them to get up to an early lead in the second half, breaking our tie in favor of the favorite. But we know there's a force buy coming. We know 500 are going to invest, and they've got a couple AKs. Oxygen going to have to scramble for a real weapon. There it is, a Deagle on him and Red Star, and Spellin with the very ever important SMG. The MAC-10 might be tip of the spear. 500 leaning towards the A site so far.
Let's see what good that's going to bring them, as ENCE do have a presence on that part of the map. Usually you'd expect, and the almost default for the CTs in the past few months is just completely leaving that site wide open, taking control of mid, and then you can rotate a player back to A. Not going to happen this time around for ENCE. A very passive hold of the sites. Just leaving one player in SDY towards Donut to see what's going on mid, and that's going to bring a lot of pressure right on top of their heads, as now the split can come in. SDY in trouble. He's gonna get taken care of. Nateyu!
There we go.
He takes down 3, and that must feel really good as one pincer is taken care of. Nateyu looking for the ace, and he's gonna get it. A 4K on Mirage, and now again an individual performance coming from the Frenchman. An 8th round for ENCE.
C'est magnifique. Nateyu doing wonderful work over here on the A side of Ancient. An ace rather for him. That is impeccable. The way that he's able to handle a very scary run through. Obviously this first spray down in some ways is a bit of a layup, but those are all 3 players looking for him and then not able to get the better of him. Rainwaker, and of course the last kill. Easy as you like onto Oxygen. Now we get into a situation. SDY has opened up versus the Pistols. ENCE are on track for 9. They're 3 in a row. Absolutely possible. Glaive can farm up a little bit with the MP9. Actually, it's going to be Kaspersky. It wasn't so pretty from the in-game leader, but 2 SMG kills are not anything to sniff at there. And it's just Red Star with the AK. Unlikely to get anything done. Already brought down to 40 points of health. Dueling with Pody. That guy's built like a truck, let me just tell you.
Oh, yeah. We saw him, of course, in that arrow challenge, whatever they did.
Oh, yeah. Archery contest.
Yeah, archery contest, thanks. And he's looking good. He's looking ready. I mean, if you can't beat them in Counter-Strike, you can beat them in real life, right?
I did appreciate when they said Astralis Director is the bullseye and got him. God.
I mean, it makes sense. And
Glaive got him.
Weirdly enough, Glaive did hit the bullseye on that attempt.
Right.
So
it's perfect.
It was fantastic.
That might have been one of his teammates calling that out too. I can't remember who said it, but that was just beautiful. I mean, now you just got to imagine who's on the other side. Glaive, who are we playing? Kasper Stroud. Glaive gets a 4K. Every single round, I'm telling you. Well, right now they're looking for double digits on the side of ENCE, and this is a 5 rifle buy from 500. Worth pointing out, they do only have a Galil on Dispellin, and their utility isn't super deep. Might be good for an execute and a half. I mean, trying to get a little bit more action, but they are relying on the ability to get an opening pick, and ENCE are not giving it to them just yet.
So far, not a lot of pressure coming from the CT side as they're playing passively once more. Kaspersky only shooting through that smoke, but he's gonna pull back as well, join his teammate on the site. And that's an interesting rotation from ENCE. They want to put some pressure towards mid. That might actually catch somebody off guard. Spellin just going back as the CTs are exiting Red Room. It is going to be attacked towards B. Let's see if the defenders are ready to rotate, so are going to be quick. 500 might get caught off guard. This is not going to be looking pretty as Spellin might die. And almost Nateyu catches him. Oxygen opens up the site though, and now ENCE on the back foot as they're struggling to get near the site. Oxygen takes care of Glaive as well. Bomb planted. Round could be over given the fact that Nateyu is so low.
Oh yeah, he's going to get dropped through the wall. Pody's still hunting, especially with SDY, finding that kill. In the back of squad, Pody now pushing through. He clears the bomb site, but Red Star only brought down to 40 health. This is still doing FDY, not able to double up as he would have needed to there, and that's an attempt. But with nothing saved from that round, ENCE, that loss stings.
Yeah, that seemed like a very surefire round for ENCE. Had they caught Spellin, it would have really tossed the wrench into the gears of 500, but just missing a timing by the fraction of the second. Tagging Spellin was not enough, and when the attack proceeded, the defenders were helpless. 500 on 7, still alive, and they've been fighting an uphill battle throughout this best of 3. So far, though, they have a chance to come back on map number 3 as well. Wouldn't be as impressive as the one they made on Dust 2, as it was only a 3-round lead for ENCE at the beginning of the second half. But when a gun round goes your way like this, you know your opposition might be in trouble, and ENCE could be in financial difficulties if they lose this round.
They were doing pretty well. Obviously, they enjoyed farming up 3 SMG kills in the round prior, but round 16 was not their friend, and they drop every single player. With 2 left alive in a bomb plant, 500 have invested well, and they're charging down SDY, but he's good for the first catch, and he even had some backup, but maybe it's not required. Besides soaking up some bullets, Pody and Nachu have not offered much. It's only SDY holding the site back, 4 kills to his name. And then the 1-on-2, it doesn't matter. It's all the Ukrainian.
Yeah, SDY grabbing the ace. If Nate, you can do it, SDY can do it as well. And 10 kills coming from those two to win 2 rounds for ENCE. And 2 important rounds won by ENCE, courtesy of those aces made by their players. Attack pause called from Popov, the coach of 500, a necessary one, given that 500 now seem to be in a little bit of trouble. They're going to need to fire back. They're going to need to find a little bit more space, as ENCE have gained again a 3-round lead.
Dangerous here. Even 3 rounds doesn't feel like necessarily enough. Yeah, you've reached double digits, but 500 still have a game plan. Their last tactical timeout burned. Let's see what they decide to bring into this round. It looks like 3 rifles. One of them is a Galil onto Rainwaker, Red Star and Spellin, Tech 9 and Mac 10 respectively. A lot of number counting, but they're going for 8.
Let's see if they can do so. If they lose this round, they might be on the verge of that lower bracket. And ENCE fixing things, the mistakes they made on Dust 2. Oh, SDY can do no wrong, it seems, as he catches Red Star, last bullet to the dome. Now the attack begins, but can they take the site? Glaive waiting, gets decapitated by Spellin. Pody on the rotate, Kaspersky there, but the CPs are felled. It's a 2v2 as Oxygen relieves some of the pressure. SDY knows he must fight. He must catch Cirque, and he does. Will he stick the defuse, though? The answer seems to be a resounding yes. Oxygen on the pink. SDY again with magic. 9 kills in 2 rounds as he makes it work for ENCE.
Oh, Glaive is shaking his head. He knows he should have been good for at least 1 there. He knows that SDY needs his help. But does he really? 9 kills in 2 rounds, 2 stellar performances on different sites. He can do no wrong indeed. Cutting down T after T. The Bulgarians have no answer to this SDY.
Magic has struck. Lightning, rather, has struck twice. And 500 flabbergasted by what happened as SDY collected them. That'll improve his statistics for this map and this best of 3. On a bye, courtesy of that plan, is the Bulgarian side, but they're going to have to make it work this time around. No margin for error, no room to make a mistake or even let an ENCE player make such a play that SDY did in the past 2 rounds. Again, they want to strike towards B, but now 3 players are guarding it. Not going to be an easy job for 500 to break this defense.
Break it they have to. Kaspersky exposed in cave, might get run down through that smoke instead. He goes nuclear, and Glaive's there to relieve the pressure, saving Kaspersky after the 2 MP9 kills. Oh, it's all crumbling for 500 at the 11th hour on Ancient. A miraculous comeback, but now they would need a second one in a row. And this is going to be 12 for ENCE, almost certainly 2v5. The pressure is mounting and Cirque is falling. It's only Rainwaker standing between them and map series point. ENCE have got it.
Oh yeah. They missed it on the previous map, but they have fixed their problems, fixed their mistakes, and we can see the atmosphere in their booth is electric, as they're gonna have more than a couple of opportunities to end this best of 3 and proceed through this upper bracket, toss the Bulgarians down to the losers part of this LAN. Of course, if you do root for 500, you're gonna see them at least once more. Tomorrow they're gonna have their second opportunity if they lose one of the next 5 rounds by not looking good. Galil's all around. That's not the weaponry you want to have in this position. And Kaspersky, a bit overzealous, overambitious. That puts his team behind.
I love the gusto, but Glaive not able to connect through the smoke would be a miraculous kill. A nice little crossfire between Donut and SDY's Cubby. Continues to hold mid, and HU dodging that spray, just watching Cave. Red Star and Rainwaker, the 2-star riflers for this 500 lineup, are gonna need to go big.
Oh, SDY strikes again, but now he's in trouble. 500, they're gonna swarm him. SDY tries to escape, and finally, they fell him. 2-man advantage now for the side of 500, but look at the bomb. Glaive, he's not gonna expect it, and Cirque will take care of him. That could have been crucial had Glaive found that frag. Nate Yu, he did some miraculous stuff in this best of 3. Not gonna see anything from the Frenchman in this round as 500. Surely they must grab 8.
SDY finally abates in middle. And for a second, I thought he was on for killing Rainwaker too, man. I was starting to worry, starting to sweat. It would have been a 3-on-3 at that position. Glaive probably wouldn't have gone hunting as liberally as he had. And Nachu commits to the B-bomb site, knowing that the bomb was spotted there. It's a gamble. And doesn't end up paying off for any frags, but at the very least, he can hunt for an AK-47 or see what else he might be able to scrape together. Remember, 500 have not actually pulled out the T-side sniper too many rounds here. They haven't really had the funds to do so. And while they have secured an 8th round, ENCE, cash is still in their back pocket for some kind of investment. I'm guessing at least one MP9 will be a part of it, but Persky can drop Pody the AWP, and that's all they need to continue posting up these very terrifying CT holds.
Yeah, still 4 more opportunities for ENCE to end this. And you can bet that they're going to use one of them. That first kill was crucial. That got the ball rolling for 500, and even though SDY put up a valiant effort, wasn't enough. Let's see what ENCE have got. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table right here and now. Glaive downgraded to the MP9. The rest of his team on a goodbye. Go up in the hands of Bodie. What's the plan for 500? That's the question. Nate Yu, now he wants to be the one that pulls the trigger from heaven. Nate Yu finds the first frag, looking for the second, gets traded back. Is ENCE gonna re-aggress? That's the question. Not gonna happen. There were 2 players on ramp. They contemplated it. They thought of it. Decided to disengage and just wait for the Bulgarians. Is gonna be a risk play on the site. Will 500 fall for it?
Every single CT member here, but they're aggressing. Glaive, Red Star out. He has a rifle support. Wing is ill-advised from Oxygen. Oh, Red Star's caught out. So is Sir FDY. Clone spectacular fashion with a 3K spray down on ramp. The clear map MVP. Nachu was at his coattails for so long. But when it's an MVP race between 2 members on ENCE, it's no surprise. 500 cast to the lower bracket.
5-4-3. Those were the frags for SDY necessary to finally bring ENCE to victory in this best of 3. And 500 falling to the losers bracket. ENCE, they don't have reason to be happy just yet. There's still a lot more Counter-Strike to be played. They're gonna have to win 2 more best of 3s for themselves to call the conquerors of Prague.
Look at that, there it is. Match 1 victors are ENCE, the favorites for the match. And you know, it has to be said, guys. They fought very well. They had to come through after a bit of a disappointing Dust 2, it's safe to say. I love that they were able to have that repose, that valiance, the ability to just stuff down their feelings about Dust 2, come back swinging, and smash on through to win the decider. But let's be real, they're definitely going to be reviewing that Dust 2 footage later. They've exposed potential chinks in the armor for their CT side. Dust 2 is going to be an important map for them to conquer Prague as the favorites. They are going to need to tighten up those issues, figure out their game plan going forward. I'm sure Glaive and ENG will have a lot to say about that.
Oh yeah, and that's a definite. ENCE are going to have to fix things up on what seemingly is, of course, apart from Train, their favorite map and the one they feel most comfortable on. But when you're on land, you really don't know what's going to happen. And that's, I think, what the issue was for ENCE. They felt 500 coming back on Dust 2. They kind of fell short. But then, I mean, credit to ENCE. They managed to bounce back on map number 3. They played well and they managed to take it. Of course, the desk is now going to take it because there's a lot of things to discuss before our second best of 3 starts.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Sorať!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál PLAYzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Not so easy for ENCE after all, but finally they managed to pull into the, well, winners match tomorrow. 500 will be not leaving us, but again they will play in the losers match, so their life is from this point on the line. What have you seen on Ancient? What happened?
Gotta say that ENCE managed to actually get a decent T side going from the start. Of course, they lost the knife round, as I was saying. It was pretty important for the ultimate result. Proved to be not. And we actually sailed smoothly alongside the other results between those two teams on this map. And ENCE, again, it was Natu, it was SDY, it was Kacpersky. All three were instrumental parts of success.
Yeah, fun fact from behind the scenes, we actually on stream, I think, didn't see the knife round, but there was a team kill in the Team ENCE roster, so they were kind of handicapped by that. They played in many disadvantage during that round, but yeah, just a little fun fact.
I'm not always, or I don't like too much when you say the player who did the most kill in the map is the most impactful one. But right now, I mean, when we looked at SDI, what he did there, it was amazing. And he even ended the full map with like amazing multi-kill. So what can you tell me about this player?
You want to take it?
Yeah, you go, Kotti, if you want to.
Well, not so much, because he spoke by himself on the server. Yeah. He was dominant, especially during the CT half. In the first half, it was Netju who was the most fragging one on the ENCE roster.
A lot of multi-kills, yeah.
Yeah. But SDI took his... not mental, but yeah, mental as well. But his position as the star player on the CT side, and we have the one round prepared. We will show that later. Yeah. But he did let's say the last nail into the coffin.
Into the coffin, yeah. Now we can actually look at the round right now. So Storm, if you can take us through it, the 18th right, I believe it was.
Yeah, it
where
was.
he had so much impact.
Yeah, it was incredible. Of course, it was a B-side on this particular round that he managed to do. I'm not sure if we were going to see the visual for it, but anyways, the clutch. That was important clutch. I think that cemented pretty much the fate of 500, and we can watch it from the beginning, actually. And SDY, before we get to this, SDY was really impactful even on the previous map, but for ENCE unsuccessfully, so I actually had to go to Ancient. But from the beginning, of course, there was a lot of waiting on the 500 side, and so we're trying to get some information.
I mean, even these angles, I mean...
And the first kill gets here in the red room through the smoke, and that was the first of many to come.
Yeah, that's kind of usual scenario. The window player usually sprays to the right side because the players who are running into the donut are usually hugging the cave. But let's move onto the B-bomb side now, where SDY firstly killed Nekyu, and then he pretty much utilized how big a gap was between Cirque and Oxygen, and now what a fake defuse. He heard those steps on short, and well, he decided to swing. Good decision making from him. And one more fact about SDY, prior to this round he did an ace in the 17th round.
So ace, quad kill now, and
clutch. 9 kills
in two rounds.
2 rounds, yeah.
That's insane.
That's insane. That's like I don't know. That's just a major level player.
Well, he played there.
Yeah, he played there. He played there. If we talk about, for me as DUI, that meant Monte for a long time. I mean, he went through Spirit, he went through Navi, so he did all these teams. But for me, Monte was the team where he shined the most, for sure. Do you think his career in ENCE could be compared, or maybe even like overcome the Monte one?
Maybe one time. I'm not sure about right now. Not sure with
he's 28, right?
Yeah, he's 28, and he already has in his belt, you know, winning of Blast Premier Finals, final of IM Cologne, and many other accolades. So of course he managed to go through a lot of big tournaments, few ones as well. And I think even now he can say my career was exceptionally successful. And whatever he does right now with ENCE, I think. I don't know how to put it, like mildly, but I think he's just happy that he can play with the teammates that he meshes with well.
Yeah. If you look at ENCE now, again, I said they move forward, so they move to the winners match. What should they fix? I mean, their strongest map was not played today. They lost the train. I think 9 and fnatic, they both play train. So maybe against the 500, that it was the only match where they lost their best map. But what should they work on? Is it Poddy who needs to catch into the? Because I don't think ENCE is necessarily like op-based team.
It's not. No.
Like you can rely on SDY. I think he's good on LAN as well, or just like on online tournaments and matches. Well, I think Poddy wasn't any, let's say, player who was anchoring his team on the bottom of the scoreboard. Definitely
but
not.
He wasn't so visible in some places.
Yeah, but still he had some individual highlights. Of course, the one we can remember probably the most because how unusual it was, the triple kill with Exam on Dust too. But of course, many shots with AWP on Mirage as well. And here he managed to kill 15 of his opponents. Well, maybe ENCE should just hold their horses in some scenarios, just calm down.
Don't crumble.
Yeah,
like
especially on CT. Yeah, especially on CT side of Dust, if they even allow it against other opponents. Of course, it depends on the matchup. We can't really tell right now who they're gonna play against, but we're gonna see in the second match. But yeah, the CT side on Dust, don't crumble under pressure and just stick to your game, because what made them successful was that they played easy CS, as you said it. It was easy CS, it was simple CS, and they made it work. And they made it work on 2 maps. And they just relied on individual pop-offs and solid defaults, and it just moved them through this matchup.
Let's look at 500 on the other hand. They obviously lost, but it was, I think, closer than many people expected. We even got the third map, which was not definitely something that was in the play at the beginning of the day. So, I mean, what should 500 focus on? Is it just some small mistakes, some lost clutches for them?
Well, they will need Zerg in the next matchup. We saw a really good even T-side on Dust 2, so if he continues with these kind of performances, 500 are still a really danger team, which can cause some chaos in the next matches of this tournament. Of course, they will have at least one more chance, but well, I don't know, maybe some kind of the individual performance wasn't on point today.
It wasn't consistent enough from the whole spectrum of the team, especially Zerg, because we could see him shine on Dust 2. I wouldn't say he fell off on Ancient, but well, he did a remarkable few rounds on Dust, so of course he fell off a bit. But I think on Ancient it was high standard from him. It was the rest of his teammates that individually didn't really follow through, apart from maybe Red Star.
Okay, let's see what coach from Team ENCE has to say about their well, future in this tournament.
Of Team ENCE after the first victory. Congratulations for the victory, but it was not the easiest one in your career, I think. What happened in the second map?
Yeah, we were kind of hitting on autopilot more or less, so we were just trying to like just play kind of 50% maybe or something. We thought maybe this was already in the back, a bit too secure. We were trying a different approach because we were leading 11-3.
What was the main thing you were dealing with between the second and the third map? You or a performance coach, what did you say to guys to get back to the focus and to the game?
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, we just try to hit reset button and tell them, like, at the end of the day, it's just another best of one, right, that we are going to be playing right now. Nothing has changed for us. And just to refocus by telling them that we are a much better team than them. If we're just sticking to our principles, to the stuff that we have practiced the last couple of weeks, right? And yeah, we were just pretty much telling them, like, be confident, play together, and that's what it mattered in the end, you know.
Was there any player who surprised you in a positive or negative way from your team, for example? Was there someone who took the game upon his shoulders when it was not going so well?
Not necessarily. I think everybody played really well. Kasper, in particular, I mean, on Ancient is notorious as his favorite map, and he played really lights out and giving us a lot of entries. But so was Ryan, Naichu, and Samda Young as well. Samda Young, I think, even had 2 aces or something like this. But he turned on like the switch a bit too late, in my opinion. But no, but overall, everybody performed really well, and I'm really happy.
And from the opposing team, and also there was a bit of controversy between some players. You already know what that was. Was that something that influenced the match, and was that something you counted on?
Not really. I mean, we had it in the kind of in the back of our mind. We touched upon on this when we were having a team talk before the tournament, right? But we didn't really focus on it. We were just trying to focus on our game, and it worked really well in the first 3 halves. But then once we hit on the autopilot, then we were kind of like falling into a little bit of a trap. But I think they played well. But I think also we could have closed it out a lot sooner, more comfortable as well, and then maybe something else is happening.
In a couple of minutes, Fnatic and 9 will play. Who do you expect to play tomorrow?
If it was online, I would probably have said 9. But I've seen them play yesterday from the venue here in an online match. They didn't look too good, so I'm expecting Fnatic to win, to be honest.
And is that a good message for you, or are you wishing to actually play 9 and maybe be in a position of more of a paper favorite?
No, not really. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to beat everybody if you want to win the tournament, right? So I don't really hope for a particular enemy or opposing team, right? I'm just looking forward to tomorrow playing not overall final, but the upper bracket final.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Lean, but you feel like you have the upper hand, and then nothing works on the Dust, right? So something maybe like this they should work on, like somehow get back into the game when things don't go as planned.
And I honestly think that they managed to do so. As he said, he talked to his players, and he said, we have to be strong, we have a better team, we have to count on our game, and that's exactly what they did on Ancient, and it brought results. So I think they already overcame it. They threw it over their heads and were only thinking about Ancient, as it was best of one for them at that moment. And from now on, they have the first win, and they're okay. So I think they're okay.
Ancient again was the decider for between these two teams. Third Ancient in a row for ENCE. Do you think we will see 500 to maybe skip it?
I don't think so.
No.
Despite the fact that it was 13-8, it wasn't that one-sided. They had their individual highlights and so on. Rainmaker was playing really good. And if something clicks in the next match, I think they are good to go with Ancient. I don't think they should ban it or something.
Maybe the interview with representative of the 500 will tell us more.
From Team 500, Coach Popov, after the first match, what do you think was the key part of the second map that you managed to come back after a tough beginning of the map?
I think for the second match we just started playing a bit more slow, just waiting for them to make the first move and just playing more together, more connected and just like better as a team and just waiting for them to do a mistake. So they had so much nerves that they started pushing us and they just fell into our trap.
How did you feel about the veto of the maps? Because at the start, many analysts, many people were talking about it could be hard for you on my rage. So what do you think happened with veto and were you satisfied with how it went?
Actually, for the veto, we were really happy. We thought they were going to pick Nuke versus us. Of course, we prepared for it. But for Mirage, we just started slow. We couldn't get the clutches, the situations, and they just snowballed from there. On each map, we just come back. We were never in a position to lead, so that was kind of a problem.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the performance of your team because you are not that used to play on LANs? This was the first match on LAN for your squad. So how do you feel about that?
Well, of course I'm happy because we proved that we can come back even from the worst situations on this too. And we're happy with just not losing. We want to win. This is a tough hit for us because on the third map we knew we had it. We just threw a few situations on the second half and we just lost from there.
What was the main problem on the third map on Anubis? Because it looked like ENCE had it under control.
It was Ancient, but like the pistol we lost 4v3, which we shouldn't have. Then on the other situations we had a 2v1 situation that SDY won, and after that we were just trying to scrape a buy and just it wasn't working. We knew that they are a team that loved to push, so we started just playing slow and waiting for us to win an entry or a trade, but it was just too late for us.
There were some allegations from other team about one of your players. Do you think it influenced you, your team, or that particular player?
Actually not. Like, we're on LAN, we didn't get destroyed. Like, we won a map that we shouldn't have. We proved that we're here to play, we're here to win, so it's just bullshit.
Fnatic will play 9 in a couple of seconds. Who do you think you will meet in the losers bracket?
I think Fnatic are gonna win comfortably, like 2-0, and we'll probably play 9 tomorrow.
And are they the better option for you to play? Do you wish you will play 9, or you don't really care?
I just said in all the interviews, the same thing. We don't care who we play. We just want to play.
But I gotta ask every time. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
What? I didn't hear.
Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
No problem, no problem. Thank you.
So they both said they're ready to play with anyone. Of course, that's the mindset you have to have. But NKJ, I think he said he prefers 9, I believe. Or he thinks 9 will make it over Fnatic. Do you think that could be the case?
It could be. I mean, why not? Because Nine already managed to pull through over one of those favorites and they get to here. So anything can happen, to be honest. But on paper, it's going to be a tough one for them.
I think the match between ENCE and 500 already proved us that we can expect unexpected here in Prague. So why not?
Yeah. Let's check how we're standing in our LAN bracket. Let's see what happened and what will happen in a bit. So we obviously had 500 meeting ENCE, and ENCE taking it after very stressful dust, I guess, for them. 2-1 in the end. ENCE advancing to the upper bracket and 500 falling down. Right now we're going to the second best of 3 today, 9 versus Fnatic. So we will discuss this match later. Still, let's stick to what just happened, ENCE versus 500. I mean, when we look at it, it was very close in the end. Again, ENCE took it, but is there something that, I mean, Nine or Fnatic can use? Is there some big weakness that can be used against these two teams? Like, do you think there's one team that you can just say, okay, they don't believe, like 500 lost today and they will for sure lose tomorrow because it just doesn't work?
Hard question, so. But yeah, me neither. I think both teams didn't really have any big gaps in their defensive or offensive, basic defaults, easy games for them. I mean, easy tactics for them mostly. So I'm not sure if there's anything they can penetrate in the next match.
Maybe one thing I'm wondering about is, for example, Jumbo's performance on AWP, because, of course, not only in Passion UA, but in Fnatic as well. Yeah. We saw how big of an AWP star he is able to be. So maybe this is the gap between Fnatic and other teams. Who knows?
Individual gap, you mean?
Yeah.
I think our next match will show us more clarity in this matter. We'll see how Nine fights again Fnatic. Of course, Fnatic with the one and only Czechoslovakian representative who will be the one defending Prague, I guess. So we'll see how Mattis handles Nine. After a little break, we'll be back with this match.
KFC patří ke hře.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Hi, this is Kraken. Hello guys, I'm Ralph. Hey guys, I'm Mantu. Hello, my name is Faith.
Hello, my name is Bobixy and I play for Nine.
Welcome to Prague, Mantu. Since arriving, did you have the chance to do anything exciting, go somewhere, see something?
Actually, I've only been like 10 meters from the hotel. But yeah, traveling from the airport to the hotel, I did see a lot. I like how it visually looks.
How was the food? Was it better than the specialties we had here?
Yeah, I think the food was pretty good yesterday. I don't know what it was, but a restaurant, and I got a chicken schnitzel, and I would say it was good, yeah.
So the preparation for Conquest of Prague, which could be the first LAN win for you this year, it has to be huge, right? How big of a deal is it for you to win here?
Of course, we have really high expectations about ourselves winning this LAN as well. And we had a really good preparation online before. We had a bootcamp as well. And yeah, we're feeling really comfortable.
So do you prefer to play on LAN to being online?
I prefer to be on LAN for sure. This is here where I can see my teammates in the eyes. I can give them nuggets when we're winning rounds. I can scream at them if I want to also, right?
I really like playing LAN. I think this is what I play for. To play in front of people and just to experience the environment as a whole.
9 versus fnatic, two, let's say, Norwegian organizations. Not Norwegian, I meant like northern organizations meeting here in Prague. Very different rosters, very all multinational rosters in these two teams. And I mean, both probably, I can say, saw better times. Definitely goes for fnatic.
And for 9 as well,
Yeah.
no stickers for them this year, or from Austin at least. We'll see.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's
How
true.
will they work out on the second major of this year? But yeah, exactly as you say, fnatic definitely wanted to attend the major in Austin, which starts in about a week. So sad story for them. I am actually kind of surprised how close these two teams are to each other in the rating and rankings. So that was surprising fact to me when I saw this matchup.
Yeah. Storm, what do you think about current standings for these teams? I mean, global rank 54, 57, that doesn't look good for fnatic.
Doesn't look good, but I think we have to count on their improving form, and they're still trying to mesh together. The roster had recent changes. Of course, Jumbo came from Passion UA 2 months ago, I think. And since then, he has been a powerhouse. And for fnatic, that's extremely good news, because they didn't really have any AWPer to fall back on in the recent times. So this is a big news. I think that's going to propel them forwards when it comes to the when it comes to the ladder itself, in comparison with 9, who I think, and I don't want to predict, but I think their ceiling is going to be around, I don't know, 30, 40 maybe, best teams in the world, yeah, globally. But for fnatic, this matchup, this tournament is extremely important. Yes, they missed out on Austin Major, maybe because of that, even more so. And we have to say that thanks to the VRS points, there's going to be an update on, I think, the 2nd of June. And if they manage to get a lot of VRS points, it's going to be instrumental for some invitations to IM Cologne. So there's a lot to play for here.
For sure, for sure. Let's hear from 9 themselves. How important is this LAN for them?
From Team 9, Kragen came to an interview. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. How do you feel about playing LAN for the second time in 2 months? It looks like you are used to play LANs right now.
I don't know if we're used to it, but we definitely enjoy it. I think it's going to be a fun time and a good time here, and we're looking forward to the games for sure.
Last LAN you played final, you were favorites in the final, but lost it. Is this LAN some chance to reparate yourself?
Yeah, I think you could say that. Maybe on the paper we're a bit more of an underdog at this LAN, and maybe it will suit us also. But yeah, we're here to win.
You are playing fnatic in your first round. You are not the favorites. Are you comfortable in that position because you can be a dark horse in this tournament?
Yeah, I think so. I think we are best when we're not the favorites, actually. And we've had some close games versus fnatic also online. We've also beat them. They've won versus us. So I think it's going to be an interesting game for sure.
What do you feel like can be the biggest difference in terms of playing offline and online at Team fnatic? Is there something special you prepared for?
I don't think there's anything special. I mean, sometimes the games are more crazy when it's on LAN. You cannot hear certain stuff that you can online, stuff like this. But yeah, in general, it's very fun to play LAN. There's more excitement. There's some more nerves also. So yeah, I think it's going to be a good game.
In your current matches, in your recent matches, you struggled a lot with the starts of the matches. Are you still battling this struggle?
Yeah, I think let's just say that if we get some pistol rounds going on this lane, I think the starts will be there for us for sure.
Good luck with that. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Perfect.
It was already mentioned, they were runner-ups in, it was Level Up Land LAN. I mean, it's LAN experience, but on the other hand, you are the runner-up, your favorite in the finals even, and you end up losing. So is this good mindset, bad mindset? You know, you have the LAN experience, but on the other hand, you didn't make it.
Well, they are in a different position right now. Kragen mentioned that they are the underdogs now, and this may take off the pressure of their chest. So that's good for them. Something new, at least, not first LAN, but definitely a unique experience.
For sure. I mean, 9, what can we expect from this team?
Well, We can definitely expect interesting individual plays. So we saw that during the Swiss stage of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Really nice individual showings from, I guess, all of the players. They play really similar. At least if we take a look at the ratings, they are all oscillating about 0.2 rating points, so I think they are playing really good team-wise, so that's what we can look for in this matchup. And me personally, I'm looking forward to see Mantu on AWP, because of course he's a really experienced player. When we take a look at his team from the past, he played in Big, OG and other interesting lineups, so I think Mantu will be definitely a player to watch today.
We have, of course, veteran in Rals, two-time major participant. Unfortunately for him, the last major was 11 years ago. That's amazing.
No stickers for Rals.
And no stickers, of course. Yeah, that was way before we started to do the signature thing. So that's very unfortunate. It must hurt somehow, right? You made it to major and there is nothing, well, but there is emotions and memories, but nothing, well, let's say, heavy to show for that.
Yeah, but still, it's an experience, and I think that on both sides there are a lot of experienced players. So Nine, it's Raul, so of course he's not the only one.
Favan as well.
Favan as well. He also was in major. Kragan as well. So there's a lot of history for Kragan. It's an ecstatic. Otherwise, it's mostly big or something. And gotta say that, meshed up with Bobek, I think this team is the right cocktail between experience and youth and the explosivity that it brings together. And fnatic has something similar. So when it comes to both teams, I'm not saying their playstyle is similar. That's definitely not true. But I think we can expect a rather dynamic CS rather than boring one.
Okay, let's now hear from the other side. Let's hear the interview with a member of fnatic.
Blame from fnatic, thank you so much for coming to the interview. It's your first LAN this year. How do you feel about coming here to Prague and playing here in front of the people?
We're very happy to go to any LAN. We know we got to work our way up to deserve maybe the bigger LAN. So we're happy we're here and we want to prove ourselves that we can play good.
Of course, you are a famous organization, but also you got Mattis in your roster. Do you feel like a home team because of that?
Probably more than the others, maybe, but I don't know, because we haven't played yet, so I haven't really felt it. But I hope that people will support us, of course, and I hope it not only for us, but also for Matusz, because he is the closest to this country. Yeah.
I hope as well. Since acquiring Jumbo, how do you feel about your firepower? Because it looks like it is your biggest strength as a team. So how happy are you with this current roster of Team fnatic?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of firepower. I think for us it's just about seeing how we can mesh it together and make sure we have good team play as well. So that's like the balance we're trying to figure out. So we don't only play on the firepower, and we also try to get some good team play. So that's what we've been working on.
Against Nine, you are heavy favorites. How do you feel about them? What is their biggest strength?
I think the biggest strength is probably that they are playing well together as a unit, I think, because we played them recently and we won one time and we lost the next time against them. So they're not a bad team in my opinion, and I think it looks like they are like similar in opinion of like how they want to play and stuff, and it looks like they are on the same page. So I would say that's the biggest strength. But of course, like we're hoping that we can beat them. Like we need to beat them. We need to beat these kind of teams if we want to accomplish the goals that we need to accomplish.
When it comes to the place, to Prague, did you have some time before the tournaments to see some things, to walk around, or are you here just to play Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I mean, we walked around a little bit and stuff. We haven't been like too far around to like look at crazy stuff, but we were like walking around, finding some restaurants. We played laser tag one of the days and stuff like that. So yeah, we've been walking around a little bit, and I like it here a lot. It's a nice area, so yeah, it's nice.
Great to hear that. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
So firepower was mentioned a lot there, and I mean, when you look at the fnatic roster, it's amazing. Even Fear is like one of the most fragging in IGLs right now currently playing.
Yeah, especially Blame F. I mean, he's over 121 rating, I think, so far with fnatic. Mattis, of course, the second longest serving member, by the way, of fnatic right now. As well, they're meshing so far so good. And the addition of Jumbo, I think it went over the top with Jumbo. They were looking for a sniper, they couldn't find it, and they couldn't find him, and now they picked the right one. At least so far, it seems like it, the 20-year-old sniper. And all of this resulted in a lot of wins recently for Fnatic. I don't mean tournaments itself, but a lot of online wins. And as Krim said in the interview, there's a lot to play for, a lot of VRS points, a lot of online matches. But what they are striving for are these LAN actions. And I have to say, they went through the qualifiers rather smoothly. Seven maps. Only once their opponents managed to get double digits against them. It was Passion UA, the only lost map in the whole qualification. Other than that, these 5 guys made it through without a hitch. And honestly, after I've seen ENCE play, I think Fnatic are the main favorites right now.
Oh, really? You believe in Fnatic? I mean, there is the homeboy momentum with Mattis. And let's talk about it, because he played here in Arena many times before. It was with Tipsport Sampi Tipsport. That was his main team until he left for Fnatic after winning Czech Championship. That was a very nice...
But not here.
Yeah, that was a very nice ending of that story. But he never won here. He never won in the Arena. Could it be with Fnatic that it finally changes for him?
Yeah, that's maybe kind of funny story, because this is probably the hardest tournament to win if we take a look into the history. So maybe he had a bigger chance of winning here on the local scene. But I'm happy to see him here, because he's one of few imports, or let's say exports, from the local scene towards the Europe, towards the world. So yeah, I hope he will be able to win this LAN, but of course we need to stay neutral.
Yeah, and even one of the most recent ones, of course, we can mention PR, we can mention Neofrag, but Mattis, I think, is leaving the biggest mark right now, especially given that he's playing for a famous organization like this English one. And hopefully he's going to be a part of another golden decade for them.
So maybe, Storm, we have to take many steps back to even track some previous export from Slovak region. Towards,
I mean, you can go way back to Frozen, to Guardian, but...
Stico Zero, but after them, there was no one.
There was Void. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm curious what Mattis has to say about visiting Prague and enjoying the site. So let's hear it in the interview with Team Fnatic.
Hi guys, Krim's here.
I'm Fear.
I am Playmyth.
I am Dima.
This is Mattis and I'm here for Team Fnatic.
Welcome to Prague. So did you have some chance to visit Prague before, or is this your first time?
It's actually my first time here in Prague, but I had a lot of friends that have been here and always said the city was very beautiful and has some really good beer and food here, so I'm really excited to go around and shake around the city.
What is your goals? What's your expectations?
The goal is simple. We come here to win a trophy.
Do you feel any type of difference playing on LAN to online?
Yeah, I think you always prefer to play on LAN because CS2 sometimes online can feel a little bit inconsistent maybe.
I don't play a lot of LAN, so maybe on offline it's way better.
This is going to be the first LAN under this roster, but you're very familiar with the environment. How does that work in your head?
I think it's funny because I don't know how many times I already played since last years from my previous teams, Enterprise, Sampi. So I've been in the arena multiple times already, but I've never been successful with my previous rosters, you know, outside of Fnatic. So I think now is the time to break it through, and I think we can go all the way and win it for sure.
There's for sure going to be people showing up for your match. So are you looking forward to see what the Czech crowd can offer to you?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I want to see them scream Matush and get crazy. Man.
I think for sure you will hear that. So best of luck in conquering Prague.
Thank you so much.
Is definitely looking for the win here.
With his iconic mouse.
With his iconic mouse.
He's never gonna throw it out.
He's never going to.
Never.
Yeah, since I know him, I mean that's few years now. It was always this mouse pad. That's just good stuff. And I think it's going to be Frame at some point somewhere.
And it's been the biggest talking point when he was announced as a Fnatic player, actually, in the first interviews.
I think it still is.
It still is.
It still surprises fans around the globe.
And do you actually wonder why? Because if you look at it, it just looks trashy. But it's working. It's working.
Yeah, don't hate it until it's working.
If it works, exactly. It works, right? Yeah, no, it's just amazing. It has he's always saying like this is the best traction. It's just the smooth, and I was not able to find anything that was even close to it. So
and even though he was trying, so
I mean, if it works for him, it works for him. Let's mention one more thing before we go to Vito, and that's 9 met with one of the Czech teams.
Oh, yeah.
Even already when they were here on LAN, they fought against Sinners. It was their last match. And they kind of got rolled there, 2-0 for the Czech team. So again, we're missing Sinners, we're missing you guys here on our LAN, but what does that tell us? I mean, does it count? Because it was online match, it was played from LAN, but is there something we can take from that?
It was still a quarterfinal of a tournament. Of course, it was an online tournament playing from a LAN environment. It was a bit of a boot camp, but still, they didn't certainly plan to lose this one. And as you said, it was a steamroll. It was there was no double digits on both maps. It was Inferno and Train, and Sinners just completely plow through their opponents. And yeah, that's probably gonna be something in the back of their heads today, but it's a different day, it's a different anime, it's a different tournament. So of course, yeah, it might be something worth of mentioning, that's for sure. But if it's gonna play out in any way into this matchup, I can't say. I really don't think so, honestly.
Okay, let's look if it's gonna be Train or Inferno again, because we have the veto ready. So let's get to it. What do you guys think?
Why not? There was a lot of entrants again between those two teams, so I think at least as a decider it might be there in the eventual pick. But other than that, I think it's a coin flip, because even Faven said that they were committing to this matchup. They were trying to figure out what to actually pick against Fnatic. So it's Train, okay, that's not a first...
yeah, this will be the same veto
yeah.
as in CCT Season 3.
Yeah, seems like it, definitely.
Anubis minus, now we wait for minus Inferno, and we go to Ancient Decider.
Yeah, and it's just like you said. Yeah. So everyone picking their strengths. Of course, Nuke and Mirage, it was automatic bans for these teams. I can't say I'm sorry. We saw Mirage already, so I'm not rushing to get there. But I'm very happy with Train. Honestly, it's a fun match, fun map to watch now with the new changes. It feels dynamic and kind of fun.
Okay, I have to say that for me personally, I don't like to play this map at all. No. So it's my permaban. So I'm not looking forward to see this map. But yeah, it's a huge difference between my gameplay and of course the pro teams one. So yeah, maybe the Train will turn into a fun episode of this match.
Well, hopefully at least it's something new. It's a fresh wind in the map pool, so because a lot of teams are not actually picking Train. But I have to agree with you, Tuchak, because I like Train. I'm not sure. I'm sorry,
I know you're boomers.
I have to apologize. I'm a boomer, but I still like Train. I'm not sure if the putting back of Train into the active map pool was warranted, because yeah, there were a lot of changes, but they were not distinctive enough for me to actually warrant it back. I would rather have something new, something really new.
Okay. But we haven't seen Train with CS2, right? The game is new, and that can change a lot for how the map is played. I mean, you have the new smokes, you have new everything.
Yeah, nice flashes above the A main. They are definitely something we will see in this matchup, because they are one of the classics. And well, I've said that I don't like Train, but if I should pinpoint something that at least is good on this map, then it's B-Lurk and playing it around the B-bomb side and towards the T-house. So at least something maybe to take a look at.
Okay, before we get to the odds, I'm always excited about that. Let's take a short break and we'll be right back with some betting insights.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple RTGem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
Mishek, Czech caster and a face of PLAYzone for such a long time. How do you feel seeing players like Krims, Glaive, Blamev playing in this arena?
It's amazing. It's amazing. To be honest, I think Vodafone PLAYzone Arena is such a unique place where you like literally next to the players, so you can see them, you can talk to them, you can meet them, and I think it's really, really special event for us Czech and Slovak fans because, as you said. Krims, Glaive, and these kind of players, that's really, really like amazing for me. And like if you told me that like 2-3 years ago that I will meet these players here in my working place, I wouldn't believe you. So it's amazing for us.
And from this collection, who is the most favorite player? Who is the player you would love to have dinner with, for example? Because now you can, maybe even today.
From these players, it will be 100% Glaive because you know he was the part of the dynasty here. Astra is for absolutely amazing team. So from these players, it will be Glaive. If I had the option to pick one from like Counter-Strike history, it will be Get Right. So maybe sometimes, maybe one time, I will meet that guy.
That's the correct answer for me. Right now you are a part of Czech co-stream. Looks like, guys, you are having a lot of fun when I look at this area. How are you enjoying the tournament so far?
We are guys on the couch, so it can't be better. So we are having fun, we are enjoying here, and we are like, it's definitely more casual than maybe we are used to do. So it's something special for us, and we really enjoy it.
Were you surprised by how 500 came back to the second map, to the match itself?
We did predict a long series, but after the beginning of the Dust 2, we were like, okay, this is gonna be easy to 0, it will be smash, and then they come back, and Enchant, we had some.
Mishek, Czech caster and a face of PLAYzone for such a long time. How do you feel seeing players like Krims, Glaive, Blamev playing in this arena?
It's amazing. It's amazing. To be honest, I think Vodafone PLAYzone Arena is such a unique place where you like literally next to the players, so you can see them, you can talk to them, you can meet them, and I think it's really, really special event for us Czech and Slovak fans because, as you said, Krims, Glaive, and these kind of players, that's really, really like amazing for me. And like if you told me that like 2-3 years ago that I will meet these players here in my working place, I wouldn't believe you. So it's amazing for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. How do you guys feel about the odds for the... Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. How do you guys feel now that this time is for real? How do you guys feel about the odds on who will take this?
I'm not sure.
I'm not asking who will take it. I'm just asking about who the bookmakers think will take it.
Fnatic 100%.
Yeah.
I mean 110% maybe.
Okay.
That's definitely going to be how most bettors think about this match. They are clear favorites, not even in this matchup, as we have said previously, in the whole tournament.
I mean, if we look at the history of these two teams, we definitely are leaning slightly towards Fnatic, but let's take a look what Tipsport thinks.
Not even slightly.
Not even slightly, yeah, that's true. It's heavily favored in Fnatic, and so are the odds for this upcoming best of 3. 139 for Fnatic, 269 69 for 9. And of course, again, very strongly leaning for under 3 maps. Under 2.5 maps.
Well, we know so good what does it mean in reality.
It means 3 maps, yeah.
Maybe it will come into the third map as well. Well, I was pretty interested by the second odd on BobXD over 13.5 kills, because even though we know the map, I'm not really sure if I would go for it or not, because he's being a player on the CT side, so it depends how will Fnatic approach this very matchup. So it's very complicated to maybe judge this one. But yeah, BobXD, maybe statistic-wise, not the best performing one on the nine side, but definitely a young player with a huge potential. And I saw a few matches where he was the difference maker in favor of 9. So maybe, judging by these matches I personally saw, I would really dance around that odd.
And Favan even said that even though he's a new player, of course, he has a huge drive and quality. So he's successfully, you know, coping with the tasks he has from his in-game leader. And I think that's the, you know, that's the prerequisite for him to become a really great player, even in this team. Who knows what he could amount to in 9. But we're going to see what he amounts to in this first map, that's for sure. But yeah, I agree with you.
How can 9 overpower the huge firepower we mentioned many times of Fnatic? Like, I mean, any player can clutch on that team. Any player can make multiple kills. Any player can open. So how do you fight against that? Is it just do the default, use the smokes, use flash, use pops, and just take some early advantages?
Yeah, utility and strats. Utility and strats. I don't think they can actually compete mostly in the firepower department. Even BlameF, most of this interview was the word firepower. So if it comes even from him, who's a firepower house in his own, yeah, I don't think 9 can actually compete in this regard. But in the other hand, definitely, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, take the inspiration from Army, use the buddy system, as it's called. So go together,
go for refracts,
outnumber their opponents. That's the way to win against strong opponents.
So just the classic, good rotation and always have
quantity
one more
over
player
quality
on the side.
Yeah.
Let's talk about one of the largest veterans, like the biggest name here as well. 2-time major winner, and out of I think 17 major he participated, which is just insane. It's Crims, of course.
Yeah, over
11 years in Fnatic.
Yeah,
and over $1 million won in prize pool. That's something crazy. He's one of the people on this planet who shows that even a hobby can make you a fortune. So, well, it is what it is, and it's pretty good that we can see such a clubism on the esports scene, because he's one of the longest playing members of one special organization. It's kind of sad that in 2016 it was the stint with Godsend, because if it weren't that, he would be there for, well, 11 years without a break.
I mean, that's very interesting thing you just said, because the clubism, we're not really used to it on the esports scene, unless, of course, it's something like fully Turkish team, or indeed, like just national teams, right?
And now we can say not even the full Turkish team.
Now we can say not even the fully Turkish team, indeed. But that's something we are not too used to seeing.
Yeah.
The clubism. Can you think of some other name, like Crims, of course? But I mean, is there someone else who can prove this? I mean, not even like, I mean, for the younger people, Vitality and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's just not too much of a long living roster.
Yeah, I think in Partizan there's one player. I'm not sure.
In Nexus, it's BTN.
I'm sorry, it was Nexus. It was BTN. That's in Nexus for 8 years, I think, actually.
Okay.
So again, that's incredible loyalty, and I think that's a motivation maybe for other players to follow through in this pattern. But of course, there's a lot of variables to it: the pay, the situation in your life, and everything. So if it just doesn't mesh with your life, you have to change. You have to change something, and maybe it's the team.
Or let's move maybe to Northern America and take a look at Nav, who plays for Liquid for a long time. He won even the Grand Slam with them, so.
That's
or of course, it was Elish with Team Liquid for a long time.
Yeah,
that's true. Okay, we got some names then. We got some names, but Crim's definitely up there, considering the team loyalty and, of course, performance that goes hand with that. But right now, I'm curious what our duo of casters has to say about the upcoming map. So, guys, take it over.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Fnatic against 9, our second best of 3 of today. We're going to see who's going to be fighting ENCE for the grand final and who will be fighting 500 just to stay alive in this competition. It's Luba and Pronogo here to bring you all of the action from Prague. Pronogo, how are we doing, man?
We're doing pretty well. ENCE obviously had a bit of a barn burner on Dust 2. Otherwise, we thought we would be done and dusted with that first series bright and early. Fnatic, well, hopefully they can maintain their advantage, but when it comes to considering them as favorites, you can't be so quick to rest on your laurels. You have to understand that I think every team at this competition, but especially in this specific series, they're kind of on the path of redemption. Their organizations have seen storied heights, especially on the side of Fnatic. Some of the players have been around the block in Tier 1 for a good amount of time, and they find themselves at this level of competition and still struggling for that consistency. Whoever ends up scoring the ultimate victory and lifting the trophy here in Prague is going to have a lot to write home about, and I really want to see if Fnatic can live up to the pedigree of their organization.
Oh, yeah, that's a definite. Fnatic finally fighting on LAN. It's been a long time since we've seen them in a competition that's not fully online. So it must be refreshing, right, for Crims as well as for the rest of the players to be back in such an atmosphere where you can actually see your opponents before and after the match, where you can actually hear the crowd. Might be a bit of a a redemption, as you said, for them, just to show that maybe some online results weren't the best, but when you're back on LAN, it's a completely different story.
Completely different story. And, you know, Crims can definitely pass some intimidation checks once he's on LAN. As long as you don't hear him speak, I think everything is pretty much scary. You know, you're starting to think, oh, man, is that guy going to start grabbing the Viking longships and bring his brethren onto the field? But no, that's just the way things are with him. He's a man of few words a lot of the time, but he's all smiles these days.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, it shows almost a level of acceptance where you want a little bit of hunger. You want to get back to this position. Now you're here. Let's see what he's got. Of course, Blame F, really one of the star fraggers. Matisse, the hometown favorite. We want to be able to say that he's able to deliver a dialed-in performance. And going up against it or 9, they are not going to be sourcing too much crowd support, I think, not in this particular matchup. But we do have some really notable names. I would say watch out for Montu. He's been not quite a revelation, but certainly a steady hand at this level of play. And I want to see whether or not Favin can get up to his, you know, little bag of tricks that he sometimes pulls out in these sorts of tier 2 best of 3s.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we heard as well, Matisse speak about his time playing in the Vodafone Arena. He feels very comfortable here. So he really wants to get back to the heights in the stage, on the stage where he kind of proved his quality while playing for Sampi, while playing for Enterprise, the teams that kind of hail from the region. And again, a chance for him to shine in the kind of the same place where he's done it before. Of course, he said that some of his performances back then were a bit lackluster, and now there's some things he wants to make amends for, right?
Yeah, it was really interesting, and I would say heartwarming to hear from Matisse specifically that he says now no longer on a national lineup, but still as the sole representative of his country, the sole hometown hero here, he really feels like he can make a run for the trophy, storm the gates. And I guess in his case, is it really a conquest or is it more of a defense? Well, maybe we can think about that as the series plays on. Of course, 9, they aren't any slouches, but another point brought up by the desk, worth pointing out for sure, is that they did get 0-2'd by Sinners, swept by another Czech team online ever since landing in Prague. So hopefully there's no jet lag. Hopefully all of their, you know, post-plane jitters are nice and worked out so we can get a very competitive series here, as that would be no other way to welcome Fnatic and 9 to the roster, to Prague itself, than to have a nice barn burner between them.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting matchup, right? Of course, we expected that ENCE duel to be a bit more one-sided, and most definitely there was a case to say that it was. Had ENCE finished off Dust 2 in a convincing fashion, it had 500 not made the comeback. But here, I really can't tell who's coming in as favorites. Maybe Fnatic being the slight favorites, so of course Tipsport are favoring them a little bit more, but I can see 9 fighting back quite well. I mean, they got players that have built up a solid amount of experience, players that individually can actually play quite well, and each one of their individuals has moments where they shine. Even Raus, who statistically is not their best player, has moments or rounds where he completely obliterates the opposition.
Yep, yeah, absolutely. And we've already seen some really nice land stage heroics here from some of the players that have participated so far. We remember Natio and SDY, beautiful pieces, a Red Star 1v3 earlier on Dust 2 to continue the streak. So surely we're in for some similar highlights now that 2 other teams, fresh-faced teams no less, are taking to the stage. Everybody getting dialed in, prepped and ready to go, because we have an interesting set of maps to talk about, and we can talk about them because after Train, we're going back to familiar territory, the same second and potentially third maps that we saw in ENCE versus 500, Dust 2, and then Ancient as the decider, if it's even needed. Those are lying in wait. But first, we get to go to an exciting battleground, the newest added back into the map pool by Valve. It is, of course, the new look Train, which has taken some criticism, some flack, as Valve are oftentimes just sort of forcing their agenda upon the game. They don't always grab the latest community map, although a lot of people are very excited about the forthcoming return of Cash, since it is now officially a Valve map purchased by FMPone. Or purchased from FMPone by Valve, rather. So very exciting news ahead, but that's for after the Austin Major. For now, Train is going to be the newest map on the block, and things have shifted quite a bit. A very different look than what it was in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. So in CS2, We'll see which one of these two teams is going to claim victory. A lot comes down to that first half, but at the same time, man, this is one of the most lopsided maps we have in the pool. I would say kind of similar to Anubis, but obviously the other way around, where you're expecting at minimum 8 rounds on CT side. And if 9 aren't able to do that, well, that's going to be potential demise for them in the very first map.
Yeah, 9 knows it. They played Fnatic this month, actually, like 2 weeks ago on the on a different competition, and they played Train, and they got a relatively convincing victory against Fnatic. So that must feel really good for 9, knowing that at least on one map, you got something to hope for. You got something to expect, actually, when you're going to be facing them. And actually, that match from 2 weeks ago, it was the exact same pool we got in here. It was Dust2, it was Train, it was Ancient that as a decider, and 9 managed to clinch that best of 3. As it was really, really close. So we might see a same, or at least a similar story in this one as well.
That story needs to be told, and, well, we were talking about Rawls earlier. He's certainly pumped up and ready to go. Got the imposing figure of their coach behind them. I think 9 are going to be coming out swinging on Train. I really want to see how Train is developing tactically between teams like this, because I do think that even though the head-to-head, you look at the riflers, you look at some of the star players, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, there's going to be so many highlights. But as Train starts off with 9 on the T side, it's going to be Fnatic to defend, and I really want to see what kind of tactics we're in for.
All right, Fnatic on that defensive, as you already mentioned, and all of their players equipped with Kevlar. That's going to be an interesting setup as Matisse is looking for first blood. Let's see if he can drop it, though. Kragan, he's the one with the molly. That actually might prove to be very useful if he falls, though. Kragan takes care of Matisse. Now trouble, but Blamef firing away as well as Jambo. And now Kragan alone. He's going to have to find an ace if he wants to clutch this one. Now a good start with 1 frag, finding the second. The fire where Jambo burns now gives himself a chance. Kragan, can he pull this off? Can he start this best of 3 off in an incredible turn of events? But the bomb is in no man's land. He's gonna have to fight if he wants to actually get this clutch. He knows about one player, but doesn't know about the other, and that's the problem. He could actually get double peaked at some point, but the player from Pop Dog is quite slow. Crims relatively slow on the rotate. Kragan is gonna have isolated duels, and he's found the 4th. There's a chance, and a good one at that. Blamef 70 HP versus 24. Kragan cannot miss a bullet, and he has missed a few. Just tagged Blamef a little bit, gets, or rather doesn't get the bomb plant. In the end, it was for naught. He found 4 frags and a valiant effort, but not even the plant means that Fnatic are off to a flying start.
Yeah, flying start. Listen, that was very beautiful attempt there, but at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. It's not enough for either a bomb plant or you know, a force buy into the next one, right? You're not expecting anything coming into the second round. But Kragan will certainly have some cash to splash, maybe a surprise deagle or so. Steady hand for Blamef. It wasn't pretty, but eventually he gets the job done. And well, maybe both teams have a little bit of land jitters they need to work out after something like that. Let's get a bit of a brief reprieve as another technical trouble has started to arise. Fnatic having to clear out their ears after some TeamSpeak issues, but we'll get back into things very, very easily here. Round number 2 ahead of us, and Fnatic lead by 1. The slimmest of margins, really. In the last split second, denying the bomb plant, so 9 not able to grab first blood when it comes to that.
Of course, the men behind them for the side of 9, it is their coach Barry. For the side of Fnatic, it's Independent. We'll see what they can do. Of course, Independent still in a position to try and make a name for himself as a coach. Fnatic being his first big break, let's call it that way.
Yeah, do you ever think about this? Obviously, a coach is more than just appearances, right? And a coach is more than just even cheerleading, right?
Well, depends on who you ask.
Oh, well, here's the thing. I think, you know, maybe there's a question. Independent, hey, he's got a little bit of a baby face, right? Like, I don't know, man. Like, are you going to be able to tell Blamef and Crims, some of the most veteran players on any roster at Tier 2, that you know, you've got a better idea? No, that's an open question. But hey, it is a great opportunity. He can suit up for LAN, try his best to focus on the tactical side of things, where Fnatic might need a little bit of a boost. Right now, we're talking about that MP9 on Fear and Crims, Matisse on the FAMAS, and it will be a bit of a force, but 9 investing quite a bit here, and they've got Kragen's Galil, everybody else just on the Deagle.
Yeah, they decided to force the issue, force a buy. That might spell danger if they lose this round. Give Fnatic a pretty good start on Train, not a map they're completely comfortable on. Oof, blame F. A bit of a struggle, but manages to convert the frag on Bob. Matisse takes care of Kragen, and it's crumbling for 9 as Jambo finds the flank. Rouse finally fires back, finds 2, but as Faven falls, Rouse with an all to do.
All to do, and not a whole lot to work with here. 16 points of health. He's not even going to be able to fell Jambo, and you know, at the end of the day, I don't think they'll recover a 3rd rifle, but still keeping 3 bodies alive means that going into the next one, Fnatic looking very solid there. We got Fnatic fans in the audience. I see Sammy as well, watching on for his squad. Very nice stuff there for the English organization technically, but everybody associates them with Sweden.
As long as Crims is there, it's Swedish as far as I'm concerned.
That's right. That's right. Everybody remembers, you know. Back down to just pistols here. A couple of P250s, the only investment you're going to get out of 9 in this round. And might be, speaking of Swedes, Trim's farming with that MP9 he brought into this one. Fear has invested nothing.
Yeah.
Got himself an HE, and that's about it. He can hope to just grab a gun into the next round or pick somebody up if the P250s grab a couple kills. 9 just looking at best for a bomb plan here. That would be miraculous for them. And Fnatic likely to grab that 3rd round in a row.
Let's see what's going to happen here. A lot of ground gain already from Fnatic. And Crims, such an offensive position, but he's not going to force the issue. Just pull back and wait for them to get into his crosshair. $600 in the back pocket of the Swede. And on the other side of the map, though, they do manage to find 1 frag. Not a big investment, as Fear is, of course, rather started with that USP. So he's going to have enough money to buy in the first gun round of this best of 3.
Yeah, Matisse getting a couple of bursts there. We like that. Long-range engagements, pad those stats, make yourself feel at home. You get to see a couple of those on the refrag there. Fear helping out with the USP. I love he looks down and says, hey, what'd you get? Maybe I can... Oh, that's a pistol. Well, maybe he likes the skin better. You never know.
Yeah. At the end of the day, always a good idea to go with the USP. Of course, on that 1 soul player, when you know that the opponents are on Glocks, why invest? Why risk it? Jambo, gotta get tested. That op misses. Failed to find first blood. He's gonna have another chance as 9 seem quite interested in that A bomb site. A forward position for Matisse, as he's in the main area, just waiting for somebody to make a misstep. That somebody could be Kragen, but that duel, if it comes to it, could be crucial in this round.
Yeah, it's not tradable right now for either squad, even if Montu is going to post up on the AWP. I mean, is he really going to get his first impact with the sniper on T's side as a refrag? That would be lightning fast reflexes for him. So Kragen will end up eventually pushing forward. We also have to watch out for how long it takes that Ivy lurk to start to foment. And Jambo, oh, Rawls has actually made it past, but shadow advantage, still giving Matisse an option, and there it is. Jambo flashed off the angle, but oh, Matisse does not trip the wire. Trap is not yet sprung. Instead, main flushed out. That's an opportunity, but no, it's not to be. The bomb is still stuck in pop, and Faven is activated on Ivy.
All right, might there be some chance for 9 as Faven finds his second. Looking for more, but 4 HP means he's going to have to be really good on his aim, surgically precise. And Montu is actually the one that's going to have to be the main man as Faven is now alone, rather. 1v2 with 3 HP on him. That would be incredible if he does it, but so little time left on the clock means he's just going to get wasted by Blame F and his 4 for Fnatic, as they are starting this land quite well. Winning the pistol, converting it, and taking the first gun round. That's a way to start a land.
It is, and you know, props to them. There's still a couple of cracks in the armor though, and Nine can absolutely exploit that. We have to factor in, that was a 2 versus 4 at one point.
Oh yeah.
Really solid play coming out of Faven off of the Ivy lurk. And if that doesn't happen, well, at this point, the economics on the CT side, they start to build up, run away with it, but they're not going to be able to invest so liberally after all. And at the very least, you know, you think about that USP save Fear did. He just had such confidence in his squad. They weren't going to get overrun by lesser pistols. That is, you know, basically you could think of that as an advantage they built up so that when Nine go for this play and they make it so close, it's almost neutralizing whatever Nine would have gotten from that. Now there's no disadvantage. We're basically back down to 0. So even there, lots of money built up on Jambo and BlameF. Shouldn't be surprised to see some strong performances out of them. And it's going to be a half buy here for Nine. They've got Armored Tech 9s.
Oh.
And they are going to use them.
I hate to see Armored Tech 9s. It always gives me jitters. You never know what's going to happen. They are either going to get slaughtered as they try to enter the site, or they're going to run the defense down. Let's see what's going to happen. Former or a latter, as they seem to be quite interested in that B bomb site, leaving a lurk towards Ivy. 2 defenders towards B. This is an angle we see quite often as it gives you some intel quite safely. BlameF finds the first frag. Now he might be in trouble. Finds the second before he was traded. And they still can't get the rifle as Crim's good plays, good time. He still might be in danger as there's a player quite close to him. No problem for the veteran. He knows his angles as Mantu hits the deck. Only Faven, though. Faven between the lines. Still danger posed for Fnatic. Only short-lived as Matisse turned back. He was aware of the timing. Fnatic lose only 1 player. Gain Tech 9s as sidearms for the rest of their team. And they're doing quite well at the beginning.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Great stuff so far from Fnatic. You could even say nearly flawless. 5-0 start, and this is now where Nine have to stare down the uncomfortable barrel of knowing that the CT economy is stretched out so far away. It's probably 2 full rifle rounds considering how easy it is to at least save and get away with a couple. That's assuming they can successfully take a bomb site, and so far, it's not been very kind to them. Mantu has the op again. Needs to find some impact, and look at this, he's scoped up in brown halls. That's how far back Nine are being forced, and they still lose the opener. Bobxd's hit the ground.
I don't know what Fnatic have been eating, but this seems like such a different gameplay that we're used to seeing from online teams, where they try to play passive on train. Fnatic just putting the fight, bringing the fight to Nine, and actually winning those gunfights. 5v3 and Nine, no answer. Finally, that Molotov will at least take Crims out of the picture for a bit. BlameF still holding that forward angle. 60 seconds on the clock as Nine really need to think about things, but look at that angle. Mantu had no chance as BlameF brings him down. And now 6 almost confirmed for Fnatic.
Really hard to break any little part of this armor. Conquerors of Prague might be on your screens right now. Fnatic, flawless gun round against the op, no less. And remember, Mantu was scoped up in brown halls, man. He absolutely had to use that leverage to crowbar his way, his team's way into that B bomb site. They couldn't even take forward control. They couldn't even get to the point where they could exec onto a site. That's how much of a shutout this has been. And heads up play from Jambo as well to finish the job. BlameF looking stylish on 10 frags already.
Looking good. Hero AK in the hands of Faven, hoping that might change the tide of battle. Rest of the team just upgraded pistols, and Jambo, look at that, already posted up though, misses his shot. BlameF contested towards Ivy, might be in trouble, but he threw that smoke before, and now he knows that he's safe, at least for the time being. Jambo, though, is far from it. BlameF took care of Kragan towards Ivy. That's a good start as Fear takes care of Rawls. 1 by 1, the 9 players fall without any resistance shown so far, and great timing from Blame as he takes down 2. Matisse just pulls the trigger on the last one. It's 7-0 Fnatic.
Somebody tell 9 they're at LAN right now. I don't think they know. Down 0-7. Listen, T-sides are hard on train, but they're not supposed to be this difficult. And really, they're not supposed to look like this much of a shutout. This is 3 rounds consecutively where Fnatic don't lose a single player.
And you know what's dangerous?
Crazy.
Statistically speaking, Fnatic actually has a solid T side compared to their CT side. Most of their struggles in the past, I'm talking mostly about online matches, were actually on the CT side where they get overwhelmed, overrun by the attackers. So far, impregnable is their defense.
Montu's been domed as well. Oh, Fear. Fear's putting himself in them. Faven is out of the picture. That's the second time whoever picks up that op gets domed. Do not pick that sniper up. It is cursed. Rawls looking for something back. BobXT's found Crims. Okay, maybe Matisse has something to say now, and BobXT hits the deck. Well, Fear has been felled. So we are looking at a 2v3. 9 have control of the outer site. The problem is they need to commit to a position. And Jambo lurks with that op.
Just waiting for info, waiting for intel, just tapping that C4. Jambo playing behind the smoke. Will he expect Rawls? That's the question. The swing comes in, and no question about it, as the 9 Skipper manages to take the frag, and Matisse, maybe a clutch situation, 1v1 now against Rawls. He knows the opponent's position, but no utility for the CT player. He's gonna have to commit to a defuse if he wants to bring him out, and Rawls on the peak. That's 1 for 9. That's a start for the T's.
There we go. All right. So the squad has arrived. They have managed to take a little bit of ground here on train. 1 T round. Need to do a little bit more than that. Listen, let's be real. Fnatic just requested a tactical timeout.
Yeah.
You won 1 round. All right, let's see you do it again after we game plan around it. That was a chaotic round. It doesn't actually suck to take attack at this point and really consider things, because there were trades left, right, and center. Players kind of getting it all out from Ivy, from main. Really hard to keep track of everything, and so maybe that's one of the reasons why Fnatic have elected to try to pump the brakes on this.
Hopefully we get to see something from 9 in the remainder of this first half, and they're going to have to chain together a few rounds if they want to have a chance in the second half. Not hope for a pistol round win to start a comeback. They have a bye, but they're facing a reset, and that's the problem. Fnatic, as you like to say, have money for days.
Days.
Not going to be an issue for them.
Listen, they can buy in their next match with the money they've got right now. And they want that next match to be against ENCE. And starting off their campaign very well in Prague. Got a little bit of crowd favorites as well, which is always nice.
It's always good.
Talk about, you know, it's not fun when the crowd's so much on one team. Nah, to hell with that. Start chanting, boys.
Jambo, he's gonna have to be careful. Player towards Ivy. T's ready to swarm the site potentially. Still playing it slow is 9. Waiting for something. Waiting for some intel to be gained, but this time around, Fnatic, they have no reason to be aggressive. They made 9 question themselves on this T side, and now the CTs can just play it passively. Wait for 9 to lose track of time, potentially. Use your utility and slow them down even more, and they have a few pieces of utility left. That's something they could use. With Jambo posted up with that op, it's going to be a very difficult defense to break as Jambo draws first blood. That's a start. A smoke is going to keep them at bay for a little while longer, but they don't have the time. They're going to have to go through the smoke. 20 seconds on the clock as Matisse just waits behind it. Finds one. Jambo good with that op, and Fear there to add the finishing touches is Jambo. It's 8 for Fnatic, and they're strolling on this CT side.
Oh, yeah. Listen, they've got their compulsory 8 rounds. Anything else is a bonus. And I think I know who deserves it. Right now, the Riflers from Fnatic, and Jambo as well. He has the right timing on that. After he's flashed off, you still cannot evade his scope. Great shots here from the latest signing. Fnatic made a lot of waves talking about Jambo. They said, this is the ambitious signing our organization needs to get over the finish line, to really start to stack up results.
And it's definitely right. It's the correct call. I mean, he played lights out for Passion, his previous team, especially that given the fact that they managed to qualify for Shanghai. They managed to do a lot of good things in that roster, both online and on LAN. And when you get a young, well-established player, you know that he could be one of the key figures in your future.
Love to see it. Developing more and more talent. How about Crims? I hear he's an up-and-coming player. Found the first frag already. PLAYmef only good for the one, though, and maybe that's a little bit of an opportunity for Nine to use that A4 and get themselves onto a bomb site. Rotations are already in. It'll be Crims and Matisse. They've been playing quite well so far. I can't believe it. PLAYmef on 14 frags, Jambo on 12, Matisse on 10. So really, there's no longing from Fnatic. They've got so many frags spread out across their 3 stars so far. Nine are going to cut noise and try to relocate in the 4-on-3. They are not favored, especially when it comes to the weaponry, but they do have enough utility for a site take.
Well, hopefully it will be enough. One rifle, though, in the hands of Montu, who still has yet to see a few kills to his side. Only 2 in his hands. Fear, good positioning. Jambo good on the up, and that's just going to be a shutdown of Nine's attack as Fnatic take 90% of the rounds already played.
90%. Well, how's a win rate like that for you? I mean, Train CT sided. Again, guys, this is not supposed to be this difficult for Nine. It's on their map pick. And you can wax philosophical about, doesn't matter the first half, you can go straight into the second, mentally reset and come back. We saw miraculous things on Dust 2 earlier, 500, somehow taking ENCE's map pick away from them, but somehow I really don't think Nine have the same energy. Not in the first map of their series. They are getting dumpstered right now.
24 minutes. It's a bit longer than that, is how long this map already took. Doesn't seem like Nine have an answer just yet. They desperately need to get to that number 3 before the half ends. That'll give them a fighting chance. Otherwise, Fnatic could just sit pretty. And pretty they do sit with Jambo, PLAYmef, and Matisse already on double digits.
We got to see whether Nine have another layer to them. At least they aren't getting run down inside Brown Halls like they were before. PLAYmef, though, has an opportunity to change my mind. Favin, really good heads-up duel. A chance for Nine to post a second.
That was very important. Favin found that first frag, and now maybe issues for the Fnatic side. They're going to have to allocate another player towards B, and Nine can actually play around it. Throw a few pieces of utility before the main attack commences. Fear takes care of Rawls. Jambo, good timing, but a miss. That could prove to be costly, though. Good on the repick as Favin falls. They take care of that up, but Crims is there. He's on the server and ready to fight as he finds another one in this round, and Matisse comes to help his teammate to claim 10 for Fnatic.
Wild scenes here on the B bomb side, and all smiles on the side of Fnatic. They absolutely refuse to capitulate rounds. Even down a man, they still have the information. They have the rotations. And CT side, it feels like it's so easy for these guys. Going to double digits, and the first half has one more round to be played. This could be a dominant showing for Fnatic, even more so than what we're already seeing.
Nine, do you want to bring up some pace? The answer seems to be yes. PLAYmef missed the player, and that's going to cost him. Good for Mattis to actually find a double. He gets traded back right away. It's a 3v3, but look, Fierce positioning. A good chance with shots means he's dead. Crims and Jambo, the only ones that remain. Is Crims going to get checked? Is he going to get challenged? That's the question. Can he find the first frag? Oh, that's a freebie. He saw the head sticking out, and there's Favin that falls. Now, where do you think Jambo is? If you're Bob, you're going to have to get to the site. You're going to have to get to the bomb. He has time. It's not against him just yet, and he's going to make a long rotation. That's well played. But still against the op, only one click is enough for Fnatic to have 11 at the half.
The longer this goes, the less likely it is going to be a main, but will Jambo blink? I think he'll wait to hear the bomb try to go down. No way that BobXD can sort of math out exactly where Jambo is. He has to slowly move through and clear all these angles. We already have a bit of a pullback. Crucially, Jambo did not peek outside to see that the bomb is still at the foot of the train. So right now, whether it's been calmed over or not, he's thinking maybe it's going to be the other way around, and he'll have to rotate in through Z. Well, Bob is definitely going to get that bomb plant. He's recovered it. Still doesn't feel like it's safe. Still doesn't feel like this is the place, but it will be. 15 seconds, and then the bomb goes down. Now Jambo has to move his way back to the original site, the outer site, and they'll meet in Z.
Oh, let's see if that D can do damage. That will be just insult to injury if he just 1Ds him.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That was a miss and a half, and he managed to slink away. BobXD can actually get a good post-plant position, though the incendiary might actually make it work. He's going to claim the second for 9. It's 2 at the half for 9. It's not enough, but it's something.
Same, team manager for Team Fnatic. Looks like you have a home crowd. How happy are you with the fans?
Very, very happy. It's been a great time here in Prague. Good CS, good beer, good life.
How difficult it is for you right now, juggling all the schedules of all the tournaments and arranging the trip to Prague as well?
I mean, we play tournaments all the time, but we're not playing in LANs this year. So that's why we're very, very happy to be here, especially since the home crowd from Matter, so it's extra happy to be here, to be honest.
You said you're enjoying Prague so far. Did you have time for some trips around the city for something exciting?
Just a quick tour, but obviously the tournament is the main focus for us, so we focus on the tournament more than seeing the city, but hopefully next week.
Okay, and how happy are you with the performance of the team? Because you look sharp at the start of the tournament.
This is the start we wanted, obviously. 10-2 first half, so very, very good start, but we're here to win the tournament, so yeah, this is just a good start.
Thank you for the interview and good luck for the rest of the match.
Thank you very much.
All right, you heard the crowd. You heard the Fnatic manager quite happy with how they're playing, and why wouldn't he be happy as everything they touch turns to gold. 9 seemingly lucky to have 2 at the half. This pistol round is a necessity for the CT side if they want to have a chance. Let's see if they can muster a comeback, because we've already seen one comeback today.
Yeah, that's right. It was 9-3 for ENCE on Dust 2 before the halves switched, and it was ridiculous amounts of rounds in a row, let's be honest. But, well, 1-for-1 trade is all we see so far. 9. They're going to need to do much better than that, and Kroggen's head has been taken off by the hometown hero, no less.
And now trouble. 2 players only remain in this pistol round. They're going to have to make some work, but no, not going to happen. BobXD is the only one left alive in such low HP. He didn't stand a chance. It's 11 for Fnatic, and they're just steamrolling 9. Don't forget, Fnatic is not the one that picked this map. It was their opponents, and so far, they're not showing it.
Man, I thought Mirage was dominant in favor of ENCE. You know, it was a 13-7 finish. It was looking like they were just by far and away the better team, but this doesn't even look like 9 showed up to play yet. And we've seen them perform very well at this level of competition. They can't afford to be going ghost. Not in map number 1, not on their map pick. Something's gone wrong. If they can right the ship, if they can mentally reset between maps, maybe then we can see a resurgence in map number 2. Will be Dust 2 once again. But Fnatic look like they are already there. And Jambo opening up onto Montu. That's been one of the names of this game, and just Crim's hunting with the SMG. Not yet showing any face. Oh, that was a really good flashbang, but Faven not able to connect. You get some slimmer, some shimmer of hope. That's it. But it's not enough.
It's only a
not
shadow
enough for them to grab onto.
Just an illusion. That there was hope in this round for 9. 2 players remain, though heavily tagged are 3 on the Fnatic side. Let's not count them out just yet, as a few good hits might actually give them a chance in this one. Utility starts raining in towards A. Ral's just waiting, praying that somebody is not going to see him, not going to peek at the correct time. Timing could actually be everything here. He's going to have support from Kraken, but will it be short-lived? That's the question. There's Rawls, there's one, but his teammate gets domed, and BlameF just finishes the job. It's 10 map points, Fnatic.
My God. This would be one of the hardest comebacks that Nine have ever had to make in their careers, all as a player or as an organization. Down and feels like out. The last chance saloon every single time. You got to chain rounds together, and Fnatic showed us you can do that on the CT side quite comfortably. But with SMGs and Bob on a Deagle, Miraculous doesn't begin to cover it, Yuma. This is going to have to be absolute scenes if Nine even want to extend play.
Oh, such good utility usage. Mattis is going to claim that frag onto Favin. A great effort from Fnatic, also tagging Rawls to half HP. Just rubbing salt in a gaping wound so far. Montu, that SMG is going to get tested. They're going to double peek him, just a matter of time, and no chance versus Jambo. Rawls falls as well, and it seems to be the end of train before we even realize that the map has started. One by one, the 9 players fall. It's only Bob. Will it be your uncle or will it be your daddy? But he's going to have to collect 5 to be the latter.
If my daddy has XD in his username, he deserves to lose 13-2, and that's exactly what has happened. BlameF finishing the job. And at that point, I mean, Nine have yet to show up. Map number 2 is going to have to look very, very different. And you can see they're already calling for the mental reset. They're already saying, let's exit stage left and figure things out.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Sorať!
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál PLAYzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
I mean, this is what it looks like if you trust in your skill, in your teammates, in their skill as well, because what Fnatic showed us here was just simply astonishing.
Yeah, that's what's called firepower.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
that's why BlameF said it so many times. Yeah, we can see it in full power there.
No, for sure. I mean, if you look at this from Nine perspective, I mean, nothing worked. You got, at some rounds, you got open advantage. You had the open frag. At some rounds, it was like 2 versus 3. You have manpower advantage. You were trying to take it slow, take it fast. Nothing
was working.
Nothing worked.
And I have to say that considering the open frags, we have been pinpointing with Koti that within the 12 rounds, 9 on T side had only 1 open frag. And that, I think, surmises all the time how Fnatic were extremely proactive, how they were able to take all those duels. And we know that Mattis and Blame, especially on CT side, along with Fierce sometimes, are extremely aggressive. and are extremely effective. And today, they show it on Train.
And the result, 13-2, despite Train being map pick of Team 9.
That's even worse.
That's the biggest issue.
That's definitely...
slap in the face.
We have very good showcase of the aggressive play the Fnatic chose, and it's the 6th round. We have it ready for replay, so maybe Storm, if you can take us through what happened in the 6th round, because indeed, it was all about the aggression.
Yeah, it was indeed about the aggression. Usually Blamef was spotted in the previous few matches playing A main, but so far in the 6th round, actually, where Fnatic were trying to go for the 6-0, which eventually they managed to pull through, they were proactive on the B side, especially. It was Blamef and Crims after the initial load of grenades. They were managing to pull through, and you can just see through the hallways and getting numerous informations and kills. I think in a few seconds there's going to be kill from Jambo, and it all falls apart for 9 because there's like 2 or 3 players near B, and they're all evaporated.
Until the first clash between players, it all looked pretty fine for 9.
Yeah.
It was a default round. Yeah,
look at the control.
This kill can, of course, happen, but Fnatic held their positions. They didn't want to rotate back, and now great rotation by Crims, but Blamef is still holding this crucial checkpoint.
With the smoke.
Yeah, with the smoke, which turned out to be really helpful. There was a kind of one-way smoke for him in fight against Man2. And of course, the next 2 kills came in a fast pace after Faven died in main, and Ral stood no chance in here, and even losing his 1v1 duel. Thanks to timing, well, that's a Counter-Strike. Things like this can happen, but yeah, one-sided round number 6. The same without single kill was the next round, round number 7. And of course, yeah, we had some of the kills from 9 in the next round, but there still was nothing to show off.
They managed to win the 8th round. But after that, Fnatic regrouped. They think about how they want to do things a bit differently, and they weren't proactive anymore. They were passive. They were waiting. Of course, their economy was a bit of shambles because they were losing some players in the previous rounds. But still, they had some utility, and they saved it to the late round. And thanks to the utility, they smoked off Pop, and 9 weren't able to actually push to the A side because of the utility.
Yeah, great decision and great shift of pace.
Oh yeah.
That's what you want to see from teams like this. This is exactly the result we were expecting in the match between ENCE and 500. And that's maybe something ENCE should have done. Take a break, rethink something, and then struck with the final rounds.
Don't allow the comeback, don't even allow the possibility of it. Okay, let's take a look at what happened on Train, because, I mean, if you look at Blamef, I mean anyone, really, anyone.
Yeah.
That's what I pull through to when I play 2 maps. That's insane statistics. Of course, throughout the whole team, Mattis was feeling right at home. Fear, of course, 1-0, but given his position, especially on CT side, there's just no worries for him. His team performed, and he managed to do his in-game.
Yeah, Mattis ended up this map with 17 kills. We have a beautiful saying here in the Czech Republic, and I think everyone should know that the old bike is the best to ride, and his mousepad is a proof of that.
Okay, let's take a little break from the analysis, and let's take a look what happened on Media Day.
Conquering Prague takes a special set of skills. We tested all the players' accuracy with a much different weapon from what they are used to. It's 5 arrows per player to determine who is the best shot on each team.
What if I hit bullseye in the first? Ooh! It's the win. No! I see. Yeah, it's not looking good, bruv. Oh my god, bro.
Do it for your ancestors,
Now it's same.
Oh my god!
Dude, the wind. It's the wind.
I forgot to hold it. And I still cooked you, Rule.
And the winner of the archery competition for Team 9 is Mantu with 21 points.
well in the archery competition, right? It was Mantu now, Serg before, so I guess there's something in it. The patience, just aiming at the same angle for 20 seconds and just holding.
Yeah, and the strength to actually hold the angle. Yeah,
maybe
because of course archery is all about strength and in your arms, of course. And yeah, I agree.
You have to pull with the back, I think.
Yeah, with the back and arms, yeah, like this.
And it takes a lot to hold the AVP and
the recoil and everything, right?
Exactly.
It's a mental stress as well. We can't forget about that.
It's all about the headspace.
Yeah.
We can actually try here in Arena, or anyone who comes in, they can try archery here just for fun and for maybe some prizes. But let's get back to the match because we have many things to talk about. We mentioned a lot about aggression, about pushing, like they went for it, but you can't do it without awareness, without like plan to do this. It was not just blind aggression. This was all well thought, supported, with utility, with team play. So if you're in the shoes of 9, how can you counter this? Because we said this will be their only chance to have the team play on their side against the firepower of fnatic. So we're going to Dust 2. What can you do?
Oh boy, that's even a worse situation because that's all about aim. So, oh well, not all about aim, but as we all know, it's really about aim. But yeah, I gotta say, you just gotta shake it off and concentrate on the second map. Nothing else you can actually do there. It's a different map, it's a different setting, and hope for the best. But what specific thing you can actually say to them that's gonna help them? I mean,
just forget train.
Yeah, forget
and repeat that sentence for a whole break between these two maps, because this simply can't affect you if you let the thoughts still circle around the previous map. It's the worst thing possible, and maybe the worst scenario there is in CS is the thing with BO3, where you lost first map like this, and then you lost the pistols. And that's the hit when it hurts the most, I believe.
And the thing is that 9 actually lost both pistols here, so of course I'm hoping for the objectivity and the gameplay of the second match that they managed to get at least one out of the second map.
Maybe there's some like little hope in it was so fast that maybe the brains don't even like register that it happened. It was like maybe it's better to lose this fast than just to struggle for 20-25 rounds and just you know, you feel powerless for longer. Now it just happened. It's gone. You can just say, we were not ready for this. We were not feeling it, and now you can focus. Maybe that's something they can bounce off at least a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta say, we've even managed to talk about all the players in the team in 9. Of course, a lot of experience there. So I think, as you just said, it's much easier to throw away a loss like this than something that's you struggling for, I don't know, overtime or something. Yeah. So I think we're going to see a new 9 on Dust 2. Of course, it's not going to be their pick, but still they have players that are capable of doing some damage to fnatic, as they've shown in the online matches. But this is an online setting, and fnatic seems like a team that won't be beaten today, to be honest.
Yeah. We have to see something similar to the Dust between ENCE and 500. Total rise of the sniper who was silent during the first map, and I mean Mantu 3-15, not a good showing by himself. And Jumbo on the other hand, 18-5. He was dominant sniper during the entire train. So things have to shift during Dust 2, or that's no chance for 9, unluckily.
I mean, to be fair, Mantu didn't have too many opportunities to use the op, right? Not such a big bang for him.
They didn't even have bomb plants. Their economy was in shambles, so of course you cannot really buy an op. You have the lost bonus, but I mean, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? I mean, let's see what can they actually do on Dust 2, because the map is ready. So, guys, take it over.
And... Huh?
KFC patří ke hře.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Train was a slaughter for the 9 players, courtesy of Fnatic. 13-2 was that the scoreline prono-go. It was very convincing for Fnatic, and 9 actually picked that map. I'm curious to see how things are going to look like on Fnatic's map pick.
Yeah, Dust2 is up ahead, and we are about ready to get underway here. You can see a couple grimaces on Montu's face. He's trying to adjust his headset to be comfy. Listen, that last one was a bit of a stinker, but the desk said it well. If it goes by so fast, maybe you don't even register it. You just pretend that this is, you know, the 2 best of 1s up ahead. That's all. And so maybe there's a chance for 9 to come back into it. The big question really is, can they get to their normal level of gameplay, their stable level of gameplay on LAN? Because right now, Fnatic look like a completely different beast.
Absolutely. I mean, Fnatic were so convincing, so different than what we're used to seeing from them online, right? It's a completely different story. And I would say a different sort of setup, a different mentality as they, on their CT side of Train, they really fought aggressively. I actually can see that being the case in the remainder of the series. How long it actually goes, that's a different question. Dust2 will be our battleground for map number 2 of our second best of 3 of Conquest of Prague. Fnatic starting on the CT side, which is interesting, given that this is their map pick. 9 actually chose to start on the T side. Let's see what they're going to do and if they have something ready. It's going to be a long push, protected by 2 Fnatic players. Jambo and Matt is just waiting for that attack. Oh, no. Matt is struggling, but claiming 1, searching for the second, unable to find him. He manages to go back, actually, to Pit, and 2 players, 2 teammates there to protect him. There's still a chance as he finds 1 more head. Bob actually took care of BlameF, and there's Mattis, but Fear good on the trade, and this pistol round might be crumbling for 9 as Montu's trying to salvage something which is unsalvageable, and it's only Bob XD. 1v3.
He's got the dualies. At least it's 2 guns to 3, but I don't think it's going to be nearly enough as all Fnatic CTs are in the same spot. Good luck staring down 3 barrels at once. Another Fnatic pistol round victory. That makes 3 for 3. Not letting up. Not relieving any pressure for 9. And you mentioned earlier they elected to start on the T side, but they chose that before the series had even started the first round. You pick your sides, not before you get into map number 2, but before you get into map number 1. And they had some idea, some game plan for the T side. It did not foment going into Train. We know that for a fact. But Dust2 can be a bit more even. And with no bomb plant, we just got a couple of pistols. This one's probably going to be a write-off. Maybe Fnatic will take some damage. Other than that, nothing really to write home about here, and very likely we're going to see Fnatic have a strong buy going into the next, with 9 picking up an attempt at the first rifle round.
And I'm curious about Fnatic's Dust2, because even though percentage-wise it's pretty good for them, it's their second least picked map in the pool. Only 7 maps played in the past 3 months. I'm curious to see if maybe that's one of their like pocket picks, something they can count on, but not something they go for every time or every chance they get. It's an interesting pick. Hopefully it pays off, as BlameF might actually get a bit of a payoff here. that SMG could build a bit of bank, but with 46 HP on him, he's just gonna get killed, and no frag found. Mattis wants to be aggressive, but he might get overwhelmed by these pistols. Finds one, needs to fight. Not yet re-peeking him are the 9 players. Now the double peek comes in, but he is ready. He's dialed in. And even though it's just against pistols, it's pretty to see Pronogo.
Oh yeah, and you know, clever production. Shout out to Poggy on the observing. That X-ray toggle off had me sweating. But Matisse is good for it. Able to take out the lower tunnels. That's his domain. If he's gonna be that aggressive and that confident, sure, it's versus pistols, but that's where sometimes it's the scariest. You're giving over an A4 if you die.
Just look at the first frag here.
Control.
Blink and you miss it.
Yeah, crazy reactions here. Very solid stuff. Well, that's the complexion of Fnatic's 2-0 start, and there are going to be 5 rifles ahead of them. But 9 are not moving anywhere with pace. They're going to take default mid control. Got a little bit of a utility exchange towards the A-long position. Nothing to write home about, as 9 are instead going to be attacking more towards short, more towards mid. They have 2 members still hanging out here. Oh, and I love this from PlayMF, making sure he can't be Molotov'd out of position. Instead, the flashbang gets him in, and that's an opening pick for the Dane.
That's a pretty looking smoke. And we cast a lot of Counter-Strike. We don't see that every day. +1.
We should?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're holding short from that angle, you have a good reason actually to throw that smoke. Of course, usually you want to throw that defensive smoke that blocks the T's off. That's something that can get into the T's heads as Crims finds another frag. It's a 5v3. Now they need to proceed to the B bomb site. They need to split it with whatever they have, but whatever Fnatic do, it turns to gold. It works out as they claim the first gun round.
Yeah. People call it the black and yellow, but it definitely is looking golden today. I'll tell you that much. Really solid play out of PlayMF. So that's the first rifle, round 1. We're starting to get into max loss territory, though, for 9. They will bring something into this next round, because no matter what they do, they will assuredly have enough money for a buy. So expect a little bit of a pistol action with some Kevlar as well. Gives them a fighting chance in some of these more close-range engagements. Holding right now for mid-aggression, but it's not coming. Fnatic being a lot more disciplined about their move. I love the nade lineup, but just a bit too early. 5 seconds later, you might have scraped a couple of players off there. Instead, Montu saving it. No Kevlar on him. He's going to be going for that AWP. He was only able to bring it out 2 times on the T side of Train. And the desk mentioned no bomb plans practically for the 9 squad. That needs to be a distant memory in their back pocket. Pushed off of short thanks to Jambo's utility usage. This puts 9 in a predicament, as they haven't really been afforded any duels so far, and really any of these longer range engagements, you're going to start favoring the defenders.
Absolutely. 9 trying to find something. Fnatic being really passive here, as they're not in a hurry to find that first frag. Though a split towards B comes in. Now Mattis needs to be careful, but a good spray down as he collects them all on mid. Crims just adds the finishing touches, just adds the finishing seasonings to this anti-eco, easily won by Fnatic.
And that's twice in anti-ecos against pistols. Matisse has really popped off. 3 kills in lower tunnels, down 4 kills from his B to mid angle. Well, 9 are going to consider their options. They've already got their coach on the line, a very storied member of Danish CS, mind you. Here's Independent CS as well, making things happen here as the coach of Fnatic, newly minted on that lineup. This tack was brought to you by 9. Clearly not happy with the way things are going. Look at this, the highlight package from Matisse is going to look nice after these 2 games. Or sorry, it's not going to look nice, it'll look krasny. Beautiful.
See what you got. Nine back on a buy, and that's a good tag onto Mattis as he's brought down to 43 HP. That's not going to phase him, though, as they want to strike towards the tunnels. Kragan, that's a labored spray, but ends in the head of the opponent. Crims finds the trade, and that's well done from the veteran, but he's going to have to do more. And do they expect him to still be here? The answer seems to be yes, but a dink comes in nonetheless, though. He gets taken out. It's a man advantage for 9.
HP not so, though. Bob XD walking wounded, and Rawls and Favin are going to mantle towards short. Montu trying to fall back into a better position. Oh, it's a dirty angle. Jambo gets away from it. A lot of pressure onto Fear now because they are pushing up towards that short position, and Jambo wants to get ahead of the play. He will be allowed up on the box. This gives him a position. He can go back towards Gandalf, but he doesn't want it instead. Maybe biting off a little more than he can chew towards short, and Fear will indeed be cut down as well. Blame F, the last alive, as often as it happens on the T side. Fnatic's CT side appears to be not shifting from that narrative point. And well, 9 score their first round victory in quite some time.
That was a sloppy round for Fnatic. No reason to sugarcoat it. That was a bad round for Fnatic. Of course, you want to start with some aggression. You have a player that has an SMG, so I understand that part, but Jambo taking such a forward position with a player already on site, completely unnecessary, in my opinion. Fun fact also, in about a month, the 25th of June, Fnatic will be celebrating 20 years of their Counter-Strike division. 20 years, 2 decades. Just goes to show, Jambo is 20 years old.
Look at that. The organization competing with their latest signing for who's gonna hit drinking age in America. That's a joke that really Europeans will never understand. You guys, you know, you thought Brazilians would never understand. No. We can't even rent a car until 25. See you later.
Yeah, but you can drive with 16.
That is true. That is true. We can also serve in military at 18, well, 17 with parental permission.
It doesn't
but no
really
drinking.
make sense now, does it?
No
you
drinking.
can serve in the military, but you can't have a few drinks with your military boys.
To be fair, I would not want my rifle operator on the sauce.
That also makes sense. Oh, all right. First blood drawn. Montu takes care of Crims. That's a good start for 9.
Yeah. One of their first opening kills so far in the map. Early days, though, and 9 can remind us of that. Compared to Train, they've got half the rounds that they had there. As grim as it is to say. They're taken short, though, and they look pretty good for this attack. Jambo in an uncomfortable position with the AWP. He's kind of stuck in. I don't know that he's actually going to be able to escape. He'd have to go through CT spawn to do so, and, well, Fear already pushed very far back. With Blame F going down, it feels like this is all or nothing, and Jambo, he is able to take a frag, but with Favin's lurk coming out, it's Matisse in a 1-on-3, unlikely to attempt it.
Do it.
The crowd would be on their feet for him if he did, but he's already slinking back over to the tunnels, and not without good reason. So a second round for 9. Again, that AWP unrecoverable. A little bit of money still in the bank. Maybe Crims will be able to drop it over, but that would be coming at great personal cost. I think he'd barely be able to afford Kevlar. Maybe not even. So it would be a scrappy buy. I think what we're more likely to see is a couple of pistols and SMGs. Fnatic likely to half into the next round and see what they can do around Matisse's A4. Again, he had a very, very nice train. That is to say, everybody on Fnatic had a nice train, and there we are. Another Americanism for you guys. The soccer ball just got kicked by Matisse. Yeah.
I'm not sure what sport that is, sorry.
Well, you know, you see this egg-shaped thing that goes in your hand, that's a football. And that thing that you kick around, that's soccer.
That makes sense. All right. 9 standing together too. They want to make this a streak. Let's see what you got for us. Tipsport BMing Rawls saying he's going to get less than 10 kills. Though.
By the dip.
still on that 1, so he's gonna have to do a little harder to prove the odds makers wrong.
Does feel like the house always wins, and right now fnatic have the home turf advantage with Matisse on the roster. And again, he has the A4. Actually, their buy ends up being more utility light, but with Montu finding Crims, this is 3 members, well, formerly 3, now only 2, have to accept this B hit. Multi-kills compulsory. PLAYzone though hiding. Oh, it's exposed, and it's only good for 1 for 1. That'll be nice and easy there for 9 as they grab their B plant. But this time around, the AWP, the A1S, those can be saved, maybe even posting up for exits here. Jambo, will 9 offer him anything?
There's no reason. I mean, fnatic don't really know it. You can't really completely be sure of your position economy, but it's looking good for the side of 9. Even if they lose a rifle or 2, they can still have a buy in the next one, and fnatic, not looking good when it comes to their bank, as they're desperately gonna hold on to these 2 rifles, as it will be the best they are gonna have in the next round.
Plenty of action here on Dust 2, and 9 are back up. They've gotten 3 rounds, more than they did on Train. And most importantly, they are 1 away from tying things up. Dust 2 can be a 50-50 map. I believe it was Storm on the desk making this exact point, that Dust 2, of course it was back in the previous series, it tends to be a little bit more CT-sided statistically, but at this level of play, you're more likely to see a 50-50, just about a coin flip in terms of the map advantage. And, well, fnatic aren't necessarily able to post up a dominant start on their defense. Not anything like it was on Train. Some nice heads-up play with the rifles. And now a very fast long take. Rawls, he's out very quickly for the spray down. It's only Matisse to answer back before he's traded. And there goes the A1S. Oh. Jambo misses the shot. Oh, he's going to be good for the correction, but that's pretty much the go signal. PLAYzone with a deagle. Can he really reel us into a forced buy victory?
Doesn't seem possible, though. He connects that last shot before his demise, and Jambo 39 points of health. Do you really want to try this? The answer seems to be no, but he is gonna think about it as he rotates toward another opening, going towards long. Awaiting is Kragan. 1 bullet, let's see. Can you do it? The answer is no. Tied game after 8 rounds played.
Yeah, you can hear them. You can faintly hear them. Those supporting 9 themselves got a little bit of life left in them. They tie things up, and it does feel like maybe you can criticize Jambo for going for that particular move with the AWP, but I respect it. The only concern really here is that now the team's economy is all in the same spot. The problem is that spot is not very good, so 9 should have a bit of a layup round here. No, actually, they invest down to the last dollar. The lost bone is starting to help out. Jambo glass cannon with the sniper.
Why not? That's such a forward position for a glass cannon. Up! He wants to risk it. And the risk almost paying off. Still somehow alive. Baiting the shot is Kragan. And collects the opposition upper. For a 4v4, the defense now on the wrong foot. Spread thin. And as I said last time we seen Dust 2, that was in the previous best of 3. You lose that 1 player on CT side, then trouble begins.
Trouble has definitely begun, and 9 seem to have arrived in Prague after all. Need to see a steady hold here, a multi-frag or 2 for fnatic, because they are spread thin. Crim's the sole defender on Overwatch towards B. Everybody else more towards A, and of course you've got Fear burrowed into long coming over. No sound. PLAYzone finds the first head. With Kragan going down, there's still Favin and Montu, but Obixty, he had infiltrated CT spawn. This is looking like Matisse needs to be the man of the hour, and even with the shadow advantage, Favin entries him down. Fear will be cut short. Crims, you have got to save that sniper. Give Jambo a look into the next round.
Give him a fighting chance. At 9, they're looking pretty. They're looking good. 5 rounds in a row. That's something you can be proud of. I mean, 5 rounds, that's not what we've seen on Train from them. Not even half.
Looking really risky here right now is Crims and fnatic overall. Oh, is he really going to try to face this angle? Bob spots him. They know he's saving. They can go for this hunt a little bit. They got money in the bank. Crims, 1 bullet left. Oh, it's not going to quite be enough. And, well, apparently the USPS is more than all he needed. He even gets the fadeaway jump. Impressive.
Nice movement from the veteran. But nice is not enough. Even a man advantage wasn't enough for Fnatic, though it was short-lived. I mean, usually when you see this kind of setup with an op going lower tunnels, you want to have one player at least close to support him. That wasn't the case for Jambo. So as soon as he missed the no-scope, which of course really isn't a high percentage shot, you know that he's dead. You know he's not walking out of there alive.
It's dangerous stuff at the end of the day, but again, Jambo going for these risks, sometimes they will pay off. That time, not quite. BlameF wasn't able to make it through the smoke without any information towards short, towards unalive. We'll call back there for the first series. Big problems, though, for Fnatic. They are finally down to a scrappy bye with that saved AWP. Thankfully, Crims gave him the option. This will be a B rush, and now he's got only a Deagle to deal with it. Fire at his feet. Kragan storms the gates, but it's Matisse with a 4K, and the USP out trying to go for the ace. There he is.
And
the hometown hero.
And there's the crowd as well, cheering for him, cheer him on. That's the way to strike back. That MP9 combined with the sidearm destroys 9 on a fast push. Just look at that. He's gaming. He's enjoying himself right now, even though it's a close fought affair. Nobody near him on the scoreboard. 17 frags to his name.
Unbelievable scenes. We'll take it. Leading the charge, tying the game. Fnatic right back into this, but there's a lot of money to chew through on the other side. 9, not quite facing a reset, but if they lose all 5 here, they could definitely be facing some hardships. Montu back on the sniper. He's had some impact, although really a lot of this has been down to Kragan and to a lesser extent Faven. Riflers for 9 having quite a bit of impact. But surely Matisse is the standout.
Absolutely. He played a solid map number 1. Though it took him a long time to get the 17 kills there. He ended it on 17, already on that number now. And he's looking to improve. Crim's there with the support. It seems to be like 9 want to take control of mid, but that's going to be hard fought as Kragan falls, and somehow the Slovak's still alive. As Fear finds Faven as well. Finally an answer courtesy of Bob. BlameF, well, baiting his teammate, but he's going to get a frag. And it's a 4v2. Rouse. Ooh, good angle. Crim's faster, better in the duel. And now Montu alive only. The only one alive for his side. Crims will take him down. And Fnatic back in the driver's seat on Dust 2.
Well, they'll take that. They secured at least a tie half and maybe more. Final round of Dust 2's first half. Coming at you very, very shortly here, but let's take another look at those kills. Crims obviously set up to trade very, very nicely with Blame. The 2 veterans of the lineup, and even just a cute little move to clear Man2 out of the picture. That would have been a 1-on-4 for the pole. Not going to work out at the end of the day. Jambo clearing his own smoke, but not quite able to adapt. He spots multiple players moving towards short. That's at least information gleaned.
Yeah. BlameF answers back with a molly, also a smoke thrown there. So they're going to have time to reposition. Bye looking worse for wear for 9 in the last round of the half. Let's see if they can get us to a tied result, or if Fnatic are going to have that minimal lead in this second map after 12 rounds played. It's going to be a slow one, but Fnatic already with very offensive possessions. Crims took control of tunnels. He sent his teammate over to T-spawn, but the rotate is going to be quite slow. Should Fear die, that's going to spell trouble, and he's dead. So is Jambo, and BlameF now can't do anything. So many players just swarming his position. Now only 2 alive. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's just a dumpster fire of a timing, but he manages to stay alive on 29. Crims coming from short. Let's see what he can do.
Matisse, I know you only got 29 points of health, but I think the crowd needs another ace from you. Crims, first point of contact, he spots a body moving towards Goose. Held at an arm's length by the fire, the Swedish veteran has been forged in hotter ones. Now he's moving through, spots another head. This is information from Matisse, who is slowly, silently creeping forward. Now up on the boxes, they're not daring to face, but there's so many bodies, and it's so difficult. Matisse only good for one more, and Crims, he'll be cut down as well. A tie half, 6 for 6. These teams inseparable on Dust 2. Let's see what happens once the half breaks.
It's gonna be just me. Manager of Team 9, Boskac, I see you are full of hope because you are coming back to this map.
Yes, definitely. We felt a little bit off after the train map. Right now, after Dust 2, there's 6-6, and we're feeling pretty comfortable after the T-side that we had.
For you personally, it is a great match against Fnatic in front of the live crowd. How are you enjoying yourself?
This feels like back in the days, Lance, like 10 years ago when everyone was screaming, shouting, having beers together, and it feels really, really great to be in Prague right now.
Love to hear that. For you, I have a gift. These are the collector cards of your players. Can you show us which player from your team is your most favorite?
Most favorite? Or most handsome?
Yeah, most handsome.
I need to pick Toby Kragan. I'm gonna show him. Looks like a Game of Thrones character to me.
Yes, he definitely looks like that. Thanks so much for the interview and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Collector cards at the tournament. Now, that's something I want to have. Hopefully, next time we get a chance to go to Prague, I'm going to collect them all. I'm just going to take them like Pokemon cards. No problem for that. It's the second half. The first one was tied together. Let's see if Fnatic can bounce off of the opposition score line, if they can get a little bit of wind, as was the case of Train. Or rather, 9 can make this a 3-map affair.
Yeah, listen, after that first map, I thought we might need some emergency services, but at the end of the day, the ambulance might not be for 9. Standing pretty strong here. Looking pretty solid on that first half. And it didn't start out very well. Remember, it was 4-0 to begin with. Almost thought it was going to be a repeat of Train, but Fnatic not quite in a class of their own just yet. Maybe, if they can secure their map win easily enough. Now that they're on the offensive side, they can set the pace.
Might give them something. Of course, the pistol round is going to show us where this map could go. It was quite tightly contested so far. Fnatic starting off quite well, but then many rounds gained by 9. They've shown that they've shook off that defeat on the previous map, hoping to do something on this one. Still, LAN environment takes a little bit of getting used to, so that could be a contributing factor to that first map. And also, could be a contributing factor to Mattis showing off so well, as he's on 19 frags after the first half. He knows the Vodafone Arena, left, right, and center. He knows it like the palm of his hand, so he's probably very comfortable playing here, more so than any other player, seemingly, because he's played here many times before.
Yeah, at that point, you really can't start to imagine how it must feel for him, performing so well on Dust 2. Close to 20, maybe over 20 frags by the end of that first half, and so much more to find for him now that we're switching over to his T side. You were absolutely right, though. This is an opportunity for him to deliver in front of a home audience in an arena he's played in plenty of times, as down the years, it has been home to a great deal of Counter-Strike. Get the highlight package here as we get ready for the second pistol. It's about to go live, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic on their own map pick. They need to start setting the pace on the T side, and 9. They've got a little bit of poise in them. Let's see what they've got cooking.
We're gonna find out if 9 have what it takes. Doolies in lower tunnels, Kragan waiting to pounce. He's either gonna have a multi-frag or not gonna stand a chance. He does have support of Rawls. That HE grenade might soften the T's up a little bit when he spots them with that jump spot. Fnatic just taking their sweet time. Smoke on the mid doors. Kragen gonna get tested. Oh, that timing was insane. That was so unlucky for Kragen as Fnatic find the +1 in the pistol.
Listen, it's kind of insult to injury that Rawls' HE only damages BlameF. Bob will get activated, but it's being held. Crims knows exactly where he is, doesn't kill him, but still information stings. Montu, oh, gushed so quickly by the Glock. Rawls, in theory, a little bit better. Those USPs finding some more action. Favin, healthy enough right now, but the rest of his teammates are not. And it's only Favin and Bob, but Crims stands alone. The Swede, the veteran. Don't count him out. He's got the bomb on his back, and he can absolutely make this happen.
Yeah, but no Kevlar. He's going to have to find isolated duels. Luckily for him, they are available. But he's going to have to be really good. Thankfully so. Both Favin and Bob have been just tagged enough that Goosh could actually take them out of the picture. Of course, Crims is going to have to fire away in a good manner, checking his angles, looking for the first, and he's gonna find them, but 4 HP left on him. Not gonna stand a chance against Favin as 9 collect the second pistol of Dust 2.
That's the first pistol of the whole series that has gone the way of 9. Really important that Crims didn't avert that comeback. That particular statistic would have been so dominant, so difficult to move around. At the end of the day, if you lose both pistols and you're not even able to secure the second round afterwards as a bit of a punchback, well, call it a counter strike that you missed out on, because that would have been a disaster. You can see what it means to 9 to get up by 1. Grabbing their purchases, a scout from Montu, but he's actually going to get tagged. Oh, and killed! Yambo plucks him out.
That's nice. Crims looking for the D, not going to find it, but at least presence established, as 9 are going to have to waste a little bit of utility to hold off the approach on mid. Fnatic, all they need right now is map control, and they've acquired it so far. With that entry, that's going to make the defense have a player on each part of the map, which means you can run over a defender quite easily if you just group up. Let's see if Fnatic are going to do
up towards B. They're making their way. They've got 1 flashbang on BlameF. That's it. That's all they have. So he's also possessing the bomb right now, but if Kragen gets a little bit too aggressive, Matisse, one more bullet, but somehow Neo from the Matrix dodging around. Some beautiful moves from the Danish players, and well, Bob XD, he's trying to make things happen, and so far so good, but BlameF left in the 1-on-4, and he finds 2 with the Deagle. This could be catastrophic, but Rawls' flank is more than enough. And somehow 9 avert disaster. That looked so good for Fnatic.
Yeah, it looked so close, especially that first frag. That meant they just needed to group up, but slowing down in B tunnels was a bit of a calamity for Fnatic, not being able to find those entry frags towards B. Only 1 was necessary. The other player would have been a non-issue when everybody swings towards him.
Yeah, looking at this repeat, you see just how low those players ended up being after all of those mowdowns, and the SMGs are really solid at paying out dividends. Remember, all those frags being related to a couple MP9 frags, a couple FAMAS frags. You're going to be sitting pretty on the money right now. Maybe Fnatic don't think about moving into the B-bomb site again. They let that sit, let that rest. And they've got their rifles out. Jambo on the scout. We've seen him do miraculous things, including in that last round. Conditioning is a factor in a game that's been as tense as this, with both teams neck and neck. Let's see whether Fnatic have convinced Montu to be a bit more cautious in that mid play. It's a short hit for the Swedes.
It's going to be a bit of a slower round, but now things are about to speed up as Fnatic approached short. Bob XZ seen a player, now he might be in trouble. He has support though, and a lot of it. Kragen burning in that molly, 10 HP left on him, but Bob found a frag. Now it's getting very hard for Fnatic to approach the site. They alleviate the pressure as they find 2 kills, and BlameF collects Favin. Also finding Montu before his demise. Rawls, his position now known as he was the one that tossed the grenade. But where's the C4? That's the question. They're going to need to fight Rawls for it, seemingly.
Yeah, it's up top, because the drop there where Jambo was domed earlier, that's where the bomb had been left, and that was missed information. Fnatic don't need it. They'll set off explosions with their own damn guns. Crims finishes the job with his flank through long, and, well, some momentum gained back for Fnatic.
And it tells you something when PLAYzone is the guy that's first in the firing line, opens things up incredibly well before he died. Maybe you should consider having that approach more often in the future, because more often than not, when I see him playing so gutsy, it kind of works out for him. A one round is what separates these two teams, as Nine are on a yard sale buy.
Hey, somebody found a A1S while thrifting. Rawls will be happy with that. Not happy with the score line, though. The only positive KD player on 9, despite being in the lead, is, of course, Faven. Kragan here has a tie score line for him, and BobXD, the sole defender right now. So many other CTs can rotate over, but Fnatic are staring him down. Somehow he's looking down 4 different teams and still alive in the back of the site. The Swedish Wonderbus is more than enough to stall out for Faven, and look at that, the little buy goes a big way.
Oh yeah, and now they want to bring the fight to them. Could that be a mistake? Fear tucked in, finds one, not the other. And PLAYzone so far away already, same as AK seemingly, but now they know his exact position. 9 seems that like they are gonna hit 9 at this particular moment. 30 seconds on the clock for PLAYzone. You can tell that he's possibly already given this round up, as he wants to hold on to that AK for the future. 9 looking quite good, and how has Bob not died on platform?
I know, it's so ridiculous. That K-sharp position, they did not molly it correctly. And now with 5 seconds left, PLAYzone hoping to stay alive. If Montu swings on him after time, that could be impactful, but instead, veteran Dane will stay alive in pit. Biding his time, grabbing that AK into the next round, and that is another lost CT player. Remember, keeping 3 alive, that's your target on the CT side. That's where you want to be. So, despite all of these heroics that 9 are certainly happy with, getting to their namesake, 9 rounds on the board. Money isn't spectacular for them going forward. They will be somewhat brittle after this full buy, and even then, I mean, you're seeing some concessions of FAMAS and MP9. They're talking over a couple of their options as they've called their second penultimate tactical timeout.
Yeah, and this is such an important round, right? The team that wins is gonna get a lot of economy. The other team, of course, are gonna get strapped for cash. You can actually chain together a few rounds, and if you're Fnatic, you can tie up the scoreline really freaking quickly. And if, on the other hand, if you're 9, then you're just strolling to being quite close to winning this map and going to a third.
Yeah, we could be here for a while longer. It didn't seem like it after our first map. Fnatic down by 2 rounds, but double digits are looming. A little bit of a boost here. You can hear the crowd. They are on the side of Fnatic cheering them on, but I hear a couple of 9 enjoyers there as well, enjoying the fact that we've got a competitive set. Nobody wants to come into a total blowout, right? Matisse, recipient of a little bit of nade damage there. Not that that slowed his assault. 21 frags for the fan favorite, and PLAYzone will help him out as well. There you go. Trade it in as PLAYzone gets 2. That is a +1 for Fnatic.
Yeah, and so much trouble for Bob. You're not going to stay alive that long if Fnatic decide to strike towards B side again. That was a one and done affair last time around. PLAYzone turns for the flash, finds another, and a lot of damage dealt. BobXD, not a chance. Faven, what do you got to show us? 20 points of health, looking for something, looking for the frag. He knows that a few players are tagged, but is there a chance here? I think not, as smokes have fallen. Fnatic ready to plant the bomb and claim 8.
Yeah, Faven can't go for this. He might know that some of the players are tagged, but this is so difficult to do anything in. The control, the bodies, that matters a lot more than their HP in this situation. And Faven will back off, and the crowd knows it. We're going to 8 rounds for Fnatic. Double digits. Not yet there. Elusive for 9.
Currently so, and it seems that they're going to have to wait a little bit longer to claim 10. as in the next round, they are not going to have a lot of money. The Fab and AK might push them through, as don't forget, they did manage to just win a round on a buy that only had one rifle, so that might happen again, but you can't really count on that round after round, right?
No, yeah, that's very slim. I mean, look at the money, 1,800 on a few players, maybe less than that. The reset is there. You can see energy on the side of Fnatic for sure. They might be down a little bit here, but it's only one round, man. Anybody's game still, and the money does not look good for the defenders. Fnatic's attack will not yet abate. Jambo, the quick double scope to clear Bob before catastrophic damage could have been dealt. That could have given Favin a leg in. It'll be Montu on the lesser sniper now. 2 deagles and a 5.7. That's bought around Favin's AK. $0 on him and on Bob. The money's so very low. Strapped for cash. If they get full wiped here, they won't even have enough for a full buy into the next. That's how dire things are. So Fnatic, do they understand the assignment? It's going to be a B push, and they are pretty far back. Spotted out ahead of time. Matisse can swing. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, that smoke, that's gonna keep the T's at bay. That's gonna give a lot of info to the CTs. As you can see on the minimap, they're allocating many players to the A-bomb site as Fnatic wanna go exactly there. Crim's first point of contact. Let's see what he can do. Sees the scout, not tagged just yet. He can still fight. That HE was beautiful. That's a Kobe, but Favin strikes back. Crim's again. He's opening the site and maybe even closing the round as he finds another one. Favin, though, finds his third, and now this still could be an active round, very much so. And Crims needs to stay alive, needs to escape with the bomb, but that's not going to happen. They know where Matisse was. He needs to fight. 1v2, 40 seconds on the clock, more than enough time. And look at the HP on the side of 9. That's so important. He's just going to swing them, or is he, though? No! Oh! Favin making it work for 9 as they're keeping themselves alive. Again, their one rifle does the job, and now they get to double digits.
That is a humongous round from Favin. The saved AK set up for success to perfection there from 9. And I was really believing Matisse. He took out Kragan and was moving in. You could smell the highlight package in the water there. So much blood spilled, but not able to get it over the line. Playing around that headshot angle against an AK ill-advised. Matisse getting punished.
And the thing is, I think we're going to see that on replay. That HE grenade was spot on, but Crims was so close to escaping with the bomb. Could have been a completely different story. Deciding to re-peek is actually what cost them the round in the end.
Fnatic have burned their final tactical timeout here. It's here, now, or maybe never. And look at the buy. Not good for Fnatic. AWP out for Montu. Favin blind, but he's not the only defender. Some damage put down range. PLAYzone and Crim's going to be swinging out for it. And there's so many defenders to accept them. A +1 for 9. Weapon's going to be recovered. Oh! And Mantu do it. No! PLAYzone swings for the fences, and Fear helps them out with the knockout. But Bob has the smoke lineup. 11 for 9.
9 fighting back. And this best of 3 is far from over, even though Fnatic claimed that map number 1 convincingly. 9 have more than a fight left in them. And Bob, that lineup was beautiful. 3 rounds.
Perfectly.
The lead of 9. Expected tactical timeout coming right now, because now is when the entire map breaks, as Fnatic want to invest all they got, and they don't got much.
They don't have much, but they do have armored pistols. And with this tactical timeout, they got a little bit of extra time to plan. Maybe that swung their idea forward. Okay, we can afford to invest. We can afford to make this happen. We have to. Independent has said his last say. What else do Fnatic have up their sleeve? It's going to have to be a miraculous round that on paper they should never win. The full buy with 1 AK brought in by Rawls. AWP on Montu. All the nades they could ever want left in CT spawn for later. Talk about yard sales.
Oh, yeah.
Fnatic, just a couple of pistols.
This isn't even a yard sale buy. I think that in most American suburban neighborhoods, you're going to find much better weaponry. Not going to be for Fnatic here, as they're hoping to find something. Jambo just gets a few bullets in the chest. 28 points of health left.
Yeah, body armor paying for itself right now. Prevents Fnatic from dropping a opening pick. Flame's very deadly on the Deagle. We'll see if he can maybe make some magic happen. It's the last hope, it feels, for Fnatic in Dust 2 on their own map pick. Not as dominant, but 9. All that matters is that they get it over the line, and they are staring down the barrel of a very easy round. Let's see if Fnatic can make it difficult as they start to push short.
Oh, but look at this. Montu already posted up with that up. They have a few flashes to bring him out of position if they decide to strike towards short. That's not going to be the case, though. Not at least yet. 40 seconds left on the clock. Fnatic are going to have to pull the trigger sooner rather than later. And it seems to be a B split. 2 players coming from tunnels, 3 from mid. The B defense, will it hold? That's the question. Rawls breaks the smoke. No player seen. He wants to go through it. That might cost him, but nades in hand might actually get something to 9. Not gonna happen. Crims finds the opening kill. Matisse takes Bob XZ, and Kragan is released. He's looking for more. Not able to find her. The pistol's overwhelming. 1 player advantage. F lineup finds 1. It's Jambo in fear. They're the ones that remain. Favin again in a position to clutch. Let's see if he can be the hero of his team once more. 22 frags, bomb planted, but a kit is on him. There is no reason to hurry. He must find the kills, finds 1, knows where the other one is.
He knows!
Favin takes it for 9's map point.
I can't believe it, 4 points of health. That was the last moment, but Favin has been a hero for Team 9. The German player rolling back a couple of those years where he was top of the charts in big. And here he is on a different lineup, an international lineup. And the European combines are sticking the landing here in Prague. Fnatic, man, I thought it looked so good for them, but Jambo could not control himself. The trigger discipline could have cloaked his position, but Favin heard those shots. And here we are, the last of the buys, the last of the opportunities. Kragan traded, but there's so many more CTs where that came from, and Jambo is caught in a no man's land.
And 9 players, they want to fight this. Oh, that tag to Matisse is going to leave him on 22 points of health. Fear on 19. Not looking good for Fnatic if they want to stay on this map.
No. Not at all. The HP has not been advantaged for any of these players in so long, and Rawls even gets the better of Crims on the peak. Jambo not able to swing off of that flash. This is a 3 versus 4. They know where 2 of the defenders are, but now enough time has passed. Are they still going to be there? Jump spot for Rawls.
Jambo needs to be the main man here. 80 points of health. He is the healthiest player on the side of Fnatic. They're going to have to find that first kill. 1 player towards long, taken care of for the other on ramp. They know where he is, but they really can't swarm him so easily with such little HP. So Jambo does his work and takes down Montu. Dust 2 is given and given, but will Bob clutch this out? So low is the health on the Fnatic players. This is doable. 1 bullet was enough to take out Matisse. Now he's looking for more. He knows that there's a chance. He feels it in his bones. Bomb just landed, and he has a kill! Oh! Look at that! That's the way to end the map and send us to the theater. 9 take 13 on Dust 2. They steal away Fnatic's pick, and this best of 3 ain't over, not even close.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma be the best that you never had. Yes, I don't flex, I'm success. If it lifts, yeah.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a match on our hands. After train, it didn't look like it, but right now I can definitely say this is going to be interesting.
Well, we can't have another opinion because you're absolutely right.
Yeah, and what a way to end it for 9, right? The last two rounds, I mean...
2 clutches in a row.
2 beautiful clutches.
Yeah.
Gotta say that, of course, there were some mistakes made by fnatic. I'm not sure if it's ready already, but we can probably point to
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so we could actually showcase some of those mistakes.
Koty, if you can pick, I mean, we were talking about Mattis, right?
Yeah.
He was shining through the first half of this map. After that, something terrible happened. I don't know what, but I mean, he ended the first half like 18-4 or something, almost 100% KST. So, Koty, what happened in the second half?
Well, hard to say. The side did have switched, so maybe that's the reason why Mattis wasn't able to, let's say, continue in his really successful way through the map. But 9 played well. They didn't give their opponents much space to work around. They were playing really proactive CS, and when something went wrong, clutches were on point.
Who can we highlight on the other side? I mean, Faven, probably?
Yeah.
So much impact, especially in those clutch situations. He was able to actually get an ace so when 9 had a very bad buy. I think it was a deco or something, and he got an ace. And that was not the only thing he hit the mark on, and especially in the second half, he was an omnipresent being on Dust 2.
Yeah. Maybe some kind of specialty of this matchup is absence of AVP players. Mantu, only 8 kills, Jumbo the same.
And Mantu for the second map in a row.
Yeah.
Gotta say, on the first map, of course, most of the team was non-existent, but he as well. And on Dust 2, which is supposed to be a big green heaven, nowhere to be found.
In EAFC, he definitely wouldn't get the inform card, we can say, for this matchup.
Okay, we were talking Faven, Koty, 20th round, we had the highlight ready. So walk us through it, because it was something spectacular.
So let's get it. This situation didn't seem out of ordinary, let's say, because 5v5 after a minute and a half of the round, and we must point out it was forced by fnatic. And suddenly, out of the blue, everything started to crumble on the side of 9. Some trades came, yeah, of course, but they weren't really sure what to do.
A disposition of blame,
disposition. It looked like he will get a imminent spray down on both players, line up, easy win for fnatic, but that didn't happen. And let's take a look how Faven did solve this situation. Genius play by him. Look at this very situation. He killed player in window. He hides behind the doors, so the second player, Jumbo, in this situation isn't able to refrag him. He isn't able to peek either from Xbox or even from under the window. And now Faven just peeks out and is ready to take this fight.
So close.
He got dinked, but well, he was successful thanks to the prior hits. He won this round, and maybe I was corrected in the chat that it's not last nail to the coffin, but screw in English.
Okay,
they are
okay.
screwing the coffin.
Screwing the coffins? Yeah, well, let's not get into it.
I think it's nail in the coffin, but yeah.
There was one more screw.
Yeah, I mean, this was the one clutch, and then another clutch one round after Box D, who just amazingly again took over on 3 players. Yeah, that was just a way to end it. So there we're seeing some individual performance from 9 and also some good decision making, like you described. Maybe also we're seeing some weird decisions though. I mean, there were some situations that we didn't quite get. One was the rush onto B against SMGs or pistols, because they knew there will not be a full buy.
In that round, you were expecting someone, at least someone, to be there with the SMG, and you just went through the tunnels. I don't think it was even a split. I think it was only through the tunnels, if I remember correctly.
It was 5 players running through.
It was most one, basically.
Too much utility or no support. It was just one by one.
And they fall down.
Exactly. Kind of style.
And I think that that fnatic actually ran out of ideas in the second half. I mean, they only won like 2 rounds. So that's not a lot on T-side, especially given the topology of their players that really shine on T-side.
Yeah, and some saves that were very, well, not even trying to save. I mean, Jumbo definitely threw away his AVP or AWP. Then Crims, he actually saved it in the end, but 3 versus 1, and he was aggressively peeking all the time. And then, I mean, it was skill, of course, but kind of lucky as well.
And of course, the result of Jumbo actually going for the kills, I think meaninglessly, I don't know, from our position it seemed like that. He lost the AVP, and the next round he actually bought AVP again, but it was glass cannon.
It was glass, yeah.
And I think that was one of the reasons, actually, he died in the lower tunnels.
Okay, let's make a big dot, let's make a big period after the Dust 2, and let's lessen the mood with some video from Archery about, well, fnatic, I think, is the last team to go.
Conquering Prague takes a special set of skills. We tested all the players' accuracy with a much different weapon from what they are used to. It's 5 arrows per player to determine who is the best shot on each team.
That's good. Oh, Lord! Okay, it's gonna make it.
Wow, that's good there.
It's a bit windy right now. Oh, wow. Oh my god!
Oh, that's too fast. No way. Oh, okay. We need to aim from the right.
Oh my god! See, that one kind of hit the arrow, right? There's also wind right now. That's fine. Alright.
Shit.
That's alright.
Don't throw this, Ben. Oh my god, man.
Oh my god.
And the winner of the archery competition for Team fnatic is Fear with 27 points.
Finally, IGL winning something as well.
Sharp aim, sharp calls.
Very much so. Let's see what happens on the decider. Ancient, what can we expect?
Something similar to the other actually situations or matches that they actually met in the recent times. It's 2 for 1 for 9, actually. They managed to win 2 out of 3 times on this map. We have seen something similar in the previous matchup. We know that it was a struggle for ENCE, but they still managed to win it. I expect something similar here. It's a Dust 2, that's the gatekeeper of actually winning the whole matchup. That takes us to the 3rd map. Similar story. I think similar ending.
Well, we'll see. I'm expecting that finally maybe Martu or Jumbo will show up on the server. I hope that despite the fact Ancient is not, let's say, #1 map for Oppers, this match will be different. Yeah, exactly. As you say, on the CT side, you can utilize it much better than on the T side. Because on the T side, you risk the peeking ramp, maybe from boost. Okay, that's a possibility. Through the mid, it's usually taken by CTs very fast, so you need to have the best spawn possible to try somehow get that open frag, or then of course during the A execute try to zoom something from the long distance, but I'm not really sure if that will be the case in this matchup. On the other hand, you've mentioned the CT side, there are many possibilities to zoom throughout the B, from long, from short, there is a possibility. And what will be interesting to watch maybe in this matchup and with OP players is how will they work with their spawns.
Okay, so moving around spawns, will the knife round matter in this case? Or is it just for Ancient, just who cares?
Hard to say. I don't think it's as notable as it was, of course, when Ancient was released. It was heavily CT-sided. Yeah. But right now, no. Everything is shifting more towards T-side. It's just like 50-50 usually. So it's more of a comfort pick for you. You have the advantage, I guess, for choosing what you just seem fit in that situation. So that might help you with the mentality, I guess. But I don't think it's going to be the resulting force of whoever wins the map.
Something that seemed easy for CTs earlier was that easy mid take, which is now kind of more complicated. Either it's thanks to spawns or either it's thanks to T utility. This area of the map is now harder to take thanks to the flashes above you can throw, or thanks to the Astralis smoke you can throw to not shrink the mollies into the elbow and so on. So, well, I don't have a favorite side.
How about Mattis? Will we be able to see the 100 cast that we are hoping for? We were looking if he can get some assist somewhere, and it was very much up on 100 until I don't know,
15 round. I think 15
round or something like that.
Yeah,
so
that's insane statistics. To be honest,
it's insane for sure.
Yeah, I think honestly that the whole deal for Fnatic was resting on his shoulders in this map. Because if he wasn't fragging, Jumbo was nowhere to be found, same as Mantu at the other side. So if you don't have a performing AVP player, you have to have a performing, I don't know, second entry or aggressive player, who is especially Mattis, of course. And if he manages to... how would I put it? If he manages to do something similar in the next map, of course, Fnatic are going to have a much easier time. But he has to have Blamef on his side. He has to have other players, Jumbo turning on. Yeah. That's the cocktail for the win.
If my notes are correct, he's playing on the B side together with Fierce, so this combination must click.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay, for the last time today, definitely for the last time today, gentlemen, Hilba, Prologo, it's yours. Take us there.
Thanks to the desk, there has been many Counter-Strike, or much Counter-Strike played today so far. I'm at a loss for words for what happened on Dust 2. We expected Fnatic to be convincing. It wasn't Fnatic, it was 9, and it wasn't really convincing as much as they had incredible clutches to close out the second map, Pronago.
Yeah, listen, it was miraculous to see just how many clutches could be chained together. I'd even count what Favin did in that miraculous round where it was Matisse left in a 1-on-2 with full HP, but a headshot angle against that AK on the German player. Favin able to get 2 through the smoke, just trailing, spray transferring, following those tracers. That's how the 9 campaign started, where Fnatic looked so damn imperious up until that point. We have them all deep in thought, considering their options on our decider. Ancient looms ahead of us, and, well, as the desk said, this will be the final map of the day. And so far, with the decider required in both series, I'd say day 1 of Conquest of Prague has delivered.
Yeah, before we actually begin with the map, as the players and coaches are getting ready, I want to hear a little bit from the crowd. How are you feeling, guys?
Yes, Desnami. There we go. There we go. It's been beautiful.
Last map of the day, taking us to Ancient. What the future holds and which team will face off ENCE for the grand finals, which team will face off 500. Just the courtesy of staying alive in the competition. Top 4. There were so many matches played so far. All of them were online. You had to go through the Swiss stage. You had to go through the deciders. Now on LAN, a completely different story, a completely different picture. And all of our predictions we had before this tournament began, I think we could have tossed them in the trash because we have seen so many uncharacteristic moments, I think simply due to the fact that it is played on LAN.
Yeah, it's been a very different outlook. You know, yes, you could have predicted ENCE to make it over 500, but some people were going 2-1, some people were going 2-0. Depends on the faith. Of course, the Bulgarian upstarts not quite able to make it over that European Combine. And, well, a lot of people had Fnatic as favorites, so you look to the experience on the roster. The lineup looking very sharp indeed. But they weren't able to get it over the line on that last map, on their own map pick. And that's another interesting point, right? On online Counter-Strike, you rarely see teams trade map picks to get to a decider. It happens, but it's not a common occurrence. So far, the first 2 best-of-3s we have in this LAN stage of the tournament, and Conquest of Prague has delivered us 2 different series where both squads win the opponent's map pick. And in dominant fashion for the favorite, and then a strange, almost comeback-oriented play from the underdog in map number 2, just to stay alive. And while 9 isn't as much of an underdog as 500 was against ENCE, Fnatic have also not necessarily proven to be as much of a favorite, barring that first map. So it doesn't matter what you did at the beginning of the series, it of course matters how you finish. And hey, these are some nice looking mouse pads. Please don't show me Matisse's.
Yeah, I think we can avoid that one. That's it's a bit of a weird one.
Oh, it's coming.
It's
I
coming.
know they're just going to pan over. The cameraman's just going to swing on over, right over there. No, not yet.
Not going to happen. Is he even listening to us? Hey, Mr.
No,
Camera Guy.
There it is. It's actually, yeah, there it is. So we do avoid it, though. I will point out, one of the things that last map had, the guest talked about it as well, Matisse playing immaculately going forward on Ancient. We need to see similar numbers, but they also, I think, rightfully said, hey, guys, there's another set of stars on this squad. PLAYzone is supposed to be a steady pair of hands. So where is he at? What's going on? He had a quiet Dust too, especially compared to his masterclass on Train. We're going to Ancient. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final map of the day. Fnatic with Matisse, the crowd favorite. They're going up against 9, who are on the attack. And we'll have to see whether the dualies of PLAYzone will find plenty of frags, or what does 9 have up their sleeve? Because they've got 2 members with utility.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a pretty looking execute, if I do say so myself, as the attack starts from Ram. PLAYzone collects 1. There's Matisse with 1 more. Faven brought 1 down, and Rawls takes care of 1, though trades 1 for 1 go galore. Crim's in trouble as he's now between 2 players. Needs to find a way to escape. He's rather going to fight, and Kragan takes care of him. Only Jambo remains, but he's going to see the bomb. Oh, no. Whiffs coming in, and Rawls collects. Oh, that was so unfortunate. So unlucky, and 9 claimed the pistol round.
If Jambo gets that kill, bomb loose, you know you can set up a favorable angle on that 1v1. But Jambo, with that land nerves, did I just see the latest signing of Fnatic have a bit of a shaky move? You got to shake that one off. And they have to persevere. No bomb plant, surely no move there for 9, because they end up scoring the round nonetheless. And you do see a MAC-10 for Rawls, but we don't even have a CT force buy this time around. They've just pistol stacked at the back of the B site. If it goes their way, they might be able to scrape together a comical tower of a win, but I don't know that that's going to happen, though 9 do seem interested.
I have not seen this pistol stack do a lot, though. What it usually does is, if the T's actually go to the preferred site, the only way the CTs actually get a kill or 2 is if the T's want to take control of CT spawn, which, of course, it does tend to happen, but it usually is like an SMG, maybe. At worst case scenario, you're going to lose a Galil. Let's see, maybe Fnatic have a way to shake things up, as the bomb is going to get planted on the set site. And it's just a matter of time before somebody on the side of 9 becomes a bit interested as to what is going on and where the opponents are.
Well, a bit curious, but it looks like Fnatic's going to come to them. Now setting up behind that smoke. Fear will be the first to fall, as Kragan has the easy lineup here. Oh, but he's got a couple of shots in that noggin. Oh, still able to spray everything down. PLAYzone not able to make anything happen with that P250. And at the end of the day, 9 up to a nice and clean 2-0 start.
Yeah, good start for 9. Fnatic are going to have a bye in the next round. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table. And can they shake off that defeat from Dust 2? I mean, in theory, you'd expect them to be quite confident heading into this one, simply due to the fact that, all right, they're already shown that they can perform on land. Dust 2 was, in all honesty, a bit unfortunate for them, as 9 did pull up a few aces out of their sleeve, simply getting those clutches that they probably shouldn't have. You never know what's going on in the heads of the professional players. Not a lot of utility for Fnatic in the remainder of this round, as 9 are going to have free map control, well, as much as Fnatic allows them to have.
9 are definitely on a bit of a bonus with the Galils and with that Mac 10 on Rawls. Comparatively, the powerful riflers of Fnatic have powerful weapons to ply their trade. Almost no utility, though. And this is where, as you mentioned, this could get very, very dangerous. Boosted up onto the box, looks like in Cave. That'll be a nice little domain for the 2 anchors on the B site. Donut, first point of contact, Jambo. Oh, he was looking the other way, but Faven only good for the 1, and Crims, he sacrifices his life so Jambo can get away, but Montu won't let him escape. Not without paying the piper. 3v3, and the B site now abandoned. That's where 9 are heading.
Oh yeah, 9 are reading Fnatic like a book. Is this going to be an open and shut case? 25 seconds on the clock as Fnatic are rotating back with 2 players. They can definitely defend this site. The question is, how is their aim? Fear, the first point of contact, finds 1. Ooh, and there's the other, courtesy of Mattis. Only Montu remains at 50 points of health. He's going to have to stick this plant, at least acquire a bit more money for his team. Now looking for the clutch, but so many players around him. He's running out of bullets, finds 1, looks for the second, not going to happen. As the Slovakian player claims the final frag and Fnatic get their first on the board.
We like that. Listen, it's always a hectic round when you had to pull up the sidearm in the middle of a rifle fight, but they will get that defused. The rifles will be recovered, as many as can be. Keeping 2 alive, the CT side can hopefully stay a little bit flush, but they invested down to the last dollar. The next round will not necessarily be easy, especially with that bomb plant, courtesy of Montu. So it's going to be an A4 on Jambo, an AK on BlameF. Everybody else going to have to invest the hard way. 2 A1Ss picked up by Matisse and Crims, and Fear has the MP9. So obviously we talked about this earlier, that SMG for the CT side ends up being way, way better a lot of the times than it has any right to be. But Rawls is back on the Mac 10, so maybe there's a little bit more pace to this hit. For now, just map control.
I've seen Rawls play that Mag 10 so many times before, and it worked out really well. He can actually get multi-kills on a buy round with it, and looking for something now. There you go. There's the swing, and Fear did not even stand the chance against the Mag 10 hero. Matis, he needs to fight, but he's just going to get destroyed by Faven. Shot in the back of the head. BlameF trying to salvage something, but he knows that this round could very well be over. Bomb planted, and 9 claim control over this buy round.
Yeah, that's going to be a 3rd round for 9 every way. And you can imagine Bob might not even let them stay alive. Well, Jambo will shoot 1 back, and that relieves the pressure on the flank. Save can be orchestrated here. Would love to see Blame get a little bit more active looking for some action, but with the total collapse of map control elsewhere, there's no idea whether or not 9 are already infiltrating mid. X filling out that direction with the bomb. Gonna go off here in a moment. That means that everything is all that it looks like. No surprises here. Another round win for 9. Maybe starting to win over some of the crowd as well, but Matisse, on the other hand, a bit more on the quiet side. And this is the fear, right? This is what you worry about. If you're not able to do 3 maps in a row of very, very nice land performance, somebody else has to pick up the slack. But it's early days yet to come, and we still have rifles here. Fear back on the SMG, but now a little bit more on the A4. And maybe that's the favorite gun for our hometown favorite.
Let's see what he's got. As the attack commences towards A, Rawls gets destroyed by BlameF and Crimson. BlameF finds the double, looking for more. He wants to be now the first point of contact, and he collects them all. Mantu finally shuts him up, but too little, too late, I would say, as it's a 4v2. Though Crimson Jambo are pretty low, so maybe still a fighting chance for a 9, especially due to the fact that Favin has gained a lot of ground toward the other side.
Yeah, once Fear clears mid, they might be able to rotate on over and try to use that short position to cut off the bomb, but they're not budging. Fnatic gonna stick to their guns and stand their ground until that bomb actually goes down. You can tell Mantu doesn't trust it. He was spotted exiting A. There we go, the slow slink out mid. Still an opportunity for him to be bopped. He doesn't have any idea that there was an open pathway there. And with his flashbang, that telegraphs the hit. No longer an element of surprise. The noose is tightening. Can 9 thrash themselves out of this situation?
The thing is, they need to take care of Fear. He is kind of the main point of contact, and they've done just that. Now they've bought themselves so much more breathing room as the rotate comes in from the CTs. Crim's only good for 1. It's a 1v1 against Favin, and Jambo is so low. 10 points of health. Favin manages to slink away towards the back site. Now he is the main man here. Jambo really needs to find good timing. He needs to hope to do something here, and the bomb is ticking away, though Jambo with 10 HP gets the clutch and gets the round for Fnatic.
Yeah, timing not Favin's friend there. Uncharacteristic lapse in judgment, not clearing that angle more deliberately. That's 2 different times, but on opposite teams. First time it was Matisse. He had the opportunity to drive home, nail in the coffin on the B site at one point, but he exposed his back trying to deal with Rawls' Mac 10, only for Favin to eclipse him from the back, and it's just a timing thing. Didn't know he was there. Flash forward a couple of rounds, and now Favin, hoisted by his own petard, it feels like, had no idea that Jambo had made the daring move to shift walk all the way up to the pillar.
That was good play from Jambo. Pays back for a bit of an underwhelming performance on Dust 2.
Indeed.
As he really didn't do much, and you would hope that your Opper actually does a good job on a map like Dust 2. Still, a long way to go if they want to go, or rather proceed through that upper bracket. 9 still on a bye, not looking great, but as Fnatic can be reset as well, this round could very well paint a picture of the first half. Ooh, Fear, that's an offensive try, though try he might. He's not going to succeed. BlameF took care of Kraken. 2 for 2, 3v3 as Rawls is only on 14 points of health. They're going to have to slow it down, but Crim's a forward position on mid. Could be a double-edged sword, but for now, he gets a lot of intel.
Yeah, this is a really good position for Fnatic to be in, but the longer it goes without them really confirming where the T's are, the more doubt will start to creep in, especially if BlameF doesn't stick around to watch from mid, and he doesn't. He starts to fall back, so Crims will not stay there for long. Jambo spots out some cave presence. Bob not able to do anything other than confirm that his position is indeed over there. Rawls needs to steer clear of that fire, and Mantu pushing up short. This is an opportunity, but Jambo, he's caught behind the fire. He goes for it, and he swings and decapitates his opposition. Will be traded by Bob, but Blame is there, only good for damage. Crims is set up. There's no health on these 2 remaining.
Yeah, but they're gonna plant the bomb. Crims finds the first, and now he needs to search for the second. So many angles, though, to cover. Will Bob be in an offensive angle? The answer is yes, but that did not help him, and Crims rolling back the ears with a clutch. It was easy. They were low. You can say all that, but it's always good to see.
Hey, the arena goers might have spotted that. A couple of shots, I bet they were aimed at a body. Crims proven that he's still got a little trash talk in him as well. Definitely the killer instinct, the 1v2 clutch. He was set up for it. The HP was definitely not there for 9. But this is damage dealt to both sides, and the bomb plant means that 9 absolutely have another look into this. There hasn't been a walkover round where Fnatic have just had an easy breezy time. They still don't have a sniper deployed. Just to put it into perspective, Jambo is going to have to frag out with the A4, just as he fragged out with the AK earlier. And now it's mid. It's mid, and no Blame. He's gonna be caught in no man's land. It is gonna be a trade. Favin brought so low by Fear. This is still good for Fnatic, but No, they can't let it get away from them.
Yeah, absolutely, though. Bob takes care of Crims. Now things are starting to crumble for Fnatic. They don't have control of the site. It is 9 that plant the bomb. And with a man disadvantage, what do? Ooh, you destroy Bob XD. Give yourselves a chance. They are aware of a T presence and a chance for a flank, and that is a very ambitious flank from the side of 9. Only one player present at the site. Jambo takes care of Fav, there's still a chance for Fnatic, but they gotta speed things up, and Montu catches them off guard. It's Jambo again, trying to clutch, but he knows not enough time, not a chance, no kit, and pulling back. 9 back in the lead.
Yeah, big impact from Montu there. Humongous. Without that, there's no hope for 9 to score a 4th round, but they break the tie in their favor. This is looking a lot more like Dust 2 than it was like Train. Let me tell you that, Yuba. We are looking at 2 inseparable teams, neck and neck. This is even closer than how Dust 2 started. Remember, that was 4-0 for Fnatic at the beginning. It's a lot harder this time around, and they spent all their money and got nothing for it. So, it's finally going to be some concessions, and I'm not just talking about an MP9. Fear knows how to use that just fine. Blame is on it, though. And we've got a 5.7 or 2, and of course a P250. Jambo with the only proper gun on the server. Not much utility either, so Fnatic are going to have to use bodies where they would like to use nades.
I love that Rawls is still on that Mac 10.
Oh yeah.
Doing work with the SMG. Oh, though, Jambo gets the lead. He is tagged low. The only guy with a rifle. BlameF takes care of Kragan. Now this attack might even crumble, but Mattis only a P250, and that's not going to be easy against Rawls' SMG. As he goes through the smoke, not going to happen just yet. The attack proceeding. The pistol doing work. Krim's good for 1, but Mattis not even that. It's a man advantage for Fnatic. Bomb planted, not just yet. Jambo through the smoke, catches one, sees the other, but still a chance for Fav, and bomb planted now gets low. But finds 2, though it's not enough as BlameF collects and finds 4 for Fnatic.
Well, there you have it again, inseparable. But only 1 left alive. You believed in the Fav turret for just a second. Not enough. Eventually these 2 teams will calm things down, but I don't think it's gonna be anytime soon.
This is an entertaining best of 3. Of course, under the question is the quality of it. We're getting a lot of content. We're getting a lot of fun stuff here. Resetting the opposition, 1 team after the other. 9, they're on a shoddy bye now, but they know how it feels to win, even with a buy like this. 2 AKs, 2 pistols, 1 Galil. Almost no utility to use, and they want to pounce towards A. Jambo, though, finally got his hands on the big green, and he doesn't want to let go of it. He's going to be tested. How fast are you? The answer is fast enough to catch the first guy off guard. There's Blame. Through the smoke sprays, labored, but finds 2. 2 remain, more for 9. Matis goes through the smoke, but that was ambitious, and Fnatic might be punished.
Oh, he's so low. Rawls has 5 points of health and needs to complete the 1-on-3 as Jambo has found his 11th frag, 10th and 11th in this round. Fragging out with the rifle, give him the big green finally, and the economy can develop as long as Fnatic keep 3 alive. We'll see. Full rifles again, and Rawls had no opportunity. He was looking at his view model like, what's this gun? Mac 10? No, where's my trusty one?
Finally, Fnatic break 9. And they have a chance to get a bit more comfortable on the CT side. Late as it is in the first half, though.
Late indeed. First of potentially 3 tactical timeouts taken by 9 here. Talk over their strategy. Let's see what's cooking. Independent has his own thoughts he wants to scribble down here. Keep taking notes. He can share his findings the next time the coaches are allowed to speak. Fnatic finally getting the advantage on their side. That's another big difference between this map and the others. 9, they were the ones to start to lead the charge, stretching away from their opposition, but no longer. And reduced to only pistols, mostly Glocks. Favin with the Soul investment. Coach Lau told me you always have enough money for a deagle.
Oh, yeah.
And you always have enough teammates for a boost. Let's see. Maybe Crims will get bamboozled, but instead it's Blame F to accept with open arms all of those very trusty pistoliers. Montu the only one to get anything back, and 6 for Fnatic secured.
And you can hear the crowd. They're enjoying this, especially when Fnatic is in the lead. Of course, it's not a bad thing for them that they've already had a few beers in them already, I assume.
Just a couple to drink.
I swear to God, every time we get a replay, the texture quality becomes just a little bit worse.
Hey, you say worse, I say high visibility.
Oh, yeah, that
People
does
play
make
by
sense.
4x3. You think they care about the graphics?
Absolutely not. All right, back on a buy is 9. Let's see if they can get something back, or will Fnatic start to build a bit more of a convincing lead. AK's in the hands of the T's. AK as well on the side of Fnatic. Crims always like that angle, but more often than not, in recent times, it gets checked, not challenged this time around, but Crims missed his shot, needs to slink back, and he will do just that. Smoke to cover, to slow down the approach. And 9 are gonna have to take their sweet time to execute onto a site.
Yep, they have to. A minute left on the clock, and Krogan was spotted there as well, so they know there was heavy presence towards A from the T's. But Fnatic are gonna commit double donut. It'll be Matisse on responsibility for the rotate, and some noise has been made. Crim's gonna try a little bit of a spray. It's Bob to catch all these strays. Crims has his number, but not quite his name. Kill feed will remain silent for now, as Jambo has to start watching his 6.
Yep.
If it's over, great clothesline. There's the tripwire as well onto Rawls. If he has it, the shoulder peek not good enough, but immediately traded as they pounce onto the site. This is a 3-on-3.
Very interesting attack coming from 9, but Jambo stood his ground. Crims not so much. There's Matisse, good only for 1. Blame F against 2. But he's so far away from the bomb. Needs to gain a lot of ground before he even attempts this clutch. And you can expect Bob to be right place, right time with that up. How quick will he be? That's the question. The answer, quick enough. As only 1 round separates these 2 teams once again.
We could be in for another 6 for 6. That's how Dust 2 closed out its first half. Why not have the same thing happen here and now? I hope we get this level of parity between the teams the deeper this tournament goes. I want to see that full set. The decider have to be pulled out in the finals. It's a long road ahead of both of these squads if they want to be one of them on that side of the bracket. Scrappy buy, and very far forward Blame. Not known for his aggression necessarily, but he takes Krogan out, and Jambo scored with the AWP. They only claw 1 back with utility, but Matisse can be the man to pounce.
This could be interesting positioning for Fnatic. Is Crims gonna get checked? Is he gonna get challenged? The answer is no. Finds a freebie. There's 1 more. Oh, there's Matisse to cover his teammate, and only the upper remains in the final round of the half. He has to commit to this. Going through the smoke, not gonna help him, as Crims claims round number 7 for Fnatic.
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Well.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
Last half of today, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 rounds separate Fnatic and 9 on the decider. The way this best of 3 started, we expected a cleanup. 9 struck back on Dust 2. Ancient just slightly tilting in the favor of Fnatic, but still a long way to go if they want to claim this decider. And of course, set their schedules to a duel against ENCE.
I think we've got quite a decisive crowd favorite here. Fnatic, hopefully they can channel that energy in. But I do feel like it's just simply saying they struck back, a good way to summarize it. But remember, it was 4 back-to-back miraculous round wins for them to close out their opponent's map pick. I don't know if luck is on their side anymore. Faven, he's had a very nice first half, but we saw some emotions get to him. We saw a couple table slams, and maybe that will continue. Prague, Stesnami. There we go.
Alrighty, stepping into the second half. The players dialed in, ready to play this decider. Don't forget, 2 more days of LAN are ahead of us. Tomorrow, 2 best of 3s, and of course, on Sunday, we will have the lower bracket finals and the grand finals to see who will be the conquerors of Prague, something that has been a long process for all of the teams involved. There were no playoff invites, none of that. Only you start from 0 and you make your way up to the LAN and to victory.
That's right. Hard-fought campaign all around, and listen, eventually we can start to talk about who actually is going to make it to the grand final. We need to see who's going to make it to the upper final to face ENCE. These 2 teams haven't decided that yet. But say it is Fnatic to close things out. They make it over, and they start to face off against ENCE. Whoever wins that match has such an advantage going into the final day. They don't have to play a second best of 3. Whoever ends up winning that consolidation final to make it to the grand final, they're going to have to march through 2 different teams of opposition if they want to conquer Prague. So winning every single match sounds trite, but it matters. If you want to go for that grand final, you need to win those 2 best of 3s to kick things off.
It's a long process, not easy to play a LAN, but as we've heard before, I think it was the 9 manager that said it, that it feels like an old school LAN and something that really has been missing in the Counter-Strike ecosystem. You know, people just enjoying the Counter-Strike, having fun, talking to players, talking to staff. You never know what's going to happen in that kind of an atmosphere.
There's a certain charm to it, that's for sure. You think about how accessible everybody is when they're basically, oh, I was going to say feet, but I guess you guys use meters away from you.
Yeah. We use the normal measuring units, yep.
Yeah, well, once upon a time, we just measured the king's foot. Maybe whoever conquers Prague will have a similar outlook, similar treatment. We'll measure success in glaives, or maybe blame F's, crimsons. That could be an option.
Still waiting for the game to continue. I assume there's some technical difficulties that should soon be resolved. Fnatic, they had a pretty good run at this tournament, not losing all but 1 map to manage to qualify for LAN. 9, on the other hand, they struggled so much in the Swiss stage. Remember the Swiss stage and when it started?
Yep.
That was crazy for 9.
Yeah, big opportunities for lots of teams to knock them out and be here instead. But 9, they showed some resolve. Just as Fnatic must, as we wait for a headset cable to be repaired or replaced. Shouldn't be too much longer now as we await Oh, I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't a tech issue after Favin's little outburst, but we get to see that crowd reactions, we get to see the player reactions, and it seems like Barry's back up and running, so maybe we're all set.
Yeah, hopefully. Soon, Counter-Strike will be resumed.
Oh, yeah.
And one more thing to mention about 9, right, is the fact that they're really grinding it out. They're playing every freaking tournament they can find. And in some cases, that really works out for you. In some cases, it can be a bit of a double-edged sword, simply due to the fact that there is an element of exhaustion at some point, right?
Yeah, and you have to spend different amounts of energy at different points in your career. If you're talking about LAN matches, those can be more draining. You're not in your usual environment. There's little subconscious details that start to factor in. And see a little pep talk coming from Independent while we wait for our players to all ready up. And when the mic goes up like that, you know coach has said his piece. There it is, just about ready here. Last little bit, last sip of spit, and we are moving into the second half, the final half of competition. Fnatic on the attack. Let's see if 9 can hold them back.
All righty. Just figure that Fear has only 2 frags. Of course, not the person expected to get the kills, but sometimes you gotta buckle up and start at least improving your statistics a little bit. Fnatic is gonna charge this at pace. Rawls finds first blood, looking for more, unable to find it. There's the re-swing from the CTs, but BlameF with the P250 does his work. It's a 3-on-3, and Matisse found a knife kill. What is that insanity? That's calamity for 9, but Bob XD might actually have a chance. Finds one, not the other, and puts Kraken in a position where he must clutch.
Man, what are the scenes on Ancient? Yet another series where knives come out. And of course it had to be Matisse. 3 frags, one of them making him so very rich. Big bounty when you behead Favin like that. And there it is, finishing it off in style, a headshot with a stolen USPS.
Fnatic winning the pistol, that could give them a convincing lead. What's the plan for 9? That's the question. Do they want to muster up a force buy and try to reset their opponent? Something that was really the case in the first half. Reset after reset.
Yes.
Teams playing on a broken buy might catch us here as well.
And there's almost worse than being Zeused, I feel like. When you get knifed in that kind of situation, you could see it on Favin's face, clear as day. Still, Fear only good for the 1, and the USPs are starting to frag out. Jambo has a lot on his shoulders all of a sudden, and same for Matisse. They're infiltrating. Rawls hasn't been spotted, but will eventually be checked, and the bomb should be able to go down after all. But that's opportunities to recover weaponry. Sure, one of them's only a MAC-10, but there should be a bona fide rifle there. Somebody can scarp her off with.
What is the plan for 9? What are you going to do in this position? Do you want to just play for exits? It seems to be the case, as Favins D connects his 3rd shot. Well, 3rd time's the charm, and he proved just that. 2 rifles left in the hands of Fnatic as 9 want to tighten up that noose. They want to take those rifles out as soon as possible, do some eco damage, and that's going to be the case, as none of the Fnatic players will be survivors of this round. They will claim 9, but they lost a lot against just USPs.
Well, fair point out that actually I thought there was going to be only 2 MAC-10s. There were 3 brought into that last round. So the 2 players that die in mid just give over SMGs. Not the worst outcome there for Fnatic, especially as they increased their lead. 7-5 were the scores on the doors when it came to our first half, and now up to 9, as you mentioned. Fnatic looking very good for double digits here, but they'll have to get past the triple rifle buy from 9.
And it looks quite good, simply due to the fact that Fnatic don't have much to play with. Bob XZ, a forward position. He saw the molly. He knows what's going on. That incendiary is just going to push him back. And that's a lot of ground gain for 9 at this point in time.
Yeah.
As Fnatic know, they're going to have to wait out this utility if they want to go anywhere. And Matisse, a bit uncareful, uncharacteristic play as he gets destroyed, though Jambo domes Bob XD, brings it back into a 4v4, and fnatic now are gaining ground. They want to split towards the A bomb site. Kragan defending only with a MAC-10. He could well get overwhelmed, but finding the first frag, he does. Jambo with the trade. Mantu sees the shadow. He sees the player. This is going to be complete chaos, but they're solving it. They're figuring it out. And Rawls, MAC-10, his weapon of choice, that's a definite, but really on long range, he can't hope to do much. Bomb will be planted and Favin destroyed. Now only Rawls remains and they know where he is.
Jambo the Destroyer, that's for absolute sure. And Fear will finish the job. Fellow MAC-10 user, not going to be a problem this time around. Fear's Galil sings true. And you know, honestly, that last round was all down to Jambo, man. Nine did everything in their power to make fnatic pay for even attempting double digits here, but it wasn't nearly enough, and Jambo swings out. He clears Mantu on the re-peek, and he even gets rid of Favin on the approach. At that point, there's nothing you can do. Double digits for fnatic. One tactical timeout left for Nine as they consider their options, but they are already looking much worse for wear compared to the last map.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, it was a 7-5 half. It's one of those positions where, yeah, sure, you're quite close to your opponent. They have a minimal lead, but people underestimate how much a 7-5 half can start running away from you, especially if you lose the pistol, which was the case for Nine.
Yes, yeah, and no pistol, no CT4 spy or anything of the sort. The defense starting to crumble, and fnatic's attack seems more than appropriate for it. A lot of presence towards B for the offense. We'll see whether or not Favin can do anything with his Deagle. 18 frags to his name. He certainly hasn't been a slouch, tying the server for top kills, but not equipped with the right weaponry, almost burning to a crisp here. And there it is, the wall bang. Dies without seeing a single enemy. Mantu tries to do a little bit better, but he'll be traded, and Jambo just sailing them on through. The bomb will go down, and there's really no hope for these pistols. At best, they can scrape away with a rifle, but even that looks too tall a task.
It is a really tall order, especially now when Bob is on the ground and Kragan waiting for an exit. Not gonna find it, at least not yet. It's 11 for fnatic. 2 rounds left to go for them to go to the upper bracket finals. Tomorrow, if they win this map, they will be facing ENCE for the grand finals of the Conquest of Prague.
Well, Kragan, you're gonna have a long time to stew on this. At best, you might be able to recover 1 rifle that had fallen before, but there's no opportunity to do so. fnatic getting to 11. No victories on the CT side for Nine, not yet. If they are to come, let them happen now.
Next round needs to be theirs. Otherwise, it'll be the last bye for Nine in this best of 3. Last goodbye they're gonna have. They're gonna have a solid one now, with them on to up, 4 M4s and a whole lot of utility to use. This is a moment where you got to show signs of life.
This is also the round where fnatic completely abandon any aspirations towards middle. They know the utility is likely to be leveraged there, and instead they're attacking the B bomb site with pace. They're already on it. Can't quite plant the bomb yet without baiting out a whole lot of counter utility, but Mantu tries to get way too aggressive, and Matisse will put him in the ground. He knows there's likely CTs here. Reload's not enough, and the triple comes out for the hometown hero. Bob XD will finally silence him, but you can't silence the crowd. This is gonna be map and series point for fnatic.
Courtesy of Matisse. That was fantastically done. Crims takes care of Bob, and they know where Kragan is. He's not gonna escape with this rifle, not so easily, especially with the backstab coming from Jambo. It's 7 match points fnatic.
7. Listen, we've seen crazy comebacks already today. Anybody remember Dust 2 between ENCE and 500? This is a taller order than even that was. Not because, okay, well, the number is bigger. It's not. There was way more rounds that had to be won by 500. But you can't make a single mistake, and that's all that fnatic have been seeing on the other side of the server.
Grim for 9. especially given their equipment in this round. Utility already almost completely wasted, and there's Crims to start things out. Matisse takes one and the other, cleans up mid, and they know what's going on. It's a 3v2. They can proceed to the side, just send that one player to scout. As soon as he figures stuff out, the bomb can come, get planted, and finish this best of 3. Fnatic 1 foot in that duel against ENCE. 17.
It's what we all expected. It's what we were all thinking. And of course it has to come off the back of Matisse multi-fragging to get them in to pole position. Favin and Rawls. They need one more round, Fnatic, and they will make their way over. Backs against the wall. Favin falls, and Matisse, Krasny Skvele Prazi, he makes it happen for Fnatic.
Fnatic going through. It was a very difficult best of 3 when we count the fact that they lost their pick, they lost Dust 2, but the drubbing delivered by them on map number 1 and the end convincing decider courtesy of Fnatic. They will be facing ENCE tomorrow for the grand finals, and 9, they're gonna have to fight the Bulgarian boys just to avoid elimination.
Yeah, and I don't know who to favor in that lower match. But in many ways, the favorites having an echo of a performance compared to ENCE. They get it over the line. Beautiful. You get to see them walk on over to shake their opponent's hands. Victorious are Fnatic, the favorites, making it in to a match that I think will be quite our favorite, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, the 2 best teams from the Swiss stage facing each other tomorrow. That's gonna be a fun one. And we have to say, Fnatic have been firing on all cylinders today. All of their players have stepped up. I mean, you can say that maybe Fear wasn't individually there, but you get like a player like Crims really doing a good job on most of the maps played. He had some big impact in the rounds played, and he really did well. Matisse, Blamev, Jambo as well doing really good. On the other side, you had Favin with some magical moments. The rest simply was not enough, sadly.
Yeah, it was not enough indeed. Listen, I know the analysis desk is going to have a great time breaking this win down. Let me just say a quick piece. I want to point out the favorites had a very similar performance. They win the first map in dominant fashion. Fnatic certainly doing better than ENCE in that regard. But still, Mirage over 500. ENCE was very much in control that whole time. And then they get up to a nice little start on their own map pick, but then capitulated. Now, the final map handily going in their favor. The favorites need to tighten up their game plan, and I'm sure they will. They've got a whole 24 hours to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we're going to toss it over to the desk to analyze everything that has happened. And it's been a long day, so I would assume there's a lot to talk about. Boys, you can take it over.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
Fnatic finally managed to close this series after all. I mean, in a completely straightforward fashion on the last map. And I think what we witnessed was, if Mattis can't do it, there will be always BlameF or Jumbo. And if everything else fails, Crims will just make a clutch.
That's a huge advantage for this team, honestly. And yeah, you put it well, because it was revitalized Jumbo with a lot of openings in the first half.
Exactly.
I think 5 in total.
Oh, yeah.
That managed to pull through his team through the first half. It was 7-5. After that, winning the pistol in a grandiose manner. When we compare this map to the previous one, the main difference was that Fnatic were able to win clutches. They were able to win 1vx, 2vx situations. Not all of them, but most of them. That was the difference maker, for me at least.
Yeah, let's move maybe for a while outside of the server. Fnatic had a huge fan base here in Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Yeah. Let's say almost the whole crowd cheered for them, sure. So that's something that led them definitely towards the win, and really huge support.
It's not local crowd. It's not local crowd.
Exactly.
So it's not Mattis fans. It's not about Mattis. It's honestly Fnatic.
And
fans.
one more thing is it's Friday. So it's still not the weekend, and we expect the biggest number of newcomers here into Prague.
Yes,
during the weekend.
For sure. It's a smaller venue, right? 200, maybe 250 people will fit in here, but honestly today
you have the cozy family-like vibe, so it's good.
You don't get that often on most lands, to be honest.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It's a different experience.
Selling point. Yeah.
You mentioned Jumbo, so let's look at this player. Let's look at his stats on the last map, because honestly, he wasn't the most killing player. I think BlameF got over him in the end, but I would say definitely most impact.
119 ADR for an AVP player, I think that sums it up pretty well.
Yeah.
Because he definitely had AVP in his hands for a lot of time, and this ADR just means that he was able to get a lot of damage, even with nades, maybe with different guns.
Yeah.
But he was eventually first. He had 20 kills, and when we compare him to the previous map where he pretty much was nowhere to be found, this is exactly what we were expecting of him. If Fnatic were able to rise from the bottom, he needed to step up, and he did.
We can see the stats from this map, and we can see that Jumbo actually was the best in the statistic kill-wise. But we can look at the second... the result is now corrected. Yep. Nice. We can look at 9 roster, because Faven was once again top frag. He played well during the entire BO3 series.
Huge emotions.
And it shows that his experience really is able to print out to these matches.
No, Faven definitely didn't slow after Dust. His performance kind of built on itself and just continued with the momentum.
During the first half, it was kind of weaker, but at the
he
end
woke up from the slumber.
Yeah.
He had like 5 plus 2+ kills in the whole map. So yeah, he was notable in a lot of situations. We could see his emotions on the camera whenever he failed to win some clutches. And he was so close in so many times, and he didn't manage to hammer it home. Unfortunately, of course, for his team.
Let's hear now from coach Fnatic what are his thoughts after this very stressful game, I can imagine.
Yeah. Fnatic's coach, independent, congratulations on the victory. It was a tough match after all. Why do you think that was so?
It's always a tough match against 9, like they are a very, very good team. I think on Dust 2 probably we couldn't close out some of the clutches, and they are shooting very hard. That's one of the reasons why yeah, they put up a very hard match against us. But yeah, they are a very good team, and big chance we're going to meet them again, who knows.
I was just going to ask about these rounds you couldn't close on Dust 2. Why do you think that was? Because the rounds were started very well often, but then in the clutch moments and the clutch positions you failed.
I'm not too sure. I need to look back. Maybe at some points we wanted to close out the round maybe too quickly, maybe nerves here and there. But I think we had very good scenarios most rounds, and I think that's the most important part. You know, you get the afterplan 2v1, 3v1. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah. This is the first LAN of this squad under Fnatic's colors. How do you feel about the guys? Are they a little bit nervous, a little bit shaky, or did they right now show some focus and some consistency?
I would say we showed not necessarily a game, but very, very close to it when it comes down comparing to practice, for example. That's one of the goals, that we want to play very calm, you know, and don't lose the focus, even though it was like 7-1 on train or something like that. It's very important that we don't look at the scoreboard, you know, and I think we were very excited. I wouldn't say nervous, you know, but very excited. And when you're very excited, comms can become a little bit chaotic, you know, and stress here and there. But I think it was a very good game for us.
And what about your nerves? Because in the end you still can count on your firepower with Jumbo. So are you confident every game that even if the plan fails, you still need to outshoot your opponent?
Oh yeah, for sure. We have very nice firepower in my team, and if something goes wrong, I know that my players can win 1v3 as well, if it's necessary. But we are not really banking on that. It's always nice that we win some random ecos, you know, or you win 2v4s, or BlameF shows up, or Jima. I think it's very nice that you have this, but we are focusing more towards system and the way how we want to approach the game, I would say.
It's exciting to watch. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck.
Thank you guys.
Good stuff was said. I mean, it's all about the planning, it's all about the preparation, it's all about the technical stuff, but if everything fails, you always can count on the firepower, right?
Once again, firepower. It had to be mentioned.
It had to be.
What a backup to have, honestly. Not many teams can say that, especially on the tier 2 scene. So for them, it's a huge, huge plus. And they definitely fall back on it today.
For sure. Okay, let's go straight to the interview with coach of the 9.
9's coach Barry coming for the interview. Hello Barry, thank you so much for coming to the interview. How do you feel about this match? Because it looked pretty even from the second map, but the third map Fnatic looked in control. So how do you feel about your performance?
I felt like train we were starting slow. We didn't really, like we never got to play. So second map it was pretty good, I would say. We had many insane comeback rounds. Bob did 1 on 3. Faven did the ace with the AK. Was we had many good moments. ENCE, I think it was it's a lot closer than the score set. We T-half, it was always they win 1, we win 1, and both had low money, and in the end they won the battle of the money, so instead maybe 10-2 for us, it got 7-5 for them. But it's also, before, prior to this event, we played them 2 times, so it was it's a hard game to prepare for, because it's a lot of mind games, how they're gonna react and how we played before. We played the exact same maps the last 2 times as well, so weird game when it's you play the same opponent more times.
As you said, on tier 2 scene, you are playing against the same teams a lot of times. Is it better for you because you can count on more statistics, you can prepare from more VODs, or is it maybe annoying because, first of all, enemy team can do the same, but second of all, it gets kind of boring sometimes?
I think it's funny, but I think it's also hard because you can never expect, it's hard to expect the same because you always change up when you play the same opponent. You always try to do mind tricks, you always try to do mind games so it's hard to expect what's actually going to happen, and you can watch the old games, but you know that they're going to change something because we had something that worked before, and they had something then, and so it's always mind games, I think, so it's hard to prepare for these games, always.
From your victory on Dust, you were rolling on momentum. What did you do to bring that momentum to the third map? Because it's sometimes hard to bring the momentum from one map to another.
I think we talked about what worked for us. We tried to take it into next map. I think it worked in the start, but it was it was hard because they won this money battle. And on CT we never really got we lost. I think we lost this. We lost a round where we got caught off guard, and then we never we had 1 or 2 bar rounds on CT. So we never really on CT. Yeah, we didn't have a chance, I would say.
But still, it was a promising match for you. A good start for the lane, even though you didn't win. What will you bring from this to another day, to tomorrow?
I think we need to talk about being ready from start because it's hard when you sleep on your own map pick, like when you're not ready on your own map pick. So we need to be ready from start tomorrow. But otherwise, the good stuff from the Dust 2 and the Ancient, I think we all played pretty good. So we just need to remember what we did here, talk about what we did here, and bring it for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, and good luck with that, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Always about mind games. Do you think teams are saving strats because it's a double elimination? You can play with the one life, maybe save the best for last. No,
I don't think so. Like usually they have some kind of blue sheet, some kind of preparation for this exact opponent, and then after this preparation, they are just using the strategies they were training during the practice matches. So I think they are not saving anything. They maybe just didn't use anything, like didn't use everything, not anything but everything.
So it's not like we're skipping this, but it's like, oh, we have so much stuff that we will use some of it later.
This will suit the exact opponent more. And
more counter-stratting. As of course, there's a lot. There's maybe some more matches to be played in this tournament, so it's always nice to have an ace in the sleeve.
Okay, let's see how we're standing now in the tournament. First day is, well, almost done. Definitely both of the matches. In the first one, ENCE defeated 500-1, and the same exact thing almost happened in the second match, where fnatic defeated 9-1. So tomorrow we start with the losers match, 9 versus 500, and then we'll continue to the upper bracket. You've seen all 4 teams today. When you look at this, what is awaiting us tomorrow?
6 maps.
Yeah.
6 maps again?
Yeah.
You think so?
I think so.
You can definitely bet on that, but don't quote me on that.
Don't bet on it, but you may, actually. Yeah.
Like during the local tournaments, we have all 2-0 results, so we are happy to finally have something 2-1, actually. So I hope tomorrow's plan will remain the same.
Yeah, and I don't think it has clear favorites in this regard. Today we did, but tomorrow, not so much.
I mean, obviously, that's my next question. If you've seen everyone play, how do you rate the teams? We start with you, Storm. Like, go 4, 3, 2, 1.
From the bottom?
From the bottom, yeah.
Oh, okay, so I think 500, 9, ENCE, and fnatic. For me, at least.
1 to 4, fnatic, and
so the same, basically.
500.
So the same.
No, I think they are all, not maybe even, but they are... everyone is close to each other, so it's hard to judge like that.
I think definitely any of these guys can win still, and anyone can go home. Well, not anyone can go home first, but anyone can definitely take the trophy still. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us all the day, witnessing this amazing Counter-Strike. Thank, of course, to Luba and Pronogot for their amazing cast, as always. Thank you guys for being here with me, and we'll see you tomorrow, same time as today, for 2 more best of 3s. Goodbye.
Jsi ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple RTGem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.